Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know why I'm yawning. Honestly, why am I yawning? Oh shit, I know what I forgot. I forgot my monster energy. Do you think I need it today? You think I should go grab it? Am I a person without my monster energy? Fuck, okay, I'll go do it. I didn't hear anything, it's fine now? Yeah, because I forgot to I forgot to unmute the BGM. That's on me. Oops. Oopsie. Good morning. I'm gonna go grab it really fast. I'm like, bro, I've like fucked up so much this morning. It's kind of insane. I got my monster. Oh. Ah, I got my monster. I had like I woke up this morning and I got like the reason why I stream's a little late, I got like my monster, right? And not monster. I woke up and for breakfast I got like miso soup, right? But then I accidentally spilled the miso soup on myself, so I had to go take a shower. So I was like, oh fuck. You know? So I was like, ah, fuck. What flavor? It's always a white monster. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, that was good. That was really good. And guess what? I still need to buy a picture frame, but I have a picture of Ace Tanahashi right in front of me. So, you know, good morning. Good morning. So you think Mio's fridge has nothing but monster? No. I just have a shelf in my fridge that's got monster in it. You know, hope it wasn't too high. It wasn't. It was okay. But yeah, good morning, guys. Hope you guys are having a nice morning. I took a shower. I took a shower. So I'm having a great morning. Jago, no. Monster in the morning hardcore. I don't like coffee. I have that like, I don't know if you know, but like, apparently when people like when certain girls have ADHD, coffee doesn't affect them like the way that they normally do. So unless it's like really strong coffee, I will fall asleep. It's not great. Mm-hmm. Did you watch Tanahashi against Prime? What do you think of his retirement match? I cried. I cried. I was like, I was not doing well. I was not doing well. Also, I've seen Tanahashi live, so that shit was fire, dude. So far, though, I think like out of all of the New Japan people that I really like, the only match that I have never seen live is probably I've seen Tanahashi. I've seen Evil. I've seen Tetsuya Naito. But I haven't seen Kota Ibushi, who I love. Uh-huh. What is that thumbnail? Wrestling. Wrestling. But yeah, we're watching a video called Top 10 Wrestling Comebacks that should have never happened. I wonder what this is. Yeah, literally, that's the thumbnail, chat. Wrestling. Mm-hmm. Also, thank you for the follows, everybody. Thank you. I saw Okada. Oh, bro, Okada's fucking fire in person. It was great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hiroshi Tanahashi retired. His retirement match was like, I think it was like on the 20... No, it was like... It was the first week of January, I think. Somewhere along the lines. I remember it being a little too early. Because... Oh no! It was the 4th. It was the 4th of January. That's when he retired. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was it. Yeah, I unfortunately, like, I genuinely, I was being really toxic. I genuinely thought about pushing my trip forward by like a week so I could catch the match, right? But then I was like, no, I shouldn't do that, because then I'd have to pay for like an extra week of like hotels and whatnot. That's too much. It's too much. But yeah, it was great. I cried. Anytime I watch a retirement match, I cry, so it's not great. But anyways, good morning, guys. Good morning. We should lock in. Thanks for the stream streak. So it's worth it. No? I can't justify spending that much. I don't know. I love Tanahashi. I really do. I just can't justify spending that much, you know? Shit. Eh? Nande? Eh?
To believe wrestlers when they say they're either never stepping in the ring again or that they'll never work for so-and-so for as long as they live. With very, very few exceptions, almost everyone comes back after making such declarations, rendering the wrestling retirement a laughable term. It matters not whether you were screwed in Montreal or took your ball and went home because you didn't want to do the job. In time, you will be back, whether it's for the money or because you just love professional wrestling too damn much.
I mean,
let's be honest though, it's usually about the money. Comebacks can be a great thing, both for the comebackee and the fans, and are one of the things that keep us watching.
Okay, hold on. Do you guys think Batista will come back? Ever? I actually don't think he will. I think he's one of the guys who, like, probably won't come back because he's making so much, like, goddamn money doing movies already. I don't think he's one of the ones who will do it, right? Right? Thanks for the resub. Thank you. AJ Styles, okay, let me tell you something. AJ Styles will not be retired for me. Like emotionally, AJ Styles' retirement, right, won't exist until he cuts off his soccer mom haircut. I genuinely feel like it's kind of like when Tanahashi got rid of his like. So Tanahashi's haircut is like it's like super like Japanese mom haircut too, by the way, if you didn't know. Like his haircut's like very like Japanese, like this is like someone's like 40-50-year-old Japanese mom, okay? And when he cut his hair off, when he cut it short, that was the moment where it actually hit like a little harder. It was like, oh fuck, he is retired, you know? Like, fuck, dude. But I don't know. I just feel like AJ Styles, I don't know if it'll be real. I don't know how real it'll be. You know? I think Batista doesn't need to come back. I don't know. Maybe he'll do like a silly cameo or something, but it's probably fine, right? It's probably okay. It goes babyface, teenager, emo, soccer mom haircut. Honestly, I can't. I don't know. There's just something about AJ Styles in his hair that's so soccer mom. It's like, it's insane. But yeah, hi, welcome in. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the like he for Batista, I think like once you've made it to like movie star level, you can come back for like short cameos, you know? But like, I don't think it's a full commit. Right? AJ Styles, yeah, I know AJ Styles did like a lot of stuff even in like Japan and whatnot. Who you got winning the Royal Rumble on Saturday? You know, do you want the real answer or do you want the copium answer? Do you want the real answer or the copium answer? Okay. Copium answer. My real answer, they kind of just debuted. Like a Saudi like wrestler. Yeah, they kind of just debuted a Saudi wrestler. I don't know if they'll try to, you know, like sneak him in to the Royal Rumble. But my copium monster, Joe Hendry, because I love that man. It's probably gonna be Roman though. But fuck, dude, Oba Femi was like really good too. Oba Femi looks really good though. Shit. Isn't Evil coming to WWE? Will they announce him? Will they announce him at Royal Rumble though? That's the question. That's the thing. I don't know if they'll push Sami Zayn. Do you think Sami Zayn will get the push? I know Sami Zayn's like relatively like well liked in Saudi Arabia specifically, but damn, I don't know. It's kind of up in the air. Fuck, dude. I don't think Drew's losing title this soon. We can't jinx it, chat. We can't fucking jinx it. Saudi might have a good showing though. Oh man. I expect what? Seth Rollins return and he looks pissed as fuck. I have no idea. I don't have ESPN. Everything that I know about wrestling right now comes from either Twitter, Reddit, or Netflix. Because I don't have like TV. If Sammy wins, it has to be at WrestleMania. That's true. I don't know. I like Sammy. I do like Sami Zayn, but I can't say I'm crazy about Sami Zayn. You know what I mean? I don't know. For me, maybe it's because, like, I don't know. He's just, like, not, like, up there for me. I see what they're trying to do with Braun Breaker. I think that they're trying to make the whole Braun Breaker thing, like, they're trying to give him, like, the heel push the same way, like, they kind of, like, heel push the Imperium and the Imperium. Oh my god, what the fuck were they called? You know, the Ludwig Kaiser, Gunther. What the fuck were they called? Shit. I did. It was called the Imperium? Okay. Warhammer has ruined me. Yeah, I think Sammy peaked at the Bloodline arc. I genuinely think that was, like, his peak. They tried to push him with KO, but then KO, like, kind of, you know, got injured. So, yeah. Like, and the KO kind of got injured, so that's kind of like a rip, that's kind of a yikes. You know, shit. Thanks for the resub. Thank you. I don't know. I genuinely think that, like, the problem is that with Sami Zayn, right? He's too much of a baby face that if they were to push him to be a heel, I don't know how much I'd like that. Maybe actually you're right. Maybe Finn Balor. Because they did just, like, kind of, like, soft launch, like, on Twitter, they kind of soft drop, like a Finn, like, the history of Finn Balor. Maybe they're soft launching he'll win. I don't know. Maybe they're soft launching a retirement. I'm scared either way. I have no idea. You know? Shit. I don't know how they make Sami Zayn a heel. He's too much of a baby face. But bro needs, like, an update to his storyline. You know? My Cope answer is Penta. I hope they push him. Bro, fuck. No, you're right. Hold up. I love Penta. No, you're absolutely right. I love Penta. I hope they push him. Like, for reals. Aw, man. When he betrays KO. Bro, KO's like... Kevin Owens has, like, betrayed Sami Zayn so many times that it's kind of crazy. It's like... Have you seen that meme where it's like... Do you want me to teach you a lesson, old man? That's like fucking... That's like the Sami Zayn, like, KO relationship, bro. Who you got for the Women's Rumble? Can I be real? I haven't really kept up with Women's Rumble in a bit. I don't know. As much as I love, like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I genuinely think winning the Women's Rumble, it's probably gonna be Io. Like, it's probably gonna be, like, Io Sky, because they've been pushing her to, like, on social media. They've been talking about Io Sky a lot. Chelsea Green, I don't trust Triple H, man. I do not trust Triple H. I don't know. I don't trust Triple H, man. Like, I don't trust him to not screw Chelsea Green over. Have Roxanne win? Bro, I don't know. I'm kind of like whatever about Roxanne, honestly. I'm kind of whatever about Roxanne. I don't know. I think, like, once they start pushing Roxanne, I kind of started losing interest because it was like, oh, okay, this is another girl that's just gonna fight for, like, fucking Dom. Like, literally... like for way too long, the whole Dominic Mysterio being passed around like a fucking bicycle storyline, I genuinely think that shit's gone on for a little too long. Like, I think it's gone on for a little too long at this point. Like, like he's being passed around so hard right now, it's insane. You know? Music for the yapping, I forgot about that bit. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely think there needs to be like a change. R-Truth will win the Royal Rumble. The R-Truth will win the Women's Rumble. I agree. I genuinely think him going as Ron Killings now, like on like, is so goofy. I don't know, but I hope R-Truth wins the Women's Rumble, bro. That's all I can say. Thank you for the follows, guys. Thank you. Thoughts on Sammy versus Drew this weekend? Brother, I think Drew's like 2 heads taller than him. I don't know. Like, Drew has so much more aura than Sammy. I'd be surprised if Sami Zayn won, you know? But then again, I'm kind of biased because I do like Drew a lot. So, I don't know, chat. I'm biased as fuck, dude. I just like, you know what's the thing though? You know what I really want right now? The only thing that I really want, because I'm sorry, Joe Hendry, I love you, but your current merch line on your store is kind of ugly. I need like WWE to like step in and like design merch for him that looks better. Because I love that man, but I won't wear your merch, bro. Not even asleep. I'm sorry. Like, his current merch line, I'm so upset by all of the new like merch. Like, I recently bought like a Bullet Club shirt, right? And it's a new Bullet Club shirt, and it has a material that I kind of hate. And now I'm like, oh, I kind of want to like get rid of this. Like, I want to sell this or something. But like, I don't know. I kind of hate it, man. Not even as PJs. Not even as PJs. Like, that's how much I don't like his merch. It's like, I'm not even gonna spend money on it. Like, damn. Oh man. Okay, wait, we should keep it going, okay? In 3, 2, 1.
How great was it seeing Edge almost 10 years after being forced to retire due to
Fuck you.
injuries coming back at the 2020 Royal Rumble? How much emptier would our lives have been if The Rock hadn't taken a break from Hollywood to remind us just how great he is in his feud with John Cena?
That's true.
These comebacks will be talked about for years to come, as will some other comebacks, although not for good reasons. Because as great as comebacks can be, they can also fall flat or end in outright catastrophe. Any star wrestler that's making a comeback will hope that the reactions are the same as they were, the matches are acceptable if not good, and that a new audience will see them and realize what all the fuss was actually about. But as this list demonstrates, that's not always the case. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are 10 wrestling comebacks that should have never happened. Join us.
Okay.
Number 10, Tatanka. Some returns by older stars make sense because there's a storyline that they could help or a specific angle that only they could be used for. Think about Sherry Martel coming back for one night to help Kurt Angle sing I'm Just a Sexy Kurt, or the Parade of Legends that returned one by one to wrestle Heath Slater in order to promote Raw 1000.
The I'm a Sexy Kurt part lives rent-free in my head when I'm having like a fucking nightmare, dude. Like, Kurt Angle's like moments live rent free in my head. I think on some level, yeah, it traumatized me. I think on some level it traumatized me, but I still love that man. So I don't know.
Other times, stars from the past come back out of nowhere and seemingly for no real reason, which is what happened when Tatanka, a star of WWE's new generation of the mid-90s, came out of the mothballs for the first time in a decade for a full-time run in the mid-2000s. Tatanka was a popular performer in his day and famously enjoyed a long winning streak that made him a fixture on television. But by the time he made it back to the company, his gimmick seemed anachronistic, and fans didn't really care much for a man whose most famous matches were with the Lex Lugers and Ludwig Borgers of this world. In 2006, Tatanka's entrance could still provoke a reaction, and he wasn't half bad in the ring, but the tomahawk chop and rain dances felt out of place. This was the time of ruthless aggression and supposedly creating new stars of the future, not reaching back into novelties from the past. Tatanka mostly meandered in lower card matches with the likes of Simon Dean, Vito, and Sylvain Grenier, and had a brief feud with Matt Hardy before requesting his release in early 2007. While it's always nice to see WWE giving work to veterans who have sacrificed so much for the company in years gone by, their decision to hire Tatanka and feature him on weekly television and on pay-per-views at a time where so many young and hungry talents were waiting to break through is a puzzling one. Number 9.
Okay, I mean, why didn't they just like redo his gimmick? You know, why didn't they just redo his gimmick, bro? Like, maybe it would have gone a lot better. By the way, I put on like a fluffy jacket. Like if you know what pom-pom purin is, I'm wearing a pom-pom purin jacket right now with the hood up. So my room is like kind of hot. So I'm like lowering the temperature. If you hear like beeping in the back, that's like my air conditioner. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of get why his gimmick didn't work out during the Ruthless Aggression era. Because, you know, like, that was like when testosterone was like at its highest, right? That was like when the testosterone was like at its peak. And like, did gimmicks like that even go over well back then, like during the Ruthless Aggression era? I'm trying to think if anyone during that period of time had like a very specific gimmick like that, but I can't seem to think of any. They redid Diesel into Kevin Nash, or Kevin Nash is just Diesel out the name. Been loving that jacket lately. It's really nice, right? Like, I'm trying to remember. I get why it didn't really work out, but also maybe at that point he was a little like it. I mean, I'm happy when wrestlers get out before like the CTE gets them, right? We had the Mexicools. I'm scared to Google what that is. Okay, but I will Google it. And I will Google it. Oh. Huh? Okay. I googled it. I can't say I quite understand it. Maybe we'll learn about it later. Man, like Road Warrior came back?
Road Warrior Animal. Ooh, what a crushing disappointment it was to see Road Warrior Animal without fellow Legion of Doom member the late Hawk reforming the LOD with Heidenreich in 2005. Did his return have something to do with a new Life and Times of the Road Warriors DVD that was coming out and needed promotion? Or that Animal's brother John Laurinaitis was then the head of talent relations? Who's to say? Okay, I'll say. Those are the reasons he came back to the company some 15 years after the peak of his
that makes
popularity.
sense. Twins.
Fully demonstrating the shallowness of the tag team division back then, anyone up for coming round mine for a marathon of matches featuring Gemini, the Basham Brothers, or the Ticks? LOD 2005 captured the tag team titles from M&M at the Great American Bash. The two teams would feud over the course of the never-ending next few months before Heidenreich left the company in early 2006. That wouldn't cost Animal his spot though, as the Chicago native simply moved on to team with Matt Hardy before turning on him and engaging in perhaps the least memorable feud in the Broken One's career. After Tatanka, that is. What a year 2006 was for Matt. A quick run as a mid-card heel promptly petered out, and Animal was let go from the company a year after winning the tag straps. Not even his baby bro could save him from that round of cuts. I appreciate that the Road Warriors are or were an immensely overact in their day, and that Animal, as an experienced veteran, could have provided value as a teacher to some of the younger talents. So why not make him a trainer or backstage producer then?
True. Why not
the
a trainer?
in-ring comeback was poor and proved that once you took Hawk out of the equation, a lot of the magic was gone. Number 8, Scott Steiner.
No. No. My God. No. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this, but I wanted to dress up as Scott Steiner one time for Christmas. I just couldn't figure out how to do it with, like, you know, without, like, being a flasher in public. But I really wanted to. I bought the dumb hit thing. I bought the dumb hit thing. Christmas, Jenna. Halloween. I bought the stupid hit thing. I already have sunglasses. I bought the stupid hit thing. But then, like, I was like, oh, how are we gonna do this without me, like, being, you know, being, like, arrested for, like, I don't know, public indecency? Oh, should he have not come back? You wanna know something, though? There is, like, a small part of me, every time I see them bring back, who was it that they brought back recently? I think it was Goldberg, right? And I remember, like, watching, like, seeing that they brought him back or something for, like, a single match. And I was like, no! What if you break his, like, elderly bones? I get very nervous when they bring back, like, wrestlers who are a little too old, you know what I mean? I'm like, brother, they're like, that's like an 8-year-old man. Like, what if you, like, really hurt him? That's crazy. You know? Like, that's crazy. Don't do that. Fuck. I mean, he came back just to retire. No, I know. But it's still like, oh my God. Like, he's gonna die in the ring, bro. What do you mean? Ric Flair is a goat, though. When he had hair, I guess. But... whenever they bring back someone who's, like, clearly, like, in their 70s or 80s, I get incredibly nervous and I'm like, fuck, dude, this should not be happening. Oh man, I don't know. I remember the CMLL, like, event that I went to. Fuck, there was like this Mexican wrestler who was, like, really old. I wouldn't say really old. I think he was, like, in his, like, 50s or 60s. But then he was, like, wrestling against, like, fucking, I don't remember who, fuck. But it was a Japanese wrestler. And I was like, oh, no. I don't wanna, I'm scared. You know, I'm scared. Like, it's like Jake Paul versus, like, Mike Tyson, except Mike Tyson, you know, except, like, I don't know, like, you're getting beaten up by like, you know, a 70-year-old with, like, arthritis or something. I was scared. I don't know. I don't like it. But then again, I'm kind of a baby, so yeah. Oh, man.
When WCW went out of business in 2001 and WWE began preparing for the invasion, fans were desperate to see the top stars from the rival organizations square off with one another. As we know, most of the top stars on the WCW side had huge guaranteed contracts with AOL Time Warner, meaning that if they were to join for the angle, that they would most certainly be required to take a pay cut to do so. One wrestler who had such a contract was Scott Steiner, a man who had reinvented himself in the late 90s, changing his look, character, and wrestling style to become one of the top stars in the business. The big bad booty daddy was a hot commodity, and when his contract eventually expired and his injuries had healed up, WWE came a-calling. On television, anticipation was so high for Steiner's return that Raw and SmackDown engaged in a bidding war for his services. Blue Brand general manager Stephanie McMahon, shrewd businesswoman that she is, offered her own, services in offer to secure Big Papa Punk's signature. In the end, Scotty opted for Raw and began a feud with World Heavyweight Champion Triple H. That feud gave us some classic segments, like the arm wrestling match they had, the pose down, and the push-up contest.
So she offered herself as part of the script, you know, for the contract, right? And then he proceeds to have like the biggest feud with her eventual husband. I don't know. Like, We're not gonna or like, you know, she was already married at that point? Oh. Was this NTR then? Him and Triple H had a roid off. Brother, I cannot look at Triple H right now. I'm so mad about the WWE 2026 like cover. I cannot look at this man right now. I'm so fucking pissed about it. I cannot look at that. He doesn't exist to me right now. He's like he's John Paul. I can't say his last name because I don't know how to pronounce it. But this is not Triple H. This is Paul, bro. Man, there's so much fucking NTR, dude. I'm still pissed about that cover.
All of which led to their match at the 2003 Royal Rumble. And that's where the comeback fell apart. Without the required smoke and mirrors to mask his shortcomings, Steiner was completely exposed in a long match where he blew several spots and looked absolutely knackered just minutes in. Their rematch at No Way Out the following month wasn't much better, and the genetic freak stock had dropped so much that he wasn't even used at WrestleMania. For the rest of his WWE run, he would team and feud with Test before WWE decided that they had absolutely nothing for him and that he could sit out the remainder of his contract at home. One of the most disappointing wrestling comebacks ever. Holler if you hear me. P.S. If Scott Steiner is watching this video, please note that I love you and none of what happened during your WWE comeback was your fault and that I'd really like to keep all of my teeth. Cheers. Number 7, the British Bulldog.
Damn. Oh, that is... Did he put himself on the 2026 box? You haven't seen it? Not only did he put himself on the 2026 box, he like photoshopped it so that his like body looked better. Man, I thought the cover looked good. It looked good. It's just that like I don't understand Triple H. Okay, I'm gonna be very real. I don't understand Triple H putting himself on the cover when Triple H hasn't, you know, been an active wrestler in such a long time, right? Like, it would have made more sense to put, I don't know, who was like a big like upcoming wrestler last year. Did we see the same cover? Yeah, it's the same cover. You wait. Hold on. Braun? Okay, I don't know if Braun Breaker's like got enough like pop to be on the cover though. This is the cover. Right? Isn't it because he's getting put in the Hall of Fame? He put himself in the Hall of Fame, though. I mean, I guess, yeah, but also, like, wouldn't it be more relevant to have someone who, like, I don't know, someone more recent on the cover? I mean, the number one thing is that his titties did not look like that. You know? Here, somebody posted, like, the original... Someone posted the original, like, the original card where the art's from. Where the photo's from. Guys. Gents. He earned it by being a top star. No, I don't disagree. I just think that it's kind of like gotten to a point where it's like, yeah, he's doing the Hall of Fame, he's on the cover, but like up in this chest. So what I think here is that when you're flexing your muscles, right? The way that he's flexing specifically, the tension that usually comes from flexing up, because he's flexing down, the tension's gone down, which is why his chest looks like that, which is fine. It's very human. It's very, very human. I just think that I just think that, like, the fact that they photoshopped it in the cover for, like, the game, goofy. You know? Like, yeah. I think that the way that his muscles were positioned in the original is literally the same. It is not the same. It is not the same. What? Are we looking at the same chest? Like, are we looking at the same chest? Excuse me? I mean, it's fine. Look, ultimately, yeah, it's fine. My biggest gripe is that I genuinely think that someone else should have been on the cover, but it's fine. You know? That's not where his eyes are. He's not even looking. He's not even looking, you know, at the camera, bro. He's looking up. Look. Did they do his hair again? I meant the pose. Oh, okay. No, we're talking about his chest. Fuck, now I feel like a pervert. Aw, man. I wonder if they'll pull out like a secret cameo for like for Royal Rumble. It would be fun. It would be fun. But I wonder if they would. Target audience for covers for nostalgic reasons? Maybe, probably, but I mean, I guess like the only people buying the WWE game are people who like WWE. So, I guess that makes sense, but like, I mean, like I said, I think that there are other people that they could put, that they kind of should have put the cover, like, should have put on the cover. But I guess it is what it is.
Dog. The British Bulldog is going into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2020, and rightfully so. A top performer in his day, he meant a lot to fans not just in the UK but around the world, and forged a legacy that saw him capture multiple titles, most famously in the main event of SummerSlam 92, defeating Bret Hart in a classic in front of 80,000 of his countrymen. Those halcyon days seemed much further than a mere 7 years ago when Bulldog returned to WWE in late 1999, the first time he worked for them since the Montreal Screwjob. Smith, who had bounced between WCW and WWE during the 90s and was always a featured player, was coming back into Titan Sports while nursing a debilitating back injury that should have retired him. Davey Boy picked up the injury after taking a bump on a hidden trap door that WCW had put in the ring as a way for the Ultimate Warrior to make his surprise entrance, but more on him later. Coming back at far less than 100%, Bulldog still had name value, but gone was the dynamic performer of years past. He didn't even look like the same man, having replaced his braids and red, white and blue tights with a buzz cut and a pair of jeans. After initially mixing it up with power players like The Rock and Triple H, Bulldog found himself sliding down the card, going from pay-per-view main event to European champion to teaming up with the Mean Street Posse. By the end of his run, he was slumming it on Heat and Jacked and would eventually be sent to rehab at the behest of Vince McMahon and co. before leaving the company completely in May of 2000. Tragically, he died 2 years later at the age of 39. Number 6, Roddy Piper.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, so far a lot of the wrestlers that have been mentioned, this was before. A lot of this was like before I was maybe like one. Maybe one. Some of them I wasn't born yet. Maybe I was one. So I have no so some of these wrestlers I don't really know much about because like I said I was one. You know, barely knew I was a person. At that point, I was barely a person. So, you know, rip.
18 years after main eventing the first WrestleMania, Roddy Piper returned at Mania 19, attacking Hulk Hogan in his match with Mr. McMahon.
Ooh.
A genuine surprise, the Rowdy One hadn't been seen on WWE television in about 7 years, and his appearance provoked a hearty reaction from those in attendance. The company then paired Piper, one of the best promos ever, with Sean O'Haire, a wrestler with a lot of potential but not quite the personality or verbal skills to match his athletic ability. It was a pairing that made sense on paper, but didn't quite work out as well as hoped. A feud with Rikishi didn't exactly light the world on fire, and Piper's reluctance to go along with the program, he rejected taking the stink face or joining the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club, probably concerned with the fact that everything the creative team had planned for him revolved around him being close to another man's backside, made for a fractious working relationship. After some naff matches with Hulk Hogan, Mr. America, Piper was let go from the company. The reason for his dismissal was a controversial interview Piper had given to HBO's Real Sports program, where he discussed wrestling deaths, drug use within the industry, and criticized promoters, including McMahon. Once the bad blood had subsided, Piper was invited back so that he could be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2005 and would make sporadic appearances over the next decade, usually as host of Piper's Pit. Regrettably, WWE convinced Roddy to come back for a run as World Tag Team Champion with Ric Flair in late 2006. Though a fun bit of nostalgia for longtime fans, it was nonetheless a bit sad to see Piper, and Flair for that matter, wrestling at half speed, their aging bodies beaten up from decades of in-ring competition. The run would be a short-lived one, as it was discovered that Piper was suffering from cancer and needed treatment. Once his treatment was successfully completed, he'd make further sporadic appearances, each one a diminishing return. I should point out, this does nothing to truly damage Piper's legacy. He passed away in 2015, and fans mainly remember the dynamic and fearless performer who, for a time, was the most hated character in wrestling. Number 5.
See, no what? Chat. Okay. Keep your job or get stink-faced. If it were up to if you only had two choices, stink-face or you lose your job, would you let it happen? New job. Keep your job or kiss your boss's ass on live TV. Honestly, I get it. I would have been like, man, fuck this job too, right? I would have been like, fuck this job. Who's Stinkface? Well, obviously Rikishi's. Like, you think I'm gonna make it easy on you guys and be like, oh yeah, Rhea Ripley's? No, fuck you, Rikishi's, duh. It wouldn't be anyone else's. New job. Rikishi's cool. Do you want his ass in your face though? Am I getting paid? Sure. Man. Really look out the rest reviews with yeah, where I have my manager looking into it. Rikishi's butt sweat in my face, heck no. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, as long as I don't have to lick, it's fine. I don't know. You see, the problem is that wrestling is inherently like a it's a sport, right? It's a very active activity. So, and like you're not just doing it like, you know, it's not just a very like movement heavy activity. You're also doing it under like heavy spotlights. So I'm assuming that at that point Rikishi's ass had to have been sweaty. So like I grew up wanting to take the stink face from Rikishi. Why? I don't know. See, I am like scared of like sweat like that. So maybe I'm not great. Maybe I'm not great. Remember when Rico willingly wanted stink face in a match one time you put chapstick on? That's crazy. From the stars to hit me, I'm getting paid to put my name out there with the other stars? I guess so. You're getting ass sweat on them during the match anyways? That's true. If you really think about it, right? How often do you think like in wrestling like a guy's like dick is gonna like rub on you? Like if you're like a male wrestler wrestling like other male wrestlers, right? How often do you think like someone's like crotch is gonna like rub up on you like intentionally or unintentionally? Wait. Do you think the balls get sweaty? So are you getting some dudes like ball sweat on you? Yeah, like if you were to like pile driver someone. I don't know how we got here. Of course. Chat. More than once, but less than I would care. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's about to happen a lot. I just never really thought about it, you know? Shit. Eating your Kishi's ass is how we got here. Genuinely, I feel like getting a stink face is a little less like it's a lesser of two evils when it comes when it's like between getting stink face by Rikishi or like kissing like Vince McMahon's ass. That's the lesser of two evils. I'll take the stink face, bro. That's a Nazi jockstrap at the end of the day. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. That's it. It never really occurred to me. I never really thought about it, but yeah. Basically, someone's like balls are gonna be in your face most of the time, huh? Huh.
5. Randy Savage. Randy Savage was a busy boy after leaving WCW in 2000, booking a famous cameo in the Spider-Man film, releasing an absolutely brilliant rap album, and challenging Hulk Hogan to a fight for charity.
Good?
There were intermittent rumors that Savage was on his way back to WWE, the company he left in 1994, but those were unfounded. Macho Man wouldn't return to WWE in any capacity, save for a video game ad, if that counts, before his passing in 2011. He did, however, find his way to the wasteland of ex-WWE stars that was TNA in 2004. Savage's comeback to the ring would be brief but memorable, not because of his in-ring contribution, but thanks to his bizarre backstage behavior.
Okay.
Randy Savage was well known for being a, how shall we say, peculiar performer, noted for his unbelievable intensity, paranoia, and perfectionism during his time as a headliner. It should have come as no surprise then that when Randy almost got into a backstage fight with visiting longtime rival Hulk Hogan, quit the promotion, returned to work a pay-per-view match, and then only agreed to come to the ring for the finish, winning the match with a punch to the face. Rumor has it that Savage was a bit of a handful to deal with backstage, go figure, and told the Jarretts that he would only stick around if he was given the TNA World title. TNA, then a growing company with a bit of buzz behind them, weren't about to do that, and so Randy took off, never to be seen in wrestling again. While you can see the logic in bringing in Savage based on his name value, it should have been clear to everyone that there was nothing left in the tank, and that featuring him at the expense of other up-and-coming stars was a big mistake.
I'm not gonna lie. If you had showed me this picture and told me that was Randy Savage, I probably would have been like, you're lying. Because I don't know who that man is. I don't know who that man is. Shit. Do you guys like ever have like those wrestlers, right? Where it's like you're so used to them looking a certain way that if they look any other way, you're like, I don't know who this man is. You know? That man sold countless Slim Jims. You don't understand that when I got to America, the first time I got to America, chat, you don't understand the lengths that I went to find a Savage size Slim Jim. Like, you don't understand. I went to like I went to, you know, I went to like Target, I went to Walmart, just to look for like Slim Jims, and they didn't have one. They didn't have like the one that had like Randy Savage on it. So I was like, oh fuck, you know, this is so sad. And then I found out you can only get them, you can not only, but you mainly get them from like convenience stores, right? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to like the nearby like 7-Eleven then. But then I didn't go to the 7-Eleven because I found out that like the nearby 7-Eleven, someone got fucking stabbed there the day before. So I was like, oh. Well, I don't want to go to the 7-Eleven where someone got stabbed. So I was like, well... Well, guess I'm not getting my, like, Randy Savage, like, Slim Jim then. And you wanna know something crazy? I was telling, like, my boss, Dual Logs, about it. I was, like, telling him, I was like, man, I really want to go to 7-Eleven. I wanted to experience, like, an American 7-Eleven, because I'm from Asia. I'm from, like, Southeast Asia. Apparently, our 7-Elevens are way better than the American ones. And he did ask, you know what he told me? He was like, well, if someone just got stabbed there, then it's not likely that you'll get stabbed there because there's already been a stabbing. Like, the stabbing is still on, like, cooldown, you know? And I was like, I don't know. Is that how that works? I don't fucking know. I've never, you know... I've never been to a 7-Eleven where the history of it is, oh, someone got fucking stabbed here. Like, that's insane. He'll get stabbed everywhere, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't really happen in Singapore. Like, it's so, like, violent crime happens so infrequently here that, like, the frequency of it in America scares me on, like, a certain level. Like I remember one time I was out with my friends and we were at a store, right? And they were just casually telling me, like, oh yeah, we one time, like, we got like we usually get like our pizzas from like the Pizza Hut, like, you know, two stores down. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, maybe we should get, like, pizza or something. And they were like, yeah. One time they had, like, an armed robbery. I was like, what? Why are you dropping this in casual conversation? I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, oh yeah, casually, just really casually, yeah, the Pizza Hut that I frequent, that we normally go to, yeah, armed robbery. What? What the fuck? I don't know, man. Like, there's still... that's, like, the one thing about America that just is so mind-boggling to me. I'm too foreign for this shit. I'm too foreign for this, you know? Like... man, I have no idea. And I'll take stabbings and shooting to Mother Nature destroying my buildings on the regular. We have no natural disasters here. Nothing ever really happens in my country. My country's boring as fuck, dude. The most, like, recent, like, big, like, what is it? The most, like, recent, like, big, like, news article that came out of my country was, a very big cheating scandal. You know? Like, that's big news for us. A cheating scandal. But then in America, it's like, oh yeah, the store, like, oh yeah, the nearby 7-Eleven, someone got fucking stabbed there. What? Don't you get typhoons? We get the aftermath of a typhoon, which is like a monsoon. It's not bad. Like, it's not bad. We just get, like, really bad rain. The gaming one? No. Like, it was, the recent scandal in Singapore was, I think it was, like, one of the bigger, property, like, realtors, like, property chains, right? The boss of, the co-CEO of, like, one of the bigger, like, realtor firms in Singapore, got caught, like, sleeping with one of the employees, right? In the office. Yeah. Essentially. And, like, it was stupid because they only got found out because the girl was, like, really fucking loud, and apparently you could hear her, like, in the corridor. Yeah. But that's like the current, like, news in Singapore. Nothing really happens here, bro. Like, nothing fucking happens. Like, people are just freaky ass. The same person public hating as punishment. I don't think it's public, but I think hating is still a thing. It's just not public. Yeah. Bro, oh my god, speaking of, like, casual crime in, like, America, one time I saw this person, right? Like, I was in the grocery store, just like buying groceries, like, I just want to get, like, some snacks, right? And there was this person next to me with a basket, and they were just filling stuff into the basket, and I was like, okay, cool, right? And as I paid and left the store, I saw that same person hold the, like, just with the basket in hand, just walk straight out of the grocery store. I was like, oh my god. Is no one gonna stop them? Like, what? But then, like, but then this one lady, I think she saw me, like, I think she saw me, she came up to me, she was like, oh, you know, like, we don't make a fuss about stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. Shit. I mean, you know, it doesn't happen in Singapore. I'm pretty sure the reason why most Singaporeans, right, we don't really have, like, crime, like, you know, like that, is because of how strict, like, our laws are, because they will enforce that shit. Was it a Target? No, it was like a Safeway? Mm-hmm. I was so surprised because I've never actually seen anyone shoplift before in my life. Well, Singapore's a S-tier airport. It's pretty good. There's a lot of stuff that's like 24 hours, so like you basically will always have something to do, and there are and the security there is pretty good, so you don't have to worry about like you don't have to worry about a lot when you're at the Singapore airport, luckily enough. But yeah, it sounds nicer in Singapore. It is, but then like I said, we have a lot of rules, so it as long as you don't break the rules, right? You're basically gonna live fine as long as you don't break the rules, you know? How we get from wrestling to this, brother, I don't know. But thanks for the resub.
Steak. With thinning hair and wearing black trousers and a black long-sleeve t-shirt, he looked nothing like the flamboyant character that fans remembered from his glory days. Given his age and physical deterioration, he was also unable to do much in the ring at all.
You know who he looks like? He looks like that one meme picture of he looks like that one meme picture of The Rock. You know the one where it's like The Rock with like the black turtleneck? He's got that like chain and he's got like a little fanny pack. That's what he's dressed up as. You know, I have a friend that I will occasionally send like fit pictures to, and it's mostly like when I'm wearing like a black shirt, right? And I wear a necklace, and I'll send a picture of it to my friend. I'll be like, hey, do I look like The Rock? And he'll be like, no, you're good. And I'll be like, okay, bet. I get worried. I get worried sometimes. I'm like, oh my god, what if I leave the house today looking like The Rock? All I need is like a fanny pack, bro. I don't even know where to buy a fanny pack. But yeah. I'm sorry, it's like Target let people steal until you get $1,000 of items stolen, then that crime is a felony. It's so insane to me that it's so common. But then again, like I'm not familiar with like most countries like economic situations, so I can't comment, you know? Lean into it. I don't want to look like The Rock, bro. Like, oh my god, it would be really funny though. Fuck, I'll think about it.
A sad final chapter in Macho Man's wrestling journey, but short enough that most people simply don't even remember it. Number 4, Goldberg.
No.
It's no secret that Goldberg didn't enjoy his first run in WWE. Not the biggest fan of the business in the first place, he wasn't happy with his new environment or schedule and butted heads with key players like Triple H and Chris Jericho. On his way out of the door, presumably before headbutting it, he had that disastrous WrestleMania 20 match with Brock Lesnar, where fans knew that both guys were leaving the company and proceeded to turn on the match, booing them out of the building while amusing themselves with derogatory chants. It was a bitter end to a disappointing run, the memory of which prevented Big Bill from coming back until late 2016. Initially supposed to be a one-off to promote the latest WWE video game, his emphatic squash match victory over Brock was so well received, what a difference 12 years makes, that he kept on in order to draw the feud out to a monumental showdown at WrestleMania.
I gotta say, and I will never stop saying it, honestly, I really hate Brock Lesnar's, like, I really hate his sword tattoo. I still hate it, and I will never stop hating it. I genuinely think it's really ugly. I think it's really ugly. I think that, like, he should have paid his tattoo artist a lot more money. Why did this crap appear in my recommendations? I was watching DayZ, bro. I mean, go back to watching DayZ. Shit. It does look like a dick, bro. Why is it so veiny? Bruh. I don't know. Like, I'm like mad about his like I'm mad about his like tattoo. Like it's like there's like 2 tattoos in wrestling that absolutely upset me. Brock Lesnar's shitty neck tattoo and Cody Rhodes and his like shitty Cody Rhodes' shitty neck tattoo and Brock Lesnar's shitty sword tattoo. Like, those two upset me without fail. You know? Didn't know a sword could be veiny? Apparently so. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't know why. Brock's voice just gets me to laugh. Yeah. No, that's also a thing. That's also a thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's so bad. Like, I feel like when you're making that much money and you want to get a tattoo, the least you could do is, I don't know, get a tattoo that's not like $200, you know what I mean? Get something that's a little more pricier than that. Hey, Cody's neck tattoo, and I first saw it, design looks good. The fact that it's on the neck is dumb. I think the placement is shitty too. Like, I think if it were literally anywhere else, I'd be a lot more okay with it. But no, it's the fact that it's on his neck that upsets me.
This time, things went far, far better, and the two had a really decent match that would have been the perfect end to Goldberg's career. Would have been, had he chosen not to step back into the squared circle in 2019.
Oh.
His clash with The Undertaker at Super Showdown, which would have been a dream match, I don't know, at least 15 years earlier, was a complete and utter disaster and nearly killed one of them. Goldberg knocked himself silly and split his melon open while he clashed with the ring post, and then screwed up the timing on several moves, dropping the dead man straight on his head in a spot that could have ended up really badly. One of the worst main events ever, this performance should have convinced WWE higher-ups to cancel or at least alter the Goldberg comeback experiment.
Yeah, what the fuck?
His subsequent matches with Dolph Ziggler, The Fiend, and Braun Strowman have come nowhere close to capturing what he and Lesnar had just a few short years ago. Number 3, Shawn Michaels. Few wrestlers get to have their last match be a classic in the main event of WrestleMania against one of the best of all time. Shawn Michaels is lucky that his swan song came against The Undertaker in the epic Streak vs. Career main event of WrestleMania 26. And for the next 8 years, Shawn kept his promise to stay out of the ring, only getting involved as a panelist or as a special guest referee. By the time Crown Jewel 2018 in Saudi Arabia came around, the business had changed considerably, and the circumstances meant that HBK could get a healthy sum added to his retirement fund for a tag match with Triple H, Taker, and Kane. Another case of a presentation that would have been a dream match many years ago. This was like watching 4 old mates messing about and playing their greatest hits for a huge payday and little risk. Most of the intrigue surrounding the match was around what type of performance that Michaels, one of the best in-ring performers ever, was going to be able to give. Flattering to deceive, the Hall of Famer looked good only in comparison next to his 3 considerably more knackered dance partners. Everyone in the match was slower and balder, but still felt like they were capable of having a near 30-minute match. It may have been special for them, but for viewers it was a stark contrast to Shawn's first comeback match with Triple H at SummerSlam 2002. Michaels has since come out and admitted that a combination of money and the fact that it was a tag match on an international show were the reasons he decided to finally break his vow.
See, I don't know who that man is. Like, seeing HBK bald is so weird to me. Like, I'm not gonna blame bro for doing it for the money, right? Like, I can't blame him for doing it for the money. But like, man, you know, I can't blame him for doing it for the money, but seeing like bald Shawn Michaels is so weird to me. I do think that he is like really happy where he's at right now. I think he is in AEW, right? You know. Yeah, I think he seems a lot happier now in AEW. Oh no, NXT, sorry. Yeah. I got it mistaken. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he looks way happier now. So you know, good for him. With a lot of these old wrestlers, their comeback matches, even though the comeback matches are shitty because you know they're like way older now, I can't fault them for coming back for you know money. So I get it. You know. Coked out of his mind, Sean was the best Sean. Man, are you a fan of AEW? I keep up with it once in a while, but I'm gonna level with you guys. There's so many different like productions, right? That I get them mixed up all the time. It's not great. It's not great. I have like my brain is tiny and I can only absorb so much information. Coked up Sean versus perked out Angle. Coked up Sean or perk Angle, chat. If you had to pick one of them, like which would you like pick? Perk Angle? Yeah, Perk Angle is great. Fuck, I love Perk Angle. Dude, there's just something so magical about him that's like, that's so good. I'm trying to finish my soy milk right now, but it's like hard to drink out of like it's like hard to suck out, you know? Not what I meant. You know what I mean. Yay. Perk Angle was such a menace. There's no way Coked Out Sean is winning. No, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. Sean 100, he look cuter? No way. Dude, I'm still like low-key traumatized by like the rumor that like HBK was like Vince's like baby boy, you know? Not in his son kind of sense, but in his like that was his baby, chat. Wink wink. I'm still traumatized by those rumors. Like that's insane. I don't like, we're not gonna discuss the validity of any of these rumors, but the fact that it was a rumor, we're not gonna discuss the validity of it, but the fact that it was something that was said, right, is insane to me. That traumatized you and not Bald Sean. See, I'm not gonna lie, I can still kind of recognize like Bald Sean, but Scott Sider in all black, that was just a guy on the street, bro. That was just a guy on the street. You know? I could recognize Bald Shawn Michaels with the cowboy hat on. But not the other one. But the numbers don't lie. That outfit was insane. That outfit was absolutely insane. You mean Randy? Oh yeah. What the hell? When the Twink death? Chat, who had like the most iconic like Twink death in like WWE history? Randy Orton? That's true. Got what's in the bag is a trip. I don't know what that is, but like sure. I'll do it after stream. Drew? Was Drew a twink? Wait, was Drew a twink? Hold up. Drew McIntyre. Oh. Oh, he was a twink. Oh, the twink death is insane. You're right. Wait, Rey Mysterio. True. Rey Mysterio back then was a twink for sure. Oh my god. Wait. We're talking about like the twink deaths, like who looked like a twink before and then they had a glow up. They glowed up. That's slander? Which one? Drew being a twink or Rey Mysterio being a twink? Cause like Rey Mysterio was like pretty cute, dude. Cody, I mean, he's always been dashing Cody Rhodes. I don't think that's twink. I think he's just a handsome man. Right? He's just a handsome man. Oh man, I don't know. This is such a goofy conversation. They glowed up. They glowed up. Not got out twinked. Dashing Cody Rhodes was a good gimmick, and he was so hot. And then he got the fucking neck tattoo. I'll never stop being mad. Sorry. I will never stop being mad about that. Like, I want you to know that, I have it out for that neck tattoo. Shawn Michaels. HBK? I mean, yeah, HBK was like a twink, you know? I don't know if he ever, like, grew out of it, though. I don't know if he ever had, like, a glow up out of it, right? Undashing Cody's face mask over neck tattoo. I can deal with the face mask, man. Like, you can take the mask off. You can't take that tattoo off. Right? Dude. It's so fucking funny.
Number 2, Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
Like the sexy boy, the nature boy was also given a sterling send-off from the WWE. After losing to Michaels in a poignant match at WrestleMania 24, the company paid tribute to Flair, another contender for greatest of all time, the next night on Raw, bringing out his friends and former rivals to say thank you and wish him well in retirement. It was a genuinely emotional scene and something that most wrestlers would wish to receive when they've hung up their boots. After leaving the ring, Flair continued to work for WWE as an ambassador. After crunching the numbers, however, Slick Rick decided that if he was going to make those alimony payments, that he was going to need to earn more and left the company, convinced that he could rake it in as a legend on the autograph convention circuit. Now freed from the shackles of his WWE deal, it wasn't long before TNA came a-calling and offered Flair a princely sum to join the company as an on-screen figure. Flair, who didn't necessarily want to stop wrestling in the first place but was basically forced to by WWE, would also be required to dust off his robe and get back in the ring once more.
No.
Watching Flair in backstage segments or delivering a promo at that time could be gold, but watching him in the ring was quite the opposite. The heart and effort were there, but by that point Flair was in his mid-60s and just couldn't go anymore. Fans reacted to the signature moves and mannerisms, but even his biggest fan would be forced to admit that seeing the former 16-time world champion rolling around in thumbtacks in front of a small audience at Universal Studios was a pretty sorry sight indeed. In later years, when he had left the company, Flair has acknowledged that it was a mistake to go to TNA and wrestle, given the incredible retirement he had received. The lure of hundreds of thousands of dollars and a light schedule, not to mention the spotlight, was enough to bring Flair back for his regrettable run in Dixieland. Number 1, the...
Guys, man, you know, I know like full well, like I know full well that like they're signing up for it, but man, at a certain level, it feels like elder abuse, bro. And like, I get that like bro had like hella alimony payments, but shit, dude. You know? Like, even when, like, who was it? Like, in, which, Logan, was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul, who had, like, the fight against, like, Mike Tyson? Like, I was like, oh, Mike Tyson's, like, he, like, the possibility of Mike Tyson jobbing was so high because, you know, for money, but also, like, you've basically woken this like 6-year-old man out, like, up out of retirement, bro. So you could, like, I don't know, pay, like, an elderly man, like, millions of dollars for like, what? For, like, the sole, like, title of, like, beating a 6-year-old. That's kind of insane. Like, like, that's, like, elder abuse, man. No, I get it. I know it's for money, and, like, sure, you know, like, Mike Tyson jobbing for the money at his age, I don't blame him. You know, I don't blame him. But yeah. What's the memes about his butt? Bro, when I watched the match, okay? They hovered on that man's ass for a little too long. I remember because I was like watching it with some friends. And I was like, oh, this feels inappropriate now. Fuck, dude. It was too long. Why'd they put the camera on that man's ass for so long? Like, couldn't they have, like, I don't know, like, raised the camera up a little? No, it was on his ass. And I was like, I was just sat there like, man, now I'm in a call with my friends and this is awkward because the only thing on the screen right now is Mike Tyson's butt. Oh man. For the plot, it was for the plot. No. We know it's a scripted fight, and I'm not gonna lie, if I were earning millions and millions of dollars for a fight, and all I had to do was job, all I had to do was throw, I'd probably do it too, bro. Like, I will never fault someone for doing stuff like that for the money. Because if it were you or me, if let's say I was being paid, like someone told you 50 million, but you have to lose. Anyone would do it in a heartbeat, you know? Like, I mean, like, I that's why I can never fault anyone for doing stuff like that for the money. I get it. But, like, man, that was elder abuse. Like, that was fucking elder abuse, bro. I can't. Like, I hope, like, Mike Tyson bought, like, hella, I don't know. I hope he's going to the Maldives, like, every fucking week. Just, you know, for that money, just have, and enjoy the rest of your life. But yeah, holy shit, dude.
Ultimate Warrior. Love him or hate him, and there are plenty who do both, the Ultimate Warrior was a shrewd businessman who saw wrestling as just that, a business. No mark for the sport, Jim Hellwig cared about how and when and how much he was going to be paid, and for doing what. Typically, that meant a giant check for lots and lots of money for wrestling about 3 minutes. Warrior got over huge during the cartoon era, where bright colors and big muscles were on vogue, and technical ability was not a sought-after attribute. Warrior had a stormy relationship with WWE, in particular Vince McMahon, and left the company several times over money or creative differences. Warrior's brief run in 1996, in particular, was a disaster, and left a sour taste in the mouth of many fans. WCW wished that Warrior's run in their company was half as good as that failure.
Wait, hold up. I need to go back for a bit, chat.
WCW wished that Warrior's run in their company.
I've never actually seen Triple H without a beard. And this feels weird. That wouldn't happen if you were bald. See, unfortunately, I spent too much money on shampoo to go bald. Guys, I don't know, looking at Triple H without like a beard feels like a crime. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like this is a crime. Oh man. That's Hunter. He just grew his beard on top of his head back then. This is so insane. It does not even, it's so clean, chat. It's so clean. That was when he was Hunter Hearst Helmsley and he had a rich and proper gimmick. I guess so, but like, man, I've never actually seen him look like this, so this is kind of insane. Yeah, it's kind of like looking at Undertaker without his eyeliner. True. True. Like, this is kind of insane. I don't know. I'm like looking at it. I'm like kind of just looking at it and like absorbing, right? Like whatever is happening right now, and like brother, I don't know. I don't like it. What are we watching? Top 10 wrestling comebacks that should never have happened. Why is his face like that? It's such an insane thing to say, but like for reals, why is his face like that?
Company was half as good as that failure, because when he did show up in the Turner-owned organization in 1998, it was a complete and utter flop. Warrior cost WCW at least $1 million for 3 matches and a handful of rambling, inane promos and nonsensical backstage segments. $1 million for his abysmal match with Hollywood Hulk Hogan at Halloween Havoc 98, generally considered one of the worst ever, and which Warrior lost, and little else. In the years that followed, Warrior claimed that he was only brought in so that the Hulkster could get his WrestleMania 6 win back. Whatever the reasoning behind it, Warrior's comeback was a dud and helped further alienate WCW's rapidly waning fan base. Factoring in the costs associated, Warrior's lack of interest in wrestling, and the fact that WCW already had Hogan, Savage, Bret Hart, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Goldberg, and many more bona fide stars on their books, it's hard to find much justification for this being anything other than a wrestling comeback that should never have happened.
No, I get that.
A lot of this is just unopened.
It automatically clicked into a video. That's insane. Hold up. Oh, that was a lag. But yeah. Like, yikes. Yeah, thanks. I've always been a big fan of wrestling, and like it's something that I talk about a little too much. Yeah. Not sure yet. Three wish happened, never did. I have no idea. RVD need the wheat money? Really? I don't know. I'm literally just here like, yeah, no, I get it. To be honest, I think most of the list was just like they were like too old to come back, and by the time by the time that they did come back, it was it was like they just didn't have the same like skills, and it was just like a little like too sad, you know? Is the stream lagging? It was lagging for a bit. Let me see. I'm trying to load up a video, but unfortunately it's kind of lagging again. So F in the chat. I kind of want, there's like a video I kind of want to watch. Only problem is that it's pretty old. It's like 7 years old. But man. It's okay. Let's watch something that's a little less 7 years old. That's so old. It's so old. It's like super like not relevant at this point, you know? Do you think AJ Styles will win at the Rumble? No. I think that I don't know. I think that they'll use like the Rumble to push someone, but I don't think that that's where I don't think that specifically that's where AJ will be getting his flowers. Yeah. No, we're only watching select creators right now because I need to get permission to watch other creators. Yeah. I don't know. See, the thing about it is that the thing about it is that I don't know if I feel like they might give like AJ Styles like a standalone like event for his retirement because he is like just that iconic. But I don't know if it will be Royal Rumble, you know? Yeah. Dude. All I know is that the Cena, the Cena retirement, I don't know how I feel about it. How old is Lesnar? Bro, I don't know, like 40? Like 40 something? I'm assuming. I have like heard of them, but I need to get permission to react to certain like creators first. You got permission? If it's like to a certain like, if it's like some okay, there's like rules that we have to follow when it comes to React content. So like I try to follow, like there's a lot of like rules and I try to follow them as best as I can. So if it's like something that other people have already reacted to, generally it's okay. If it's stuff that people haven't reacted to, then I try to get permission, essentially. Dude, I just know that like as soon as like AJ Styles like retires, I genuinely feel like they're gonna do a push like this in the same way that they did a push for like John Cena's like retirement stuff. They're gonna drop like hella merch for it, and me being me, I'll probably get it. I got the John Cena retirement bag, bro, and I wear that shit out like on like low-key a little embarrassed sometimes, but yeah, it's fine. 10 wrestling match types that were never used again. Now, let's learn about wrestling match types, because I barely remember. Yeah. Bro, it's not good. It's not good. Like the number of nerdy bags that I have like far outweigh the number of like actually like girly bags that I have, and it's kind of insane. It's not good. Like it's not good, you know? Shit. Oh. Let's go.
The roots of wrestling date back to the sideshows of the 19th century, where average Joes would try to outshoot grapplers in the hopes of winning cash and adulation. The business soon evolved and it became a global attraction as the theatrical element was ramped up while the legitimate sporting side of it was downplayed. To keep the audiences coming back and to heighten the stakes, feuds were established and gimmick matches were slowly introduced.
Oh, the coffins.
From the steel cage and the Texas death match through to contemporary gimmicks like Hell in a Cell and TLC, when a promoter struck gold with a match type, it could usually be relied upon to bring in some extra box office and often became part of a promotion's legacy.
Damn.
But not every experiment can be a success. For every TLC, there is a Judy Bagwell on a forklift match. For every Hell in a Cell, there is a Punjabi prison. Whether through a lack of foresight, bad timing, or elements beyond anyone's control, there are a bunch of match types that occurred once and then sank without trace, never to be tried again. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wrestling match types that were never used again. Join us. Number 10,
I get
The
it.
Asylum. Ah, Dean Ambrose with his little fringe and sweaty vest and his silly face. Boy, was he a wacky character. A million miles removed from the brooding, violent John Moxley, Ambrose was a watered-down Brian Pillman who was eventually morphed into a quirky, cool guy with an edge. While feuding with Chris Jericho in 2016, Ambrose introduced several new elements to his character, most notably being friends with a potted plant called Mitch.
What?
After Jericho killed Mitch, their feud went up another level, and a new match was created to house their barbaric insanity, the Asylum. As a concept, the Asylum isn't bad. A cage match featuring a plethora of weapons attached to the top and sides where escaping wouldn't end things. The object of the match was for the participants to just wail on each other until one could get a pinfall or submission. The problem was there was just a bit too much going on and it felt a little, you know, Russo. Look, either have a hardcore match or have a cage match. There was no need to combine the two. The bout itself wasn't terrible, but the crowd were dead and everything was overshadowed by a potted plant, like a dodgy sequel to The Little Shop of Horrors. Number 9.
You know, I forget how ridiculous some of the storylines are because of a fucking potted plant. Mitch was a random potted plant they found in a random office space somewhere. Chat. The fact that they started a match called The Asylum over a potted plant is so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so goofy. It's so crazy. Like, you know, I don't know, chat. What do you think? Valid crash out or like this shit's just goofy, I'm leaning to this. That's kind of goofy, bro. I don't know. The only good prop gimmicks is we want head. What? It's so goofy. Your restaurant being good for me. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that does make sense. It's significant bump all or light up Jack in a potted plant. That's true. Okay, Armageddon Hell in a Cell. Which one is this?
Armageddon Hell in a Cell. What's better than a Hell in a Cell match? That's right, a 6-man Hell in a Cell match. Despite numerous appearances in WWE video games through the years, the 6-man cell only happened once at Armageddon 2000. It was all Mick Foley's fault. The hardcore icon was commissioner at the time, and having seen WWE champion Kurt Angle weasel his way through matches against The Undertaker, Triple H, Steve Austin, The Rock, and Rikishi, Mick decided to throw all 6 under one roof and let the carnage unfold. Mr. McMahon hated the idea, trying valiantly to get all 6 competitors to drop out to no avail. Instead, the caveat was inserted that if anyone got injured, Foley would be fired. What we got was prime Attitude Era intensity. People were bleeding everywhere you looked, finishers were hit left, right, and center, and Vince turned up with a hay-filled wagon to try and tear the cell down. Just great stuff. The problem was that it was hard to know where to look, especially as Rikishi and Taker pummeled each other up on the roof before Fatu plummeted into the truck below. It was memorable, it was anarchic, but a one-on-one cell match usually works far better with a third of the effort.
No, I guess that
Number
makes
8,
sense.
Sumo Monster Truck match.
I guess that makes sense. Like, if there's too much going on, then it becomes hard to, you know, keep track of things. Honestly, I get that now. Like, I think that my ADHD ass would suffer. My ADHD ass would suffer. Like, to be honest, that's like the one issue that I have sometimes with like Royal Rumble too, where it's like there's so much happening that I get overwhelmed. I don't know. Like, usually whenever I watch like Royal Rumble, I have to like have like some caffeine. I have to have caffeine and my like ADHD meds to like watch it normally. If not, I get incredibly overwhelmed. It's so bad. You know?
Match. Throughout the ages, there have been many gimmick matches that have gone down in history. The Ric Flair versus Kerry Von Erich cage match, for example. Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker inside Hell in a Cell, another. But none hold a candle to the ultimate sporting contest. Hulk Hogan versus the Giants in a monster truck match.
What the fuck
Quite
is that
possibly
truck?
the most 90s wrestling thing that ever happened. The monster truck match came about because Dungeon of Doom's rampaging rookie ran over Hogan's motorbike with a truck and laughed like a horse before driving off. Of course, the two signed on to have a monster truck battle, aka a boring sumo wrestling match featuring ridiculous giant cars. Hogan's had arms.
That's the... Okay, hold up. Hold up. I was just about to ask, I was like, what the fuck is that car? Oh, why does it have arms? Why does it have arms? Chat. I think this thing is also gonna haunt my nightmares, bro. I think it's gonna haunt my nightmares. Like, what the fuck? The disembodied arms on a car that's got, like, I don't know, his fucking bandana on it? What the fuck is that? No! Oh, I am traumatized. Oh, fuck. No. No. Yeah, this is basically the plot of like fucking, I don't know, this is the plot of like fucking Evangelion or something. Shit, dude, I don't know. This is basically like fucking Evangelion, but instead it's like two like muscular men, bro.
Giants looked like a spooky skeleton, and Eric Bischoff clearly spent far too much money on the whole thing. The match, if you can call it that itself, was just 5 minutes of trucks going forwards and backwards, and somehow ended with Hogan accidentally murdering a man when he pushed Giants off the top of Cobo Hall.
Ooh.
How this got greenlit is honestly beyond me. Actually, wait, no it's not. It was 1995 WCW, where the big boys threw enough mess at the wall and hoped that some of it would stick. This mess clearly didn't. Number 7, the Piranha Deathmatch.
What?
Deathmatch wrestling is hardly sane at the best of times, but during its 90s heyday, it often went completely off the deep end.
What?
Hardcore pioneers FMW were the trendsetters with such weird match types like the grocery store deathmatch, electrified barbed wire exploding ring cage match, and the incredibly named barbed wire electrified dynamite pool double hell deathmatch. Looks nice on a marquee, doesn't it? But it was rival Big Japan Pro Wrestling that promoted the most bizarre deathmatch of all, the Yokohama Amazon River Piranha Deathmatch, or simply Piranha Deathmatch if you...
See, there's a reason why my mother was like, okay, so my dad used to watch wrestling with me growing up, right? But then my mom like basically like put an end to it. She was like, no, this is not ladylike, do not watch it. And like, it's partially because, if you didn't know, my mom is Japanese, and like hardcore Japanese wrestling probably put my mom off of that shit. Why is piranha a moderate word, brother? I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure that's why my mother was like, absolutely not, you're not watching wrestling. You know? It's, yeah. Hardcore wrestling is insane. Bro, this is... おはようございます。プロレス。はい、今、プロレスの、なんで喋れないの？そう。今、プロレスの動画を見ています。 Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Look at you now. Now I'm just a nerd, bro. Now I'm just a fucking nerd.
Prefer. The object of the match was to submerge your opponent in a tank of ill-tempered piranhas.
No.
Sort of like a casket match, but for the criminally insane. To make it more violent, there were barbed wire boards set up in corners of the ring, but who really cared? Because piranhas. In the end, Kendo Nagasaki got the win, and loser Mitsuhiro Matsunaga ended up with a small hole in his chest from where the little fishy fellas nibbled him like a big blood-soaked buffet. Due to the unpredictability of wild animals and the viciousness of the piranhas themselves, never mind the possibility that it could be easily conceived as animal cruelty, the piranha deathmatch never caught on. Number 6, the Doomsday Cage Match. Mid-90s pre-NWO WCW was just the oddest, most rubbish place.
Brother, okay, I hope that the Piranha Deathmatch never comes back because that is actually insane. 日本のやつだ。はい、そうそう。さっきの動画はね、日本のまあ一番やばいのレスリング。Bro, this is like horrifying. Like I'm genuinely kind of horrified the piranha thing. I don't know, maybe I'm like too much of a baby for that, but oh, that is actually scary.
More cartoony than a Flintstones marathon, it was a company where seemingly every heel wanted nothing more than to end Hulk Hogan, though, to be fair, who could blame them?
Okay.
Heading into Uncensored 1996, the Alliance to End Hulkamania was formed. Comprising Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Meng, Barbarian, Lex Luger, Taskmaster, Z-Gangster, and a massive lad called the Ultimate Solution, they decided the way to destroy Hogan was by beating the Hulkster and best frenemy Randy Savage in a Doomsday Cage match. 3 cages stacked on top of each other. The aim was to fight from the top to the bottom, where the match could be ended by pinfall.
No,
each cage featured different opponents, but still, it was 8 against 2. It went about as well as you would imagine, and was, to put it kindly, an absolute mess of a match. For starters, the structure was by the entrance and bathed in weird lighting, so no one in the arena could actually see what was going on. And secondly, the storyline was woefully stupid. Hogan and Savage won the match, of course, thanks to booty man Ed Leslie giving them frying pans to use as weapons. What was I saying about the Flintstones earlier? The Triple Cage had several designs and appearances through WCW, but it was never deployed as woefully as it was here. Number 5, the Crybaby match.
That just looks weird. Honestly, that just looks weird as fuck. Thanks for the super chat. They have an alligator death match. Why? Like, why though? I don't know. I mean, I'm not the target audience, honestly. I'm probably not the target audience for like hardcore wrestling, like, you know, for like hardcore wrestling, I guess. Like that leans into a little too scary territory for me. I'm too much of a baby for that, I think. Fuck, dude. I don't know. Alligator death match is insane.
Wrestling is all about making your stars look great, whether they win or lose, or at least it should be. There is a victory in defeat when done right, and a spirited loss against a formidable opponent can turn your average Joe into a huge deal. The reverse is also true, and there are few better examples than when rookie underdog The Kid defeated Razor Ramon on Raw in 1993. It was a huge deal, and the rechristened 1-2-3 Kid became a player. Eventually, he was turned heel, because why not, and a renewed feud with Razor saw their roles reversed.
Damn.
With so much history between the two, there was only one suitable stipulation: the Crybaby match. Yeah, the Crybaby match. A regular match where the loser got their bum covered up with a big nappy, because nothing says tough wrestler like being made to look like an incontinent child. It was similar to the weasel suit matches that Bobby Heenan made famous. But Heenan was a cowardly heel manager, not a hot young wrestler who could have been groomed into a main eventer had they been presented and pushed differently. A weird, immature stipulation that could have only happened during the New Generation era. It's miraculous that the 1-2-3 Kid managed to come back from this. Number 4, the Last Rites match. No.
Someone mentioned this in the chat earlier. I don't know what it is, so you know, dude, I don't know what this is, so you know, this is gonna be great, guys.
List of one-off match types would be complete without an appearance from everyone's favorite train-loving bro, Vince Russo. During one of his many spells in TNA, Russo oversaw a bonkers feud between Abyss and Sting, all centered around the fact that Abyss shot his own dad. What stakes could possibly end this immense piece of human drama? A last rites match. A match that saw plastic candlesticks adorning the turnbuckles and spooky graveyard crap littered around the ring. The object was to call a coffin down from the ceiling, put your opponent in it, then raise it back up. Absolute bollocks. The match itself was terrible, as having a chunky coffin in the middle of a small ring inhibited the wrestler's ability to move freely and easily, plus it was traditionally overbooked TNA tripe that saw polystyrene tombstones obliterated and Sting gushing blood from a candelabra shot. The fans obviously turned on the match, chanting "Fire Russo" so loudly and passionately that Mike Tenay and Don West had to practically scream on commentary to try to drown them out. Needless to say, the last rites match was never attempted again, and it has gone down as one of the worst matches in TNA history. And that covers some ground, let me tell you. Number 3, the King of the Road.
So, I still think, like, I don't know, like, I one of my favorite, like, matches has to be, I think it was, Undertaker versus, like, AJ Styles or something, where, like, the meme shot came from. But yeah, that one I really enjoyed. You check Wrestling with Regret, guys, a face in the indie scene. No, I haven't, but I'll let my manager know. I don't know what the match was called. So, a lot of these matches, I don't actually know what their names are. All I know is that I enjoyed them. That's it. That's one of the ones I really liked. The King of the Road. What could this possibly be about? If it's about another fucking car, I just know it has to be like a fucking car, dude.
Even though mid-90s WCW had morphed into a kid-friendly cartoonish wrestling federation, it still had one foot in wrestling and wanted to keep their remaining fans from the NWA days happy. Sounds like a good climate to promote an event called Uncensored then, WCW's annual Extreme pay-per-view, where all matches were anything goes, including the King of the Road match. It pitted Dustin Rhodes versus the Blacktop Bully, better known as Demolition Smash. The two had been feuding for a while, and it all led to this, a brawl in the back of Bully's 18-wheeler. The objective was to fight from the back to the front of the open-air hay-filled trailer, climb the cab, and blast an air horn as the truck drove around public roads. The match itself was a weird concept, but was actually a half-decent brawl that saw both competitors blade, a huge no-no at the time. Dustin, Bully, and road agent Mike Graham were fired on the spot for going against company policy, and the King of the Road match was never used again. Again, this was on a pay-per-view called Uncensored. If irony were made out of strawberries, WCW sure would have drank a lot of milkshakes. A blessing in disguise, really, because if not for this match, we probably would have never gotten Goldust. Number 2, the Chamber of Horrors.
Wait. Okay. So they fired them. I don't know. Isn't that like technically like a road like hazard? I feel like people would like wouldn't people like intentionally like slow down to just like see what's happening? I don't know. Is that like a road like problem thing? Private road? Oh, okay, that's not that bad then. I guess it just sucked though. Like, man. Yeah. Oh well. I guess that does make sense. The Chamber of Horrors. Am I ready for this? I'm not ready for this.
Professional wrestling are immeasurable. His run as NWA champion and the mic work from that era influenced countless wrestlers, and his time on the booking committee produced gems like War Games and the infamous Dusty finish. But not everything Dusty pioneered was gold, especially not the Chamber of Horrors match at Halloween Havoc 1991. The Steiners, Sting, and Ellie Gonte taking on Big Van Vader, Abdullah the Butcher, Cactus Jack, and the Diamond Stud at the spookiest event of the year.
Halloween?
Sounds great. So what was the stipulation?
Okay.
Simple. The 8 men battle it out in a big cage, aiming to lower an electric chair and kill one of their opponents for the win. Completely normal, that. As the raging climax drew near, Abdullah got Rick Steiner in the electric chair as Cactus Jack cheered and acted the fool by the all-important death switch. But oh no! Rick switched with Abdullah and Cactus accidentally murdered his teammates with Abdullah twitching, convulsing, and bleeding buckets as light sparks flew about the place. Abdullah stayed dead for a couple of minutes, then got up and beat up a load of weird ghosts. The strangest part? This was the opening match of the pay-per-view. I mean, really, where do you go from there? First ever serial killer 8-man tag in the main event? Number 1, the Kennel from Hell.
Wait. Who thought it was a good idea to be like, oh yeah, the goal of this fucking match is to kill one of your opponents? Do girls like the Dusty Rhodes build? I'm personally invested in the answer being yes. The answer is, I'm sure that there are people who like it. It's not for me personally. The polka dots kind of make it a little worse. I don't know. Shinderu? Shinderu kana? 多分大丈夫けど、この街の説明は死んでるみたい。But, you know. What the fuck, dude? Because Halloween's spooky, so we're gonna make it so that you kill one of your fucking opponents. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, you have to remember, drugs, lots of drugs. You know, in hindsight, maybe the best anti-drug campaign was like 90s to early 2000s wrestling. You know, like maybe that this is like the best anti-drug campaign, bro. Like they're all crazy. Oh my god.
We've talked at length here at Cultaholic about Big Boss Man and Al Snow's infamous rivalry from 1999. Disturbing, over the top, genuinely nasty, it wasn't a high point of the Attitude Era. From the horrible Pepper the Dog incident onwards, everything built up towards
I don't
a huge
even want to ask.
blow-off.
I'm
The Kennel
scared.
from Hell. A Hell in a Cell surrounding a traditional blue caged ring with savage guard dogs patrolling in between, this was on course to be a violent bloodfest befitting such a heated feud, where the first to dodge all that carnage and escape would be victor. Then the bell rang and it all fell to pieces. The vicious guard dogs were anything but and spent the majority of the match either pooping and peeing everywhere or tracking down each other for a bit of naughty rumpy pumpy.
No.
Doggy style, obviously. Needless to say, it completely undermined the stakes of the match, and by the time Al Snow escaped and finally vanquished Big Boss Man, nobody cared. They were too busy laughing at dogs having a shag. I will admit that the double cage visual was sort of neat, but the columns of fresh dog turd that surrounded it just ruined it forever.
No, stop. That's in chat. Seven pointless gaming facts that live in our heads rent free, and it's Peppa Pig next to, and it's this, like, this thumbnail is crazy. What is this? It's Peppa Pig and then like a demon. What does this even mean? What does this even mean? Thank you for the follows, by the way, and Amadi, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. I know this has nothing to do with wrestling. I just had to point out this thumbnail. I don't get it. Voice actor probably. That makes sense. But also, this is something that I would click on purely because clickbait thumbnails work on me specifically. On me. I'm built like that. That will work on me. I don't know. I guess like the point of that was for one of them to be mauled by dogs, but like that's also crazy, right? Boss man killed Al Snow's dog and fed it to him. Who comes up with these storylines? I gotta ask, like, who comes up with this shit? I don't know. How drunk do you have to be? Vince Russo? You know, I was dropped on the hit as a baby, and somehow I think I couldn't come up with storylines like that. Shit, dude. Also, be right back. I gotta pee. I chucked like a whole can of Monster, so you know I gotta pee. Enjoy the dog. It's all the CTE? True, probably. I'm like that too when it comes to clickbait. Clickbait works on me so badly, it's insane. But yeah. Be right back, guys. I gotta pee. Hi guys, I'm back. I'm back. やばい、眠そう。なんか癒される？この歌？この曲？まあこの曲はね、癒される感じかな。Brother, there's a video. 140 wrestlers you swear never existed. It is 2 hours long. Hold up. That I swear have never existed. You know, I kind of believe that. I kind of believe that. No, I kind of get that. That's a lot of people too. That's an insane number of people. There was like a Maven video that I wanted to see, but like, let me see if I can find it. Hello, Arf. Hey guys, Maven here. But yeah, I probably have to ask my manager first. Okay. So now I'll let you guys pick. So there's a video. This video is top 10 wrestlers who nuke their own careers. Okay? Yeah. 10 wrestlers who nuke their own careers. 歌も犬も可愛い。そうなんだ。There's a follow-up to that, which is 10 more wrestlers who nuke their careers. And then there's 140 wrestlers you swear never existed. I can't decide. I think I want to do new careers one out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. This is the Maven one. This is the Maven one. I probably gotta ask like my managers to check the videos first. But yeah. This was one of the ones I wanted to watch.
Hey guys, Maven here.
Oh. But yeah, let me just send the link off to my manager to see if we can do it. Hi, welcome in. Ugh. Okay. Let's watch a little bit. Let's watch the top 10 wrestlers who nuke their own career, because I'm curious how badly do you have to fuck up to ruin your career, right? Right? How badly do you fuck up? Because like you know some of these guys have done some really fucked up shit. But you know, how bad?
Hey, Sean. What, Ray? Your heart still beating?
Huh?
Yeah. Here, take half of this.
Wait.
Now, some of the biggest names in professional wrestling have some of the darkest secrets behind closed doors. While there are big names who have been able to maintain their careers despite their controversy, plenty of careers were damaged because they built up a bad reputation in the wrestling business. These are wrestlers who had the potential to be something big in WWE, but they squandered their opportunity for one reason or another. Join us now as WrestleMania looks at 10 of the biggest screw-ups in professional wrestling. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos and follow us on Facebook for exclusive links.
Wait.
Also,
Let me just go through this very quickly. Okay, who you think is on the list is not on the list, so this should be fine.
Check out our new videos on WrestleMania XL. Number 1, the Brian Kendrick.
I don't know
Many
who that
picked
is.
Brian Kendrick as the next Shawn Michaels. Vince McMahon and company were never big fans of cruiserweights, but wrestlers like Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero proved that it was possible to be a main event star in WWE. It seemed that WWE was going to make Kendrick the next big thing as well. After WWE broke up London and Kendrick, the Virginia native came back as the Brian Kendrick with Ezekiel Jackson as his heavy. Kendrick got a couple of wins here and there, and he was even in the first ever championship scramble match where he was WWE champion for a couple of minutes. However, Kendrick loved marijuana. Reportedly, the company warned Kendrick numerous times about him failing his drug test for marijuana, but the former WWE star just didn't listen. That championship scramble was Kendrick's first and only taste of the WWE title, as he became an enhancement talent once the match was said and done. Kendrick was then released a year later because of his refusal to stop smoking marijuana. The former WWE star would return to the company 7 years later, but he was never given that main event treatment that was planned in 2008. Number 2, Sexy Star.
I actually think we've seen this video before. Oh, I remember now. We have seen this video. Okay, we've seen this video, and I remember specifically I had to cut this out of like the react because this was getting a little too spicy. I remember this now. Oh, yeah, we're watching part 2. Wait, before I watch part 2, I gotta see who is in it before I get like jump scared by a topic that Twitch may not like. Oh, really into sequel. Thank you. Also, Squishy Watari, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. So Eddie Guerrero segment? No. Oh. Nuh-uh. See a cool person? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay. I'm scared. This is 10 more wrestlers who nuked their careers. This one we haven't seen for sure. See you want to join? Thank you. And also thank you for all the follows. Thank you. I am... Yeah, I'm sure you guys know that Twitch is sensitive about certain topics. So, yeah.
I just have to get out of here.
Oh, it's right. Okay, never mind.
Mark Carrano was in there with Ric Flair, and I go, just take me off the TV show. I'm going home.
At one moment, you're wrestling in front of thousands of people in a sold-out arena. The next, you're in a high school gym wrestling around 12 people. In the unpredictable world of professional wrestling, success can vanish as quickly as it arrives. And these are 10 more wrestlers who nuked their own career.
Okay, wait, I just realized, is Ryback the guy from that one meme where it's like this guy, he's just eating and he's just staring, like with that, you know that meme I'm talking about where it's just a dude and he's just like eating like chips or something? That's him? Oh. What the heck? How did he become a meme? Oh! That's crazy. Okay.
Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos. Number 1, Marty Jannetty.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
A high-flying duo that shook up the tag team scene after their debut in 1988. But that changed on December 2nd, 91, as Shawn Michaels gave him the super kick heard around the world and sent Jannetty flying through the barbershop glass. Or as Bobby Heenan put it, the dastardly coward jumped right through. And this was actually supposed to be the beginning of Jannetty's rise as a top babyface in WWE, but that was never meant to be. Michaels and Jannetty were originally scheduled to fight at WrestleMania 8, but Jannetty was arrested and charged in January of 92 for possession of cocaine, drug paraphernalia, and resisting arrest. Those WrestleMania plans were immediately scrapped, and so was Jannetty's chances of ever being a top babyface in the company. Now, after leaving WWE in 1992, Marty did make a return in May of 93 and beat Shawn Michaels for the Intercontinental Championship. The reign would only last 19 days, where he'd lost the title back to Michaels at a house show in Albany, New York. The remainder of his run saw Jannetty feud with Doink the Clown and lose his match against Ludwig Borger at SummerSlam 93. Marty would be given multiple chances and blew them all away. Vince McMahon had virtually had it
Damn.
with Jannetty due to multiple arrests on tours and disappearances
fuck.
from shows. Marty was once again hired in the WWE in 1995, teaming up with Leif Cassidy as the New Rockers. He would have a brief reunion with Shawn Michaels in 2005, and after winning a full-time contract on an episode of Raw, Marty couldn't even travel outside of the state due to a court order, and this led to another release.
That is crazy and understandable. And yeah, no, like, bro deserves to have his career, like, taken away from him. Like, shit. You know, that's not very good. That's not very good. Holy fuck. Yeah, like, that video of him crashing is insane. Also, once I heard that he was wrestling against Doink the Clown, like, that your career's, like, kind of fucked, bro. Like, didn't he break someone's neck, paralyzing them with that move? What the fuck? Ugh. I don't know if we can pity him, because, like, he kind of, like, actively made, like, bad choices, though, right? So, yikes.
But outside of the ring, Jannetty's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He made headlines for bizarre social media posts, including disturbing and controversial statements that blurred the line between trolling and troubling cries for help. These posts often went viral, but not for the right reasons. Legal troubles, alleged drug use, and self-destructive choices continue to overshadow his in-ring legacy. What should have been a celebrated career filled with championships and accolades instead became a tragic example of wasted potential. It sadly wasn't one isolated incident that caused this major downfall, but rather a pattern of poor decisions, personal demons, and an inability to adapt as the industry evolved. Jannetty remains a what could have been story in wrestling lore, an undeniable gifted performer who, unlike his former tag partner, couldn't overcome the temptations and pitfalls that fame brought with it. Number 2, Jackson Riker.
Guys, I just gotta say, I've seen Vince McMahon's ass twice today, and I feel like that's a lot. I feel like that's a lot. Yeah, twice too many. I'm sorry that you guys had to had to look at it with me. Shit, I'm sorry, dude. Ugh. His feet are all messed up now. I saw him Dark Side of the Ring. I kind of want to watch it, but I don't know if I can watch it on stream. So that might have to be like a thing that I watch in private. Vince ass counter when the fact that that a Vince ass counter is being suggested means that we're gonna see more of Vince's ass, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie. If there's like asses that I don't want to see, it's Vince McMahon. And like, I want to say Mike Tyson, but we've already seen his ass. You know. We need to stop looking at it. I'm not looking at it intentionally. It's just on the screen. It's just on the screen, dude. What? Is this in preparation for the Royal Rumble? No. No, it's not in preparation for Royal Rumble. But I am excited to watch it though. I don't know. Maybe that would be a thing. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. Haven't quite decided. Most of us grew up seeing Vince's cheeks. It's okay. You know, maybe my mother was right, not letting me watch wrestling growing up. Maybe she had a point. Maybe she had... See, chat, maybe she had a point not letting me watch wrestling growing up if Vince's ass was, like, out there in public that often. You know? Be AJ either, because AJ's about to retire. Maybe. Hendry's down in NXT at the moment. Just let me be delusional. Let me be happy and delusional. Okay. Just let me be delusional. Maybe LA Knight. I feel like they fucked up the LA Knight push so often. It's kind of insane. You know? Obafemi, maybe. Oh, Obafemi would be a good choice, though. Fuck, dude. It's gonna be Randy. Roman? Randy? Dark Horse would be... I don't know. Do you think they'll ever try to push, like, Damian Priest again? You know? I don't know. I have a soft spot in my heart for bisexual Undertaker. I do love that man very much. But I don't know. I feel like as much as I want to like LA Knight, I feel like they've done him dirty so many times. Priest is so boring though. I have a soft spot for him. What can I say? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. What if Dom wins? Dom's not gonna win. Dom is not gonna win the men's Royal Rumble, okay? Dominic Mysterio is the face of the women's wrestling division. Bro is being passed around like a lavender candle at Christmas time. He's not gonna win. Is he? Okay. Think about how many storylines has been created over women fighting for Dominic Mysterio. Right. Bro is literally like, bro was low-key carrying the women's division for like a few months. He wasn't even wrestling, he was just there. You know? Like, he was literally carrying the women's division for a few months, and now it's become like incredibly whatever, because they've drawn this every woman wants me storyline for a little too long, I think. You know? I'm pissed he betrayed mommy, like Muslim mommy fumble, haha. See, the thing about it is that I genuinely, okay, if there's any Roxanne fans in the chat, I'm really sorry, but I think going from like Rhea Ripley to Liv, right? To Liv Morgan, I wouldn't, that's not a downgrade because they're both really hot. But I do think that going from Liv Morgan to Roxanne is low-key a downgrade. I don't think that, like, I know they're trying to push her, I just don't think she's that hot. I don't know. Yeah, no, Dominic Mysterio is a Divas belt. That's the thing. I just don't think that, like, she's like as hot as like Rhea Ripley or like Liv Morgan. So like, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like this like weird push. Also, bro gets bought out by like chicken nuggets and like a fucking Nintendo Switch. Like, on God, if you want a career in like WWE, you just gotta go down to like your local McDonald's, buy like 300 like chicken nuggets and like, you know, and like, I don't know, like put like a trail of them out of like the WWE building or something. Like her wrestling, I don't know. I genuinely think that like Roxanne just doesn't have like the same level of charisma that like Rhea or like Liv Morgan have. You know? You're saying you wouldn't for chicken nuggets? I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. How long have you been watching wrestling for? By the way, a while. Like, it's a few years. I've been watching for a few years, and I used to watch it sporadically growing up, but like, it's never been like super consistent, I guess. What are your thoughts on Gunther? don't know. I like Gunther. I guess Gunther is very like his whole thing is that he's very like, you know, he is the like bad guy, right? So I don't hate it. And his like I don't hate it. I mean, I think that Gunther is very like old school wrestler, I'd say. But yeah. You watch NXT also? On occasion. On occasion. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know. Like I said, I genuinely think that Roxanne is a downgrade. I am, you know who I am excited for though? Sol Ruka. I think that she is honestly a lot more entertaining. I'm also excited to see, I don't know, when Julia joined, I was really excited for the hype because I love my Joshi Pro Wrestling. I love Joshi Pro Wrestling a lot. I was really excited for Julia, but I feel like I don't know. Yeah, they kind of nerfed her. I don't know where she's at right now, and I don't know why they're doing that to her. She's so hot though. I fucking love Julia. Like, she's so fucking hot. Like, Kairi Sane, by the way, I don't know if you guys have kept up, but Kairi Sane has been posting pictures of her and like Drew in like Saudi Arabia, and the pictures are so cute. Like, it's so like they're really best friends, you know, type of shit. Who in NXT do you think could go main roster right now? Joe Hendry. Just Joe Hendry. Literally just Joe Hendry because I love him and I am definitely not biased whatsoever. I love Io Sky though. I genuinely think that Io Sky deserves like the flowers that she gets. You know? I think Io Sky is great. There's nothing about Io Sky that I don't like. I think she's good. I think she's got a lot of charisma. I think she's got a lot of aura. I think that she speaks good enough English that she can cut a promo. Right? Oh, you know who they're probably gonna push though at Royal Rumble? Kit Wilson. They're gonna take advantage of the hype around him. So they're probably gonna push Kit Wilson quite a bit, I think. Yeah. Dude. I don't know, man. Crazy Io won a WrestleMania match for Asuka. True. Dude, I mean, I love Asuka a lot. And, you know, I love Asuka. Okay, there's no, like, ifs, ands, or buts. But, yeah. I don't know. I feel for her, though. She had, like, an issue with, like, stalking a while back, huh? Oh, we're just talking about, like, we're talking about Royal Rumble predictions. How's wrestling going? Pretty good. I think we're having a nice time, actually. I don't know. If Charlotte Flair wins the Women's Royal Rumble, I think my only reaction will be, oh. You know? I genuinely think that'll be my reaction, just, oh. Because it's not like I don't like Charlotte Flair, but she wins so often that, like, I don't think I could have any other reaction. I don't know. Like I said, I genuinely, I want to see, like, one of the Joshis win. I want to see. I think for me, it's like any of the Joshi Pro Wrestler. If Sol Ruka won, I'd be happy too, but I don't think she will. History behind the warrior. Hi. Safe to say we're all kind of exhausted of her win lol shtick. I am. I don't know. As much as I like them, as much as I like her, don't get me wrong. Right? As much as I like her, I just she's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know how much of this I can abide by. But also, hi! Thank you for joining my stream. This is insane. I've watched some of your videos. Dude, Charlotte's overrated? I don't think that she's overrated. I think she's a good wrestler. But I think that, the hype has carried her a little too much. Yeah, no, I like Mortal Kombat a lot, so I keep up with, like, a lot of, like, fighting games, even though I'm not very good. But yeah, I want Gail Kim to come out of retirement and have a good run WWE. See, that's the problem though. I feel like on a certain level, some of the older wrestlers, I don't know how old Gail Kim is actually, but I don't know if she'll move as agile, you know, as like before. Dude, she came back. That promo with Tiffany Stratton was comedy. Do you think they'll push? Oh fuck, what's her name now? Mariah May? Do you think they'll push her at some point? I mean, they did that whole that whole bath water thing, right? And then like kind of like put her in a box somewhere else. Blake Monroe, yeah. You want to know something crazy? So I was at the Forbidden Door, right? I was at the Forbidden Door where there was like the three-way kiss between her, Tony Storm, and Mina Shirakawa, right? There was that was the Forbidden Door where they did the three-way kiss, and like I was just sat there, you know, minding my own business, and right next to me was this couple, okay. And the guy was so obviously excited to see Mina Shirakawa, and his like girlfriend or wife was like so mad, okay? She stormed off, and the guy's friend was like, you should go like talk to her, right? And this guy was like, no, he sat through the entire fucking match, and it was like, oh buddy, you're sleeping on like the couch or something tonight. Like, goddamn. Who's hotter, Mina, Tony, or Mariah? I think Mina Shirakawa, actually. I actually really like Mina Shirakawa. Yeah. Most of them will be in latex bodysuit for over an hour. That match was insane. I have a friend who's like a big Mina Shirakawa fan, and like when she came out bi, no, she came out as like lesbian, right? She came out as a lesbian, and he was so sad. He was so deflated that day. It was insane. But the timeless Tony Storm. Like I think I was like in the bathroom just when that match started, the Tony Storm match started. And literally the stall next to me, this girl was on the phone, and I heard her go, the Tony Storm match started, and I heard the door like open. I heard her like I don't know if she washed her hands. I heard her run, dude. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, that's insane. And if she was a lesbian, apparently so. The bathroom? Yeah. You know, like where you go pee? The bathroom? What do you guys call? There's no way you guys call it something different in America, right? Guys, dream harder. I'm sorry, besties. You gotta dream harder. I could swear she's married. Mina Shirakawa? I don't think so, actually. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Because I remember my friend crashed out hard. Bro, how is Mina Shirakawa 38? Chat, she's 38. Wait. She started trading and she made her debut at the age of 30. Okay, besties. So, anyways, I'm gonna graduate. So I'm gonna graduate as a VTuber, okay? And I'm gonna go and like, you know, I'm gonna go for a few years to Japan. And then I'll come back like a few years later, okay? You know? You're too short for it? Okay, shut the fuck up. What do you mean I'm too short for it? She was a gravure model before she became a pro wrestler. From what I remember, I think she was like a wedding planner or something like that. Five-foot height requirement? Oh shit, really? There's a height requirement? It's 5 feet. So anyways, I'm gonna keep being a VTuber, guys. I'm gonna keep being a VTuber. You know, I don't think the wrestling thing is gonna work out. I don't think it's gonna work out. I don't meet the height requirements. Fuck, dude, that's crazy. I mean, it's never too late. I started last year. I'm 30 this year. You know, real as fuck. I don't know if there's much of a like a community for that here, but bet. How is wedding planning even a job? What's the plan? Walk the aisle, say a thing, kiss, done? No. Have you never seen weddings? Who do you think like takes care of like the venue and making sure that things go well? It's not the bride, usually. They hire a wedding planner to do stuff like that. Sure, than 5 feet. Yeah, yes. But yeah. Like, I mean, you know, I'm just a girl, dude. Bro, I Googled, is Mina Shirakawa married? And Google is not giving me an answer. Yeah, they're not giving me an answer. L in the chat. I don't know if she's married or not. Sorry, chat. 410 and a VTuber pick a struggle. You wanna know what's a true struggle? You wanna know what's a true struggle? Putting things up in the upper compartment on airplanes. Like what the hell's up with that? Dude, I forgot about Micah. Micah is good too. Shit. You gonna fight Tony Storm and Micah for Mina? I don't like women though, guys. Shit. I'm just a guy. Okay? I don't have like I don't know. I'm not into women, bro. L take. Man. Okay. She wears painter stills, that way you can be a normal person height. I am a normal person. What? Chat. I'm 4'11". I failed the test to become a real person. This is so sad.
But Jackson Riker's claim to fame was during his run in TNA. The
Oh.
former WWE star had all the potential in the world to be a big name, so it was no surprise that WWE
How
signed
did
him
he
in
fuck up?
2017. Now, Riker's career didn't have the success most NXT stars had before he made the jump to the main roster. Riker was paired with Wesley Blake and Steve Cutler to form the Forgotten Sons. The trio had a rather uneventful run in the developmental system, but in all fairness, that was due to the lame duck booking than their talent. It seemed that Vince McMahon genuinely liked Riker and the Forgotten Sons when they made their debut on SmackDown on April 20th, 2020. They even got a win over the WWE Tag Team Champions, The New Day. But then Jackson Riker sent out a tweet that ruined not only his career, but 2 other careers. The tweet in question criticized the Black Lives Movement, and Riker thanked President Donald Trump. The cherry on the top was that Riker finished off his tweet with his signature catchphrase. Riker caught heat for this immediately, with guys like Kevin Owens and Mustafa Ali notably responding to Riker's tweet with disapproval. The Forgotten Sons were removed from WWE television, and the gimmick was dropped instantly. Unfortunately for Cutler and Blake, they never recovered from that moment, and WWE fired them a year later. However, the company still saw value in Jackson Riker.
Yikes.
They tried to turn him face by feuding with Elias, but Riker was not clicking as a babyface at all. Perhaps it was the cheap haircut he was forced to get, or the lame Elias storyline that resulted in his face turn. But there's also no denying that Riker still had heat from fans about the tweet he made a year earlier. Though he won the Elias feud, he was put on main event until his release on November 21st, 2021. Jackson's career remained dead in the water. The former WWE star felt that he'd said nothing wrong and explained why on the Wrestling for Faith podcast.
Well, June 1st, 2020, and it says 7:52 p.m. I just moved into my new house here in Mooresville, North Carolina. And, we've all got our own views on anytime there's a president, there's a leader, that's what makes America great. Mm-hmm. That's why I served 4 years in the Marine Corps, so I could, tweet about my approval for a certain president. I wasn't one of those who was trying to bash anybody else. I was simply putting out my support for a president that I thought was doing a good job for this country. Gas prices were down, unemployment was down, jobs were up. Mm-hmm. Just so much going on with the economy was flourishing. You can do the studies and look at it, man. And that was just my tweet to basically show my support. Which the funny thing is
I don't believe him either.
Even I was looking through some history of things. I would tweet or Instagram certain things about Donald Trump, but for some reason that day, and I believe you touched on it before we started, some things that were going on in America at the time, I tweeted my support for him before. So to me, there was nothing wrong with that tweet. There was no racial undertone. There was no jabs. There was nothing but me saying God bless America and thankful for the president of the United States that we had at the time. And like I said, I served 4 years in the Marine Corps from 02 to 06. Does that give me a right to be an idiot on social media and go out and say stupid stuff? Absolutely not. But does it give me a right to support a president that I voted for? I do believe it was. And look, we've never talked about it. First time right here, people getting a chance to hear about it. I'm excited to kind of let it out. But I could see if there was something wrong with that tweet. But in my eyes, I said nothing wrong. And so that's where I stand on it, man.
Riker would give up professional wrestling altogether in 2024. Number 3.
I don't know. I feel like as a public persona, you have to number one, you have to be very conscious about politics. You have to be really conscious about it. And if you have a platform, all the more so. That's... Just, I don't know. Okay, I will never talk politics on my channel. Number one, I'm not American. Irresponsible for me to comment on another country's politics. But also, the wrong things are wrong. Regardless. Canada? I'm not Canadian, I'm from Asia. Yeah. It was more to do with the timing of the tweet than anything else. Honestly, yeah. A lot of, things, probably to him, yeah, there was nothing wrong. with like what he tweeted. But also, he's talking about the gas prices and everything being down and whatnot, but isn't that like usually the effects, like the trickle down effects from like the previous administration? So like he's talking about like the economy improving, and that's not something that happens like overnight. So it's probably like trickled down from like the previous administration. Ooh. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's just keep it going.
Low-key. Low-key was making noise down in Ring of Honor, where he was the inaugural Ring of Honor World Champion.
Okay.
His title reign didn't last long, but having matches against names like AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels will definitely put you on the map. This helped him transition to TNA and New Japan Pro Wrestling, where Low-key captured the X Division and IWGP Junior Heavyweight titles respectively.
I don't remember him.
By the time 2008 rolled around, Low-key was one of the hottest professional wrestlers on the planet. Though his size was seen as a disadvantage by some, Low-key brought a unique blend of realism and entertainment to his matches that made him stand out from guys like Matt Sydal or AJ Styles. Still, it was a surprise when Low-key joined WWE. While size was a contributing factor, his resume didn't come without some controversy behind the scenes. That being, he's very difficult to work with. The former Ring of Honor World Champion has been described as someone who takes the business too seriously and refused to job on multiple occasions. And nobody can deny Low-key's talents, as it's hard to find a bad Low-key match, but there's a reason why he hasn't returned to Ring of Honor since 2006. Word is that Gabe Spolowski became so frustrated with Low-key that he refused to book him after his second run. The former Ring of Honor booker has yet to confirm this, but it's no coincidence that the inaugural Ring of Honor champion disappeared from the promotion after 2006. But WWE was his chance to finally break and prove that he's one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Oh, damn!
For years, there were rumors that the company wanted to bring him in, so it sounded like WWE was willing to put the time and invest into the former world champion. Sadly, his introduction to the WWE Universe was on the worst version of NXT, and it didn't get any better from there. Known as Kaval in WWE, the former X Division champion had Michelle McCool and Layla as his mentors for the second season. This did Kaval no favors because Laycool were channel changes that annoyed WWE fans. This held him back as a character. To be fair, Creative never booked him as something that fans should care about in the first place. Though Low-key had some fun moments here and there, it was clear that Creative didn't see him as anything other than a low mid-carder at best. His most memorable moment in the company was his match against Dolph Ziggler at Survivor Series 2011 because he could show off what he did best. The match was great, but that didn't matter since he was released shortly after. It's unknown why Vince treated Kaval like an enhancement talent. He was rather popular on NXT. Hell, he won the second season. It could have been due to the infamous promo Kaval cut that mentioned TNA. Even he himself said that Vince wanted him gone after dropping that line. But despite the failed WWE run, he was able to return to TNA and New Japan Pro Wrestling. However, the issues regarding Low-key's attitude managed to return. Low-key was fired from New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2013 because officials were furious about him wrestling in a suit without clearing it with them first. Low-key has talked about his firing from New Japan, and he claims that wearing a suit during his matches was a protest against wrestling in Fukushima. The backstory behind this is that Low-key told officials that he did not want to wrestle at the event because of the health and safety reasons stemming from the nuclear disaster. New Japan booked him for the match anyway, and he had a fantastic bout against Kota Ibushi and Prince Devitt, but New Japan was so furious about Low-key's disrespect that they hadn't booked him since. Now, his return to TNA was slightly better thanks to his time in the underrated Beatdown Clan faction with Bobby Lashley, MVP, Samoa Joe, and Kenny King. His fourth return as a member of the new LAX was great, and he won the X Division title in both of his stints and was on the cusp of entering the main event. But his runs were so hot and cold because Low-key's attitude problem prevented him from reaching a higher level. Jeff Jarrett would talk about Low-key's run on his My World podcast, saying,
Low-key, especially as we sit here today, and it just wasn't in TNA, in different promotions, he was always his worst enemy. His athletic ability and his believability in the ring, he knew how to work incredibly good, so he wouldn't hurt you. There would always be something when you get him right to a point that you're going to push him to the next level. And I don't want to say self-destruct, but I've read that about him, and I'm like, yeah, you know, a lot of times he was his own worst enemy climbing that ladder. And for whatever reason, he's a guy that I think will go down in history, and it's like, damn, what if? Because his skill set was there, and he could talk as well. His very stoic delivery was a unique presentation. That I thought had a lot of money in it. but never did quite get over that hump.
His career parallels with Austin Aries as his final run in TNA burned too many bridges with officials. Low-key transitioned over to Major League Wrestling and finally got a world title run that lasted 205 days. And though he did have a pretty good run in MLW, Low-key was never able to reach the same level of popularity that he had in TNA. Number 4, Joey Ryan.
Damn. I mean, attitude issues getting you fired. I'm not even gonna lie, it makes sense. You know? Like, it does make sense if you can't be cooperative, I guess, but... Wait, trigger warning? Oh, how bad is this gonna be? I don't know who this person is. It's rough. Oh boy. Is this like censorship level rough or like, I don't know. That? Oh. Oh well. Demonetization, my old friend. Demonetization, my old friend, how I missed you. Hi guys, editors, I'm sorry in advance. This guy and his whole gimmick was always a huge red flag. This guy, Joey Ryan? Ooh. He has like the most like regular guy name. So I'm curious now. I'm genuinely curious. This is 10 more wrestlers who nuke their career. I'm curious. This is bad. I'm curious.
Joey Ryan had been in the wrestling scene for over a decade before his fame in the business grew.
Okay.
Ryan had competed in TNA, Lucha Underground, and was even at the first AEW show, All In. Ryan separated himself from other wrestlers by becoming an over-sexualized porn star character that fans just ate up. He was a modern-day Val Venus, albeit cranked up to about an 11. Ryan seemed to be on top of the world in 2020. He owned bar wrestling in Los Angeles and was being booked left and right in various promotions.
Is that Cody
but then
Rhodes?
The speaking out movement happened, and he was exposed as a sexual predator. 17 different accusations were made against Ryan, and some of those accusations were sexual assault, grooming underage girls, and unwanted sexual advances. Ryan heavily denied the allegations. In fact, he released a long and detailed video on his YouTube channel refuting every allegation made against him. Ryan eventually took down the video, but he did show evidence that fought back against accusations levied against him. There was no way to know if his evidence was legitimate. At the same time, the accusations against Ryan were just that, accusations, as he was never charged for any crimes. But though there were wrestlers who backed some of the allegations about Joey Ryan's behavior, 17 allegations is hard to negate, and Ryan's career was heavily damaged because of it. The court of public opinion decided that Joey Ryan was guilty. He was fired from Impact Wrestling, bar wrestling was forced to shut down, hell, he was even removed from all the Being the Elite videos from the Young Bucks. Joey Ryan was blacklisted from wrestling. Every promotional person that he worked with has denounced him. Right now, Ryan's wrestling career is virtually dead.
Is that
he hasn't wrestled in
Disneyland?
5 years, and it's unlikely a promotion is willing to take a chance on him anytime soon. He attempted a comeback in 2021 by organizing a Wrestling for Women charity event, and he received mountains of backlash for it. Every wrestler or promoter pulled out of the event once it was discovered that bar wrestling was behind it. Number 5, Jack Gallagher.
Okay. 17 is a lot of fucking allegations, bro. Holy shit. Like... I mean, they say like he also tried to do another comeback last year. Oh fuck. I wouldn't say it's like skip territory. Like, I'm gonna be very real with you. I think that like people do things that are creepy but are not necessarily in like I can call the police territory, if that makes sense. like, if people are making unwanted sexual advances, but it's not illegal, I still think that, like, yeah, I should be allowed to be like, yo, you're being kind of creepy. You know? But even if it's not like a criminal case. It's more like cannot convict in the US. Yeah, I bet. Comes to gimmicks, there was part of it's just an extension of the personality dialed to 10 for Joey, though it was always him. That makes sense. That was that whole weird like porn star gimmick, that like whole weird like 80s porn star gimmick is a lot. And the fact that like he shook a little girl's hand kind of like it gave me the ick. Cause if your entire like I'm gonna be so for reals, I don't know, but if your entire gimmick is that you're like a porn star, I don't think you should be like interacting with the children, bro. Like, I don't know, man. You shouldn't be like interacting with kids, man. He used to body slam wrestlers with his dick. Oh, they did say he was like hypersexualized. Dude. Ick. Just ick, dude. In hindsight, it makes it all that much worse. It's just the ick. Didn't help that his gimmick was trash. The dickplex, oh. The fetus strength spot, but instead of his hands, he used his junk. Okay. Why did anyone think that was a good idea? Why did anyone think that was a good idea? I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, fuck, dude. I don't know. Yikes. Just yikes.
Jack Gallagher was another name ruined by the speaking out movement.
No.
The former star came into WWE thanks to the 2016 Cruiserweight Classic and immediately made an impact. He had something that many of the cruiserweights were missing: charisma and personality. Now his time in WWE will be relegated to NXT and 205 Live when 2020 hit, but it would get much worse when Gallagher was accused of sexual assault on June 19th, 2020. Under the username of PlantMommy300, the Twitter user recalled a New Year's Eve party in 2014 and detailed Gallagher poured an excessive amount of alcohol into a glass and detailed a moment he tried to assault her. WWE suspended Gallagher on June 30th, but it wouldn't take long for the company to release him from his contract.
Damn.
The former WWE star would address those allegations in an interview with Wrestling Inc., and it's pretty much an admission of guilt. Following an accusation made in June of 2020 as part of the speaking out movement, I was released from my contract with the WWE. I didn't release a statement then because it didn't feel like the right thing to do at the time. I'm now taking the time to process what has happened and would like to respond. In 2014 at a New Year's Eve party, I met a young woman and my behavior towards her was inappropriate. As this party was nearly 6 years ago and I had drunk quite a larger amount of alcohol that night, unfortunately, I do not recollect what happened. I wish to make it clear that drinking is not an excuse for my behavior that night. I want to express my deepest regrets and I'm genuinely sorry for the upset that I have caused. Gallagher has not wrestled since June 15th, 2020 and he's pretty much retired since he made the transition over to MMA.
Oh, he's
Number
in
6,
MMA
Jimmy
now?
Havoc. Now, the speaking out allegations didn't just affect a number of WWE stars. Jimmy Havoc was caught in the crossfire due to an allegation from his ex-girlfriend Rebecca Crow. She accused Havoc of being physically and emotionally abusive throughout a 3-year relationship. Another woman who wished to remain anonymous accused the former AEW star of rape. Tony Khan immediately suspended Havoc and released a statement claiming that he would be seeking treatment for substance abuse and mental health. However, Havoc was ultimately let out of his contract in August of 2020. Let's be fair, Jimmy was never going to be a big star in AEW. Known for being a deathmatch wrestler, Havoc came in with a ton of buzz in AEW, but it was clear that Tony Khan didn't really know what to do with him. Like everyone on this list so far, Havoc completely disappeared from professional wrestling. His final match was against the Young Bucks on June 11th, 2020. Number 7, Michael Elgin.
Yikes. Dude. Like, you know what's the thing? Creeps exist everywhere. Like, no matter like what culture you're in, creeps will exist everywhere. It's kind of insane. Ew, just ew. He also does Jimmy Havoc is now a UPS driver and he also does Uber Eats. Jimmy Havoc sucked. His signature move was giving people paper cuts. Ugh. This one you guys like, do you like this wrestler? Dude. That's kind of shit, damn. Okay, I'm ready.
Michael Elgin is another casualty of the speaking out movement, and it's a shame since the former Ring of Honor World Champion's career was finally on the rise. When you thought of one of the best indie wrestlers in the world, Elgin was on the list during his run in the mid-2010s. His run as world champion in Ring of Honor opened plenty of eyes, but his time in New Japan really helped elevate his status. But in 2017, it all came crashing down, as reports surfaced that Elgin mishandled sexual allegations. Elgin was the owner of Glory Pro Wrestling, and one of his students, Malone, alleged that she was sexually assaulted by one of her classmates, but he ignored her claim for 9 months. What's even worse is that he privately discredited her claims. The former Ring of Honor World Champion lost some bookings, but that didn't ruin his career. However, the multiple accusations of sexual misconduct surely did. These included explicit videos, which we can't mention on YouTube, as well as some other allegations where Elgin was sending unwanted explicit photos to female wrestlers. Elgin was hot in Impact Wrestling during this time, and he seemed primed to win the Impact World Championship as he was part of a 5-way match for the world title. But Impact pulled him from the match and suspended him until further notice. Unfortunately for Elgin, more allegations came out, and Impact had no other choice but to fire him. And he still wrestles, but it's not in any top indie promotions. It's doubtful that his career will ever have the same level of success that he had prior to the accusations. Number 8, Marty Scurll.
Dude. Yeah, guys, never send unwanted dick pics, bro. Never. Don't do that. That is bad. That is really bad. So I heard of him. He was arrested in Japan for trying to steal protein powder. I'm not even gonna lie. You wanna know something crazy? You know what's being heavily pushed in like the New Japan Pro Wrestling stores right now? Apparently Tanahashi has like a line of like protein powders, and I genuinely thought about trying it, but then I was like, also no, I don't want to be swole. No, thank you. Don't send wanted ones either. That's blackmail material. Honestly, just don't send like intimate pictures in general. Yeah, like don't send like intimate pictures in general, dude. Like Tanahashi protein powder actually sounds insane. Yeah, they were heavily pushing it. That's just like new, like his new like merch line, I guess. I thought about like, I genuinely thought about getting it for like the memes, but then on the off chance I actually become swole, I'm gonna be scared, dude. I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. Let me Google it. Let me see. Let me see really quick. Doko. Tokon shop. Fuck. Oh, I'm in pain. Oh, I am physically in pain and I don't like this, and this upsets me. Oh, this upsets me. I don't like it. I will be buying this shirt though. So anyways, I'm in pain. I'm upset now. I don't like it. Where the heck was it? I thought Tanahashi. Do they go by like Hiroshi Tanahashi, or do they go by like yeah. Do they have his protein powder? They do not, I don't think. I didn't buy any of his t-shirts while I was in the New Japan store, by the way. Nai? For reals? They haven't got his like protein powder. Also, I also did not get any of the signed like the signed posters, portraits, by the way. I don't know how to explain that to anybody. I don't know how to explain that to anybody. If a guy came to my house and I was like, yeah, that's a signed picture of like Hiroki Goto right there. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? Savas じゃないよ。Oh yeah, here, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. It literally has Tanahashi on the it literally has Tanahashi on the bottom of it. This is like vanilla flavor. I was like, this looks really cool, and like low key, I would love to have something like this on my shelf. But at the same time, what the fuck am I supposed to do with protein powder? So anyways, if I potentially do like another sponsorship and then like immediately go off to buy protein powder, you'll understand why, right, chat? Am I muted? Wait, can you not hear me? Get swole? I'm not gonna get swole. Like, I'm not gonna get swole, okay? But yeah. I'm also not gonna buy this, I don't think. I don't know. Get them gains, Miwa? Chat, do you think I'll ever become swole? What do you think? How swole do you think I should be? Come on, just 3 sets of 20? What? Okay, wouldn't it be freaky if I like showed up one day with like you know, with like looking like fucking, I don't know, prime Scott Steiner? Bro, oh my god. Can I tell you guys something? I don't know if I could ever date a guy that's like super swole, because like there's one thing that's always scared me, and that's like the incredibly like developed, like, you know, that like one like bump that like Scott Steiner and like Hulk Hogan have. It's like between their like neck and shoulder. It's like one of the muscles that's like super like overly developed. I've always found that like really scary looking. I don't think I could date a guy that's like super buff, dude. You know what I mean? I don't know what muscle that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what muscle that is. All I can tell you is that I think that's scary looking, and I don't like it. Meanwhile, you aren't gonna get any taller, you might as well get swoller. No, just do calisthenics. Yeah, no, I do like Pilates, bro. I do Pilates. I'm like good on my own. I'm fine. But yeah. Dog, I don't know, man. Ugh. So you prefer chubby guys? I would say that, I wouldn't say chubby guys necessarily, but I would say that peak body type for me would be Kota Ibushi. Where it's not like built where it's super defined or anything. If that makes sense. That's like peak body type. Do I expect that body type? Absolutely not. But okay, hold up. I have that one picture of that one guy whose name I already forgot. because I'm kind of stupid. But was he incredibly sexy to me? Yeah. Do I have issues? Probably. This guy. Fuck, I forgot his name already. But this is such a hot picture. 10 out of 10. Yeah. Guys, why am I... Is that... I think that is Shota. Umi no Shota. I think that is Umi no Shota. But yeah. But yeah, you know, like... It's not like, I don't know, it's just like not like crazy, like defined, you know what I mean? I don't think it's New Japan. I think it is like... fuck. New Japan じゃない けど He's in a J-pop band? He is not. Wait, is he? Is he? Wait. ちょっと海のShota. You know what? I think the easier thing to do would be to just... reverse, like, Google... Oh no, this is Ueno Yuki. Yeah, Ueno Yuki, who is in DDT. He is not in a J-pop. He is not in a J-pop group. Dude, is Takeshita also kind of hot though? Ueno Yuki. Yeah, I don't know. Just this picture's like really hot. 10 out of 10. Chat. Is he hot? I'd say so. Right? I don't know. Let's see how far this like train wreck goes. Now I'm scared. Cause I know you like this guy, but I'm scared.
Now, perhaps the name with the biggest chance at making it as a top star in AEW or WWE was Marty the Villain Scurll. Like the previous entrants, he'd built his name on the independent scene, but it wasn't until he joined the Bullet Club where he started gaining notoriety. Before joining the popular faction, he was a bland babyface until he changed his persona to the villain during his time in Progress Wrestling. That villain persona helped further establish him as a single star during his Bullet Club run, and it seemed that Scurll was posed for big things in professional wrestling. He even turned down an AEW contract in 2020. In return, he gained more power in Ring of Honor as he joined the creative team in addition to being an on-screen performer. However, the speaking out movement exposed another performer. In this case, a female came forward and claimed that at the age of 16, Scurll had taken advantage of her while she was drunk. The former Ring of Honor star admitted on a Twitter post to the encounter, but it was made clear that it was consensual. I'm aware that a young woman has bravely come forward with her account of sexual abuse by some members of the wrestling community in the UK 5 years ago, a community I was part of. Although I truly believe that our encounter that evening was consensual and the fact that the encounter was legal is almost not the point. I understand now that she views our encounter as part of a bigger problem within the wrestling community. What concerns me at this moment is that from what I've been reading, she's a fan of wrestling and was made to feel unsafe within that community. That is not acceptable. I also understand that some people have been attacking her on social media, and I implore you to please stop. She has a right to her voice, and it's our responsibility to listen. Now, fans weren't happy with that apology, so Scurll released another one. But the damage was already done. Ring of Honor released Scurll from his contract. AEW, TNA, and WWE has had the opportunity to sign him for 5 years, but none of the mainstream companies would touch him after the allegations. The former Ring of Honor star is still wrestling on the independent scene, but in no-name promotions, as even places like Progress Wrestling or NWA want nothing to do with him. Number 9, Deborah.
Okay. I mean, even if you thought it was consensual, don't you think that 16's just way too young though? Like, I mean, you know, don't you think 16's like way too young to even like consider messing with? You know, regardless of what the age of consent is, like, if you're an adult, there should be smarter boundaries. And no, oh man, I don't know. Even if like 16 is like the age of consent, right? I think that like as a grown adult, messing around with a 16-year-old is really creepy and gross. Yeah. Like, brother, at 16, I still needed like my mother's permission to like, I don't know, to get like ice cream before like dinner, you know? Like, bro, at like 16, I wasn't making conscious decisions as a human being, brother. Hello from Japan. 日本人ですか? よろしく. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely not. Like, even in my like 20s, right? If somebody like below the age of 20 talks to me, I get very uncomfortable. No American? Oh, welcome in. Yeah. Like, yeah, if you have to bring up the age of consent to defend yourself, you've lost the plot. I mean, I genuinely like firmly believe, yeah, that as an adult, we cannot be looking at the age of consent as like the bare minimum. Like, no, the bare minimum is literally 5 to 7 years below your age. And I say 7 because I'm being generous. But for me, my maximum limit, 5 years higher or 5 years lower. And even if they're 5 years lower, I feel gross. I feel icky talking to someone 5 years younger than me. I can't do it, you know? So maybe for me, it is like people my age to 5 years higher. I saw wrestling and my curiosity got to me. Yeah, so like we like wrestling, we're watching wrestling right now, and we're learning about wrestlers who nuke their careers. And how old are you? I am in my mid-20s. Like I'm in my mid to late 20s. So this is information that I can't release only because my country's incredibly small. You know? Yeah, like that sounded rational. I don't know, man. Like, I genuinely don't like it when people are like, but the age of consent is 16. That doesn't give you free reign to go do stuff with a 16-year-old though. Like, brother, what? Yikes. Also, I don't know who Deborah is, so this is gonna be exciting. I see WWF. I know this shit's gonna be like old, so man.
In an unfortunate case, Deborah represents one of the darkest sides of pro wrestling. Most people know that she was Stone Cold Steve Austin's wife, but Deborah had a solid career before she linked up with Austin. She started out a wrestling run in WCW as a manager for Steve Mongo McMichael in '96, and after she turned on him in '97, she began briefly managing Goldberg and Alex Wright before heading over to WWE in '98.
Okay.
Deborah would come in as Jeff Jarrett's girlfriend, and she began wrestling in '99 and even beating Sable in an evening gown match to win the WWE Women's Championship. But Deborah wasn't on screen with Austin until 2001. By that time, the two were already married, and it genuinely seemed like a match made in heaven. However, that illusion was shattered on June 15, 2002, when Deborah called the police on her husband and claimed that Austin had hit her. Since Austin was there at the time the police called, a warrant was issued for his arrest, and Austin turned himself in the following day. He was charged with domestic violence and pleaded no contest. And he was given a year's probation, $1,000 fine, and 80 hours of community service. Now, whilst you would think that this would dampen Austin's career, it did the opposite. Deborah's career had massively suffered because WWE went to great lengths to keep his domestic violence charges a secret. Now, it didn't help that Austin actively denied the allegations and muddied the waters for Deborah even further, but Deborah was pretty much blacklisted from the business due to no fault of her own. In an exclusive interview with Fox News in 2007, she detailed how WWE went out of their way to try and hide the news about Austin's abuse. The company knew, and sadly, money was more important than the well-being of Deborah. And number 10, Austin Aries.
That was icky. That was really icky. That was really icky. I don't... Oof. Yeah, like... That was incredibly icky. I guess it wasn't a joke. I don't know. I mean, he seems more level-headed now. Like, yeah, roided up testosterone guys from the 90s, it's not really that surprising. Like, steroids and, you know, and like testosterone, I think that's a bad combination. Ugh. I feel sorry for her that her career suffered because of it. I don't think she nuked her career. Like, honestly, in that situation, I think putting her on a tier list, putting her on a list of like people who nuke their careers, that is wrong. You know, roid rage isn't an excuse for abuse. It definitely isn't. I'm not surprised that it happened, but it definitely isn't. The fact that they put her on like a list like this, that's also kind of giving me the ick, I'm not gonna lie. They shouldn't have included her. That's not, she didn't nuke her career necessarily. Like, she didn't nuke her career. It was just destroyed. That's not a good inclusion. He had to stop drinking beer, and now he's got like his new beer though. Oof. Yikes.
When you look at Austin Aries' resume, you'll see that he had a storied career. Aries made his wrestling debut in 2000 and quickly emerged as one of the best names in professional wrestling. It wasn't just that Austin could go between the ropes, he also had the gift of the gab. But despite his brilliant work in Ring of Honor and Dragon Gate, it was Austin's second run in TNA that elevated him into the conversation as one of the best wrestlers in the world. His incredible run as X Division champion reminded fans of the remarkable time when Samoa Joe, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels spearheaded the division for the mid-2000s.
I forgot that AJ Styles didn't have long hair. Oh, that felt weird. I forgot that he didn't have long hair. There was a period of time where he didn't have long hair. Oh. Oh, man.
His world title reign only made Austin Aries look better. Aries had the it factor that so many guys in TNA or
I don't
WWE
like his facial hair.
There were early signs that the former TNA World Heavyweight Champion wasn't exactly Mr. Favorable behind the scenes.
Yikes.
That came to light with the Christy Hemme situation, where the former TNA announcer made a mistake by calling Aries and Bobby Roode by a different name. Aries was upset and got in Christy's face, and she quickly made the change by calling their names correctly, but then Austin proceeded to put his crotch right in her face.
What?
Luckily for Aries, he managed to escape the ordeal unscathed and was able to sign with WWE in 2016. There was definitely some concern that Austin Aries' height would play a major factor in his WWE career, but for the most part, it genuinely seemed as if the company liked him. In his first year on the main roster, he competed in a singles match at WrestleMania 33. However, Aries' time in WWE didn't last long, as he was released in 2017. As reports surfaced that Aries was not a popular figure backstage, which is similar to previous reports in the past. But that wasn't what nuked his career. Despite his backstage reputation, he always had a good rapport with TNA Wrestling. He managed to come back in 2018 and resume his spot at the top, as he won the TNA World Heavyweight Championship within the first 5 months of his third stint. Though his WWE career was dead, everything seemed to be going well for Austin until October 14th, 2018. That night, Austin fought Johnny Impact in the main event of Bound for Glory, and the two were having a great match. Then after Impact pinned Aries to win the world title, Aries no-sold the finish and stormed off to the back. That moment overshadowed Johnny Impact's huge title win, and it will be the last time Aries stepped foot into TNA wrestling. Now, Aries claims that this moment was planned, but given the fact that he was never seen in the promotion after that incident, that's highly unlikely. But what broke the straw on the camel's back was Aries was accused by several women of misconduct during the speaking out movement as well.
This
With
one
the
doesn't
various
surprise me.
allegations, this was the final nail in Austin's career. He denied the accusations, but it was too late for Austin Aries. Like Skrull, Aries still wrestles on the independent scene and does have a nice spot in Major League Wrestling, but he'll never reach the heights that he once did during his time in TNA and WWE. But there you have it, folks. 10 more wrestlers who nuked their own career. Be sure to leave your comments down below, and I'll see you next.
You know, that one doesn't surprise me. That one does not surprise me. The no sell by him was hilarious, bro. No selling feels like, I don't know. No selling on purpose feels bad. That feels really bad. But man, okay, that one, him having allegations, that one doesn't surprise me after the whole ring announcer thing. Like, that's pretty bad, chat. That's pretty bad. Also, I gotta pee again. I'm sorry. What can I say? What can I do? I'm just a girl. Be right back, guys. Hi, baby. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, okay? I just saw a comment. Someone on like YouTube, not YouTube, Twitch said it's been a while since we reacted to large man ballet. Calling wrestling large man ballet is insane. It's really funny. I mean, I get it. Low key, this shit is, you know, large man ballet. Also, if you hear something hitting the mic, that's just my pom-pom purring ears on this like hoodie. Why does my hoodie have ears? Because it's cute. I prefer the term redneck shonen. Real. You know, I call it IRL VTubing. Big men VTubing even. Considering there's so many fucking parallels, it's kind of insane. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Is it talk boy drama? Boy drama's insane. Pro wrestling's a lot like anime. I mean, who's the current season protagonist, chat? Or is this just like multiple or is this just like multiple different animes? How did you even get into American wrestling? I watched WWF. I watched it when it was still WWF on like the TV with like my with my like dad. The American Nightmare arc. Are we in the American Nightmare arc right now? I call it Yaoi. They air it in Singapore on like a specific channel at like after like 10. Yeah, that's like how I started getting into it. Also, thank you for the follows, everybody. Thank you. I miss the Tribal Chief arc. Chat. Put your fingers in the air. Acknowledge him, chat. Acknowledge him. Is it not WWE anymore? No, it's WWE now. It's no longer WWF. So it used to be World Wrestling Federation. But then it got confused for like, you know, the world, you know, what's the animal one? World Wildlife Foundation. And so they changed the name to WWE, which is like World Wrestling Entertainment or something like that. Which, I guess, like, these big strong men couldn't beat a panda. Understandable, though. Understandable. I'm glad they changed the name. I don't want my panda, the WWF to change their name. The panda deserves it. They deserve it more. Have Roman fight a gorilla. Okay, 100 WWE wrestlers versus a single gorilla. You know? For New Japan and Stardom, true. True. Dude, I think the gorilla would win. I think the gorilla would have the combined craziness of like perk angle, and he would have the craziness of perk angle and coked out Shawn Michaels with like the strength of like the Great Khali. You think Jacob Fatu got this? You think Jacob Fatu could beat an actual gorilla? Like, what a time to return. I mean, 100 wrestlers versus like a gorilla. But the gorilla's like... But the gorilla has the energy and the spirit of Perk Angle. Who would win? He's a werewolf? The gorilla's basically the Ultimate Warrior. I don't think the Ultimate Warrior's crazy though. He doesn't have like that raw insane energy, does he? One Perk Angle would take out 100 gorillas. I love Perk Angle. Chat. I kind of want to get a cameo from like Kurt Angle again. I still think that like Kurt Angle is super smart because he's like priced his cameos so fairly, right? That he can do them as often as he wants and make like hella money. Again, you already got one? Yeah, I guess some of you guys are new, you haven't seen it. I got like really drunk in Vegas and I got like a cameo from like Kurt Angle. You know, I got drunk in Vegas and I decided that for my birthday, the best way to celebrate my birthday would be to get a cameo from the man himself. Like I was literally like sitting at the in like a Brazilian like steakhouse, right? With like a White Claw. And I was like, it's my birthday. I should do something nice. And so I bought myself a cameo. Where the heck is it? Okay. Okay, I found it. Oh.
Hey, this is your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle. And this is to all the fans of Mywa Bell's Twitch. That's right, it's your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle. And I'm going to kick all your asses and take all your names. That's right. And I want to give a big shout out to Mywa Bell. She's the best in the world. Oh, it's true.
It's damn true. Chat, I'm legally changing my name to Mywa Bell. Okay? Legally changing my name to Mywa Bell because that's what Kurt Angle calls me. Okay? Let's do streamer, we make our friend to make the fight. Oh my god, yes, let's do it, BB. I'm so down. Let's do that. Let's do that. Shout out Kurt. Chat, legally changing my name. With a Y? Yeah, sorry. I'm now Mywa Bell. He is my Olympic hero, Kurt Angle. Dude. Imagine like sending in a request and being like, could you like channel Perk Angle though? Like, could you just do like the Perk Angle bit for me? Thank you. Don't do that. He hates the nickname. It's so good though. This is like probably like one of like this is probably one of my best like purchases ever. Okay, and like I know you guys are probably like thinking, how much was it? I think it was like $100. Yeah, it was like $100. Which isn't cheap. But it's not unreasonable. Like, here, let me show you something. Ric Flair for $700? No. As much as I like Bret Hart, I'm not spending $200. Mick Foley for $100. I can still do that. Kevin Owens for $300. I won't do it. Mark Henry for $115. That's fine. Big E for $95. I think that's okay. Mercedes Moné for $300. I mean, I guess she does charge that much. I still wouldn't do it. The Great Khali. I do like him. Maybe. You know. Jake the Snake Roberts for $160 feels like it's too much. You know, Indy Hartwell costing the exact same price as Kurt Angle. I'm going for Kurt Angle. Baron Corbin for $300. Insane. Insane. Tony Rica for $4. Chat. Why is he on sale? Like, okay, if we were to do like a tier list, who would you get a cameo from? Right? Like, who would you get a cameo from? Also, I don't see Joe Hendry. Super unfortunate. Oh my god, he's on here. What the fuck, chat? No, that's crazy. Oh god, he's on here too. You guys can't see the cursor. Oh, you can. Oh, he's on here too. That's insane. Bruh. Bruh. Let's see. I don't know if I like Shotzi enough to spend $166. Also, Jerry Lawler for $400. I could buy so many cookies with that. So I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Let me see. Who else do I know, like, right off the top of my head? Kalisto? Maxine? Okay, Maxine Dupree, I don't hate her, but also I'm not paying $190 for that. Who else? Okay, Luca Crucifino for $25? I guess so. Like, I guess. Who's my favorite male and female wrestler? I don't have one. Like, I can't tell you who it is because I have so many that I like. And then as soon as they do something that's like bad, it's like, oh, I don't like you anymore. You know? Okay, DDP for $200. Wait, shut up. Nick Aldis is on here for $221. That's too much. Matt Hardy for $139 though. Chat, I don't know why I would get a cameo from Nick Aldis for $221. Yeah, I don't know. Ted DiBiase. Ooh. RJ City. Yeah. 126, you know. Like, okay, Jordan Grace for like 126. I can't say I'm the biggest fan, but okay. Tama Tonga's on some shit. I don't know what he's on. What app is this? This is Cabio. Okay, Tama Tonga is on some shit. Brother, who's gonna pay $12,000? Okay. Not me. Oh. Chat. Damn. Damn. We've gotten to a point where I'm looking at them and all I can say is, damn. Is it Joe Hendry was on here? He's not listed. So anyways, chat, I'm gonna have to do a sponsorship soon. I'm gonna have to do a sponsorship soon. You know. So anyways, as soon as we do a sponsorship, chat, like in a download like Raid Shadow Legends for me, chat. Do it for me. Download Raid Shadow Legends, chat. Okay? I need you guys to do that for me. So I can buy a cameo from Joe Hendry. Oh my god. Chat, you don't understand. When we do it, I'm literally gonna be like, chat, today is the day. Lock in, chat, lock in. Oh man. Funded on Throne? No, that's crazy. That's actually insane. I don't think I could do it, but it would be very funny. Okay, are you guys ready? We're gonna watch 140 wrestlers you swear never existed. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna know most of these. Just because if they never existed, then I'm not gonna know. Right?
The Attitude Era was great and amazing and peaches and cream. That's what the power of nostalgia does. And yes, it was brilliant, but it wasn't a constant home run.
Okay.
There are some truly bizarre participants we have totally forgotten about. So I am Simon Miller. Let's drag them back into the conversation right now. Number 10, Giant Silver.
Yeah, okay,
That's
I don't know
right.
who that is.
Giant Silver was part of the Attitude Era, but how? He was part of the group known as the Oddities, which were just famous for hiding people like this because John Tenter was in there too. It's flippin' earthquake. I suppose this is why the WWF snuck Giant Silver in there, because look at his CV. The man was a former basketball player and MMA fighter, known very well to a specific audience when he did pop up in the company for a year from 1998. Really, it was just a look to the future as he was out there in the Happy Giant role, which Vince McMahon loved. Think Albert when he became the hip-hop hippo, or Brodus Clay, when for no reason he was a dinosaur.
Chat. Those are some of the most heinous facial hair I've seen in a while. That facial hair was insane. I did not like that. Damn. That was not that facial hair was like actually crazy, dude. Shit.
I'm not sure I can even give you one story about Silver in terms of what he did during his run. It was just sort of there. That's really weird. Number 9, just Joe.
Just
Joey
Joe.
Legend helped train me when I jumped into wrestling, and I can tell you this,
Oh.
he is way better than you realize. It's why he made it to the top, because that doesn't just happen when he was indeed reborn as just Joe. That was his gimmick too. For no reason, he popped up in backstage segments, and before other wrestlers could get mad, he extended his hand and said, "It's cool, it's just Joe." You really could have made something from this given how mad the late 90s were, but this was very much a case of creative getting bored. After a few weeks, there was no more word about it. When the WCW buyout happened, Legend was never seen again. Given the whole point was for Joe to cause havoc behind the scenes, this could have been great and a perfect way to fill in some holes, because trust me, in the Attitude Era, the amount of plot holes we did have was ridiculous. So, you need to make sense of it? It's just Joe. Number 8, Pantera. No, not a metal band from the 90s. That also would have been odd. From 1997 to 1999, though, which many people
I feel like I've actually heard of this, which is insane.
Pantera had 19 matches in the then light heavyweight division. And yes, that's ridiculous. 19 matches over 2 years. In Your House, No Way Out of Texas in 1998 was his biggest moment when he faced Takamichinoku and lost. Of course, WWE then signed a deal for a lucha show called Super Astros, and Pantera got drafted to that. It was a huge error. I don't think that program had more than 2 episodes. In terms of the WWF side of things, he really could have been their Rey Mysterio, but we have talked about this. The company was not interested, and the only reason wrestlers of this ilk even got on the show was to try and combat what WCW was doing.
Dude.
Could have been. Number 7, Brackus. This guy always comes up. Seems to have somewhat of a nice following, or people just found him strange. Brackus was in the door in 1996 because he looked like a pro bodybuilder, and we know the deal there. Vince McMahon loved it. There are plenty of stories of Vince backstage just in awe of his vascularity, and that is fine. If that's your thing, it's cool. The problem was Brackus could not go in the ring. He certainly tried and even had a small excursion to ECW before returning in 1998, but yeah, with no clue what to do with him, he was put in the brawl for all and got his ass kicked. That was the end. He was soon released, which goes to show muscles do help. They are not everything.
Actually, like, do you guys think that muscles really help all that much, or do you think like, because if you really see, right, I feel like most boxers are pretty lean, so like, do you think that like muscles like really help a lot when it comes to stuff like this? The top 10 bizarre wrestling promos she probably didn't know existed. I work for one of those, Caravan. That's crazy. If it's getting hired by Vince, yeah, they help. You need the right conditioning. That's what I thought, right? Like, I don't think there's a lot of like actual power behind it, right? With Vince. Guys, do you think Vince McMahon's a little fruity? Do you think that Vince McMahon would have been yeah, you think so? You guys think so? Thank you for the follows. Thank you. Do you think Vince McMahon would have been a gachi-muchi enjoyer? You feel like the ancient Greeks, it's not gay if you are the top? Oh. Yeah, he is kind of fruity, huh? You know what's the thing? You know what, I'm not even gonna lie, there's just something about like, bro, Vince McMahon is also one of those guys that's look like he's in the, for some reason, I don't remember ever seeing Vince McMahon looking young. I feel like he's looked the same, and that's like 40 or 50, but like he looks like he's been in his like mid 40s forever. You know? I genuinely don't remember if Vince McMahon has ever looked young. I watched this like Netflix like documentary, right? I feel like he's looked like he's been in his like mid 40s forever. And like I genuinely find it so like uncomfortably like disturbing whenever he like takes off his like the suit to show off how swole he is. There's something about it that I don't like. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh my god. Like, how many okay, do you think it was like steroid abuse that made them look older? Like, genuinely speaking, do you think like steroid abuse made them look older than they actually were? He looks old as fuck now though. Yeah? Stay looking like it's like the same with like Hulk Hogan, right? Like Hulk Hogan's like looked, I don't know. Maybe it's the hair. Maybe it's just his like face. Maybe it's just how leathery his skin looks. But bro has looked like he's in his 60s. Since the 60s. Like, what's up with that? Like, what's up with that, bro? It's kind of scary. Like, I mean, I guess you do see like girls nowadays who look like they're in like their like mid-20s, but actually they're like really young. I guess it's the same thing. That's the Florida Sun. He's always looked like leather. So he looked at 50 when he was actually 55. I don't know. I think he peaked when he was like, oh my god, have you seen that like one picture of him that kind of went like, that kind of like recently it kind of started going viral again? But it's this like picture of him looking like fucking, I don't know, he looked like a basted turkey. You know? How you stream so far? Mild shock and horror. For the most part. Like mild shock and horror. Also, back in the 80s, 90s, wrestlers were doing 300 shows a year. That's crazy. That's insane. Union busting ageism, man. I think, see, my theory is that if you're evil, it reflects on the outside. That's why Hulk Hogan looks the way he does. And that's why Vince McMahon looks the way he does. They've aged from the evil. Look up a 70s picture of Hulk. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to Google Hulk Hogan. I feel like that would like, I feel like that's like, that's gonna put me on like a watch list or something. You know? I don't really want to do that. Like, my CIA agent's probably gonna be like, bro, this girl's a freak. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, right? Like, Googling a picture of Hulk Hogan in, like, 2026. I don't know, man. Not trying to start the year off with, like, negative karma, bro. Trying to have a good, like, 2026. Apparently, my luck for this year's, like, not gonna be terrible, which is pretty nice. For Hulk, it was a combination of his receding hairline, biker mustache. Dude looked 40 when he was in his 20s. He looked older than 40. You play Love and Deep Space, you're already on a list? Bro, there's like a new like Gooner, like girl like Gooner gacha game that like just dropped. Like they're just teasing it. And Nova and I were talking about it earlier, right? And I was like, oh my god, there's already a guy in there that like I would like 100% stand. I like Oshi for, right? Chat. His canonical age is 19. So now I'm like, I can't play this game. Oh. No. V Project. I was like, oh, this guy, this character's so cute. I think I really like this character. He's 19. Ugh. In my soul. Also, can I just, this is probably gonna be a really toxic thing, but can I just say one thing? Chat, if you ever start balding and your male pattern baldness is in the same way that Hulk Hogan's is, I think at that point you just got to give up and shave it off. At that point, just shave it off. Like, don't hold on to that shit. Do not hold on to that shit anymore. Just, it's over. Like, just don't do it. Like, you can't. Why don't the Gooner games for men have the relationship aspect that the way the Gooner games for girls do? I can't answer that question. I am not. I don't know what appeals to men. Thought you were gonna say give up? No, you should at that point, like, you should just go bald, because the way that his like how deep his like it went, right? I genuinely think that like the only reason why he still kept it on his head was so he could cover it with like a bandana. You know? Tap out, bro, it's okay. Real, but I want the hair curtain. I think that the hair curtain is so crazy. Like, it's so crazy. It's so bad. He had like a reverse haircut, bro. Usually you like keep this. Usually you keep like, you know, the top like long and the sides short. He kept the sides long and the top like non-existent. At that point, just give up. Don't. You gotta let go. It's okay. You gotta let go. You know, I still feel bad. Like, when John Cena came back, like, I think like the first match, like in 2025, the first match that he came back, right? I remember like watching it, right? And seeing that like he had a bald spot, yeah, on his head. And I was like, oh no, that's he. I was like, oh no, now that I've noticed it, this is what I'm focusing on. And then he turned heel. And I was like, oh my god. It's the Warhammer. It's the Warhammer theory. It's the Warhammer theory. So if you don't know what the Warhammer theory is, it's nearly every like really evil character in Warhammer is bald. So John Cena having a bald spot and then turning heel, I was like, oh my god. And then he got a hair transplant, and he was like, you know, back to being like good guy Cena again. And I was like, oh my god, I'm being like validated so hard right now. This is insane. Also, hi Wardo. It was hard to miss. No, it was hard to not miss, to be fair. I feel bad for him. Took the plane to Turkey. I genuinely want to know, do you think hair transplants hurt? Hi. He got a hair transplant. I thought you said in an interview he wouldn't do that. Interesting. It looks like he got like a hair transplant because like it grew back really quickly, right? Either that or like he's got like some turbo Rogaine on that shit. They use local anesthesia. Have you heard about the MJ biopic? Okay. I need you to walk me through that, because there's a ton of people who go by the initials MJ. Who are we talking about? I don't know. Maybe rich people have like some hella Rogaine. It's like Rogaine at like 2000%. Maybe that's what he's using. I had someone who had to get it done twice and I heard it was awful second time around. Ow. Michael Jackson? I mean, I've heard of it, yeah. I don't know if I'll like watch it. I don't even really watch movies anymore. You know that feel where it's like I don't really go to the cinemas anymore. I thought about going to watch the Silent Hill movie, right? Maybe, I don't know. Do I want to go watch a movie by myself? Maybe. I don't know. I'll watch the Silent... I can't speak English. I'll watch the Silent Hill one. Because I actually like Silent Hill, but... I don't know. They got to Turkey. MJF has gone to Turkey multiple times. Now the crown is thinning. Wonder how he'll approach that. I blame MJF for men having Burberry scarves. And on like a certain level, I feel like if you have a Burberry scarf and if you are like an MJF fan, you're like low-key a fuckboy. Like on a certain level, I feel like you have fuckboy energy. But what do you think? Is definitely something. Are you new to Watch Party for Royal Rumble? I don't know. I don't think so. Only because I will be in a collab at that moment, so I don't think I will. They sound like a thumb, you can point at them. I saw a dude in a suit wearing a Burberry scarf at work. I don't know. That's like what he is and what they want to be. You think so? Any last minute Royal Rumble predictions? Oh, we've been predicting all day. The prediction is they're gonna push the fuck out of they're gonna try to push the fuck out of like the women's Royal Rumble. The winner up in the air. If it's Charlotte Flair again, you know, cool. Okay. Okay. Women's Rumble would be cool if it was a Joshi Pro wrestler. Would be cool if Rhea Ripley got a comeback. If it's Charlotte Flair, again, I'm just gonna be like, oh. If it's for the men, probably Braun Breaker, Roman Reigns. Yeah, Braun Breaker, Roman Reigns would be like, I guess like my best guess. If I have Copia monsters, my Cope answer is R-Truth winning the Women's Royal Rumble and Joe Hendry winning the Men's Royal Rumble. This is like my delusional choices. No, this is a different one now, but yeah. Man, I got my money on Gunther. They're really pushing him at the moment. See, the thing about it is that I know they're pushing Gunther, but Saudi Arabia also kind of just announced that they have a wrestler in the WWE. And I know like the Saudi Arabian people really like Gunther. So I'm kind of headcanoning that they're gonna have a separate match between like Gunther and the new like wrestler. Cause they kind of soft did that one Royal Rumble ago. Like I think it was 2 Royal Rumbles ago, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. That's like what I'm kind of headcanon. Like that's like kind of what I'm thinking. I think they're gonna do that. Gunther's beating AJ and ending his career. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I genuinely think that Gunther will be in like a singles match. You know. Unfortunately, no, because everything that I watch has to be approved by management first. So I can put that into consideration, but it's not something that I can just watch right now. Welcome back, Mac. How are you? Yeah. But then when they want their guy to win, if so, they wouldn't not want Gunther to face him. No, you see, that's the beauty of it. I think 2 years ago when they tried to push like a local wrestler versus Gunther, they had Gunther win. So like, I think that like even though they want to support like local talent, I think they low key like Gunther a little bit more than that. Using so you can do a last bit of stuff in TNA, maybe New Japan. I don't know. You see, like the thing about it is that like I genuinely think that AJ Styles might be hanging it up for like reals for reals, right? Like, okay, here's what I think will happen. AJ Styles is gonna hang it up and he's gonna start streaming on Twitch. Or alternatively, he'll become a podcaster. That's what I think is gonna happen. But I think bro will hang it up for good. Or maybe come back years later down the line. But yeah. I genuinely think that he will eventually become like a Twitch streamer or a podcaster. You know what I mean? Be a wild thing. I'm here for that. I would be here for that too. I think like I genuinely think that like I don't hate it, and I remember I think like didn't they do like a in throw things promotion work I just did. I mean, sure, like if is it on your like actual channel? If I have permission to watch it, then naturally I can. Yeah, I mean, I know that AJ Styles is like a big gamer, so that's why I said Twitch streamer. Does he also own a farm at home, or am I misremembering? Bro, I'm not gonna lie, retiring and maybe this is like my stupid like brain or something, but I'm a big fan of like fucking Harvest Moon, right? Story of Seasons. Retiring and having a farm sounds like such a nice thing. Like dead ass, I genuinely feel like if I made like hella money, right? If I made like a disgusting amount of money streaming, I would buy a farm. And I would become a farmer. What do you think of Kit Wilson's theme song? I think it's catchy. I think it's really catchy. I think that like people are right about like, you know, it being catchy enough to, you know, about it being catchy enough to have like a, what's it called? To have like a push. Like, I think that like theme songs drive like attention. So that makes sense to me. Right? He's gonna show up in AEW, give Kenny a Styles clash and scream. Bro, I love Kenny Omega. I really love Kenny Omega. Holy shit. I'm a big fan. Farm's gonna be a top 10 retirement thing. Train at my school for being signed. That's so crazy to me. Holy shit. That's like actually super crazy to me. He's in Street Fighter 6 now? Yeah, I saw. I low-key want to get Street Fighter 6 specifically because I want to support Kenny Omega, right? But also, I'm terrible at fighting games. So, F. What did you think of Dolph Ziggler? I don't think of him very often. I don't know. He had like several matches that were good, but I can't say that I think a lot about Dolph Ziggler. You know? Minoru Suzuki, bro. Apparently he has like a store in Japan, and it was like maybe like 2 train stations away from where I was staying. I should have gone, but I didn't have time. I wish I did though. Like, I used to play a fuck ton of Tekken, but then I'm washed. A few people come through. You must go to like some insane school then. Like, since so many like cool people have come through, that's kind of insane. Oh shit. We were only 3 minutes in, and this is a 2-hour video. We're cooked. Wasn't Okada final boss in a Yakuza game? Okada was in Yakuza 4. I think. And I know, I think like, who was it that was in a Yakuza game as a hostess? I know Tanahashi was in it. Saki Arai was in it. Yeah. Saki Arai was in Yakuza 6. Okada was in Okada was in, I think it was no, it was also, wait. No, it was also Yakuza 6. He was in there with, it was Okada, Tanahashi, Tetsuya Naito, Kojima, Yano, and I think Tenzan. But then they also had like a Shibata, they had Bushi, they had Evil, Kushida, Ishii, that were also in it. Yakuza Kiwami 2 also had Okada and Tanahashi and Yano, I think. But in Ishin, they had Kenny Omega. I really like Yakuza. I literally have a pillow of like, Kiryu's face right next to me. Low-key, this shit's kind of creepy and I don't know why I bought it. But I have one. Yeah. Great Khan loves Subaru. Really? Fuck, dude. That's my goal one day, to be liked by a wrestler. Oh man. If you could choose a surprise entrance in the Rumble, who would you want to show up? Honestly, Okada. Probably Okada. Probably Okada, bro. He's like, his drama schooling shirt goes local. That's so insane to me. That's so crazy. Kurt likes you. I paid him to like me. Yeah, I know. Rainmaker being in like a WWE match would go crazy hard. It would go insane. I'd be too much of a fan. It would be concerning. It would not be sane behavior. Do you guys want to see the Kiryu pillow, by the way? I haven't even taken it out of its like Ziploc thing. Joe Hendry, bro. If Joe Hendry shows up, I will be in tears. I will be in full tears, brother. I will cry my eyes out. Chat. This thing's low-key creepy, and I don't know why I bought it. Here, I'll flip it for you. Man, I love Kiryu. Why is bro wrapped up? He's a cushion. I haven't taken him out of the plastic yet because I don't actually know what to do. Okay? No mouse pads is the meta. Unfortunately, my table is like, you know, like soft enough for it. But I already ordered a mouse pad. It's just not here yet. Also here, because I'm definitely sane and not insane. Don't ask me why. Just like, don't ask me why. I'm definitely a sane human being. Yeah. Is it signed? It's signed, but this is like a printed copy. This isn't like a, it's not like personally signed by him. This is just a printed copy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's still sick to display. I don't know if I want to buy a photo frame for it. Like, I could, but I don't have any other frame photos. So my first ever frame photo would be a frame photo of like Hiroshi Tanahashi. Brother, I cried too. I fucking bawled, dude. It was not pretty. I ugly cried. I literally ugly cried during like Tanahashi's retirement match, and then had to go lie down in fetal position on my bed for like a bit. I was so sad. Mm-hmm. Also, did you know that now he does like he released like a calisthenics like exercise video. That I definitely didn't watch and follow. Yeah, you didn't know? Okay, hold up. Time to pull it up without doxing myself. Haha. No doxing myself today, chat. Here, guys.
これ脇腹、背中のストレッチをは、これ脇腹ですね。脇腹からこの背中の全体を伸ばしていきます。
Chat, it's for women, by the way.
伸ばす運動と手を上に上げることによって、
Okay.
肩の運動。
Chat, follow along.
手を上に上げる運動というのは、
Okay, raise your hand, chat.
四十肩、五十肩、こういうものの対策にもなります。
Raise your arms like 50 times, chat.
右足に体重をかけながら右手を上に伸ばします。
If you want a beautiful body, chat.
左足に体重をかけながら左を大きく伸ばします。この時に左の体側がしっかり伸びるようにより高いところをつかむ。
Do I buy the training video? I don't even know. It's so insane. Do it, chat. We gotta do the aerobics, chat. That'd be insane. It's so goofy. I mean, I love it. It's goofy. I love it. Okay, we need to work harder. We're 3 minutes into a 2-hour video. Good night, guys. If you're going to bed, good night.
Number 6, Southern Justice. Now this could have worked. It was the team formerly known as the Godwins, and as their gimmick was pig farmers, they needed an updated one for the Attitude Era. Enter Southern Justice. They debuted in June 1998 under their real names, Dennis Knight and Mark Canterbury, and looked like they could kick your ass. We all forget this, but these two were huge.
Okay.
Everybody was back then. They affiliated themselves with Jeff Jarrett too, which should have been a great unit. when Canterbury's issues caught up with him and he was forced to retire through injury. Jeff would head back to the competition eventually too, and of course Knight became Midian. What a damn shift. That's why we don't remember them, because they were barely together before they split up, so it is a shame. This could have gone a lot differently, especially in the late 90s. Groups really were the in thing. Number 5, K-Quick. I had no idea. Truth was around when wrestling first kicked off as an idea. The man doesn't age and he just keeps going. His win with The Miz at WrestleMania 40 sort of summed up how the fans feel about this guy, because it was nothing but love. And yeah, K-Quick, as he was known then, was around during the Attitude Era. Damn. This was the year of 2000 where the chess pieces were being moved, including the New Age Outlaws. Because the Road Dogg needed a new partner, these two were put together. It felt like they could become a thing when disaster struck again. Jesse James left the company after some personal issues. And that all became quite problematic. Quick had a mini singles run before he was let go, and yeah, he soon went to TNA as R-Truth and became the world champion. And be warned, if you do track this down, some of his promos, he was not holding back. It does mean it was a blink and you'll miss it cameo throughout this period, and here we are in 2024 and Truth is still around. I absolutely love it. Number 4.
Chat, never forget that R-Truth's favorite childhood wrestler was John Cena. I don't know how that's possible, but that was his favorite wrestler growing up, chat. Never forget that.
BB. Brace yourselves. The madness has arrived. It's no big secret now, though, that women during the Attitude Era were not treated right. It was more than them just being eye candy. Sometimes it got really dark. It feels like this is why BB was hired, also known as Barbara Bush, because her main role seemingly was just to be a model under the banner of wrestling.
Oh no.
She debuted in 1999 as a paramedic, which is when, yep, Jerry Lawler especially was stunned that somebody working in the medical industry could have big breasts. Don't know how to put it, but now I hate myself. I think even WWE realized they needed more than this, so in 2000, the Dudleys got their hands on her and powerbombed BB through a table. This was their gimmick at the time. You do not remember this, though, as from saying hello to being written off. Only 4 months passed. Alrighty then. She only had one proper match too, which of course was an evening gown encounter with Miss Kitty, Ivory, and Jacqueline at Armageddon 1999. Now I have said that, let's just move on. Number 3, Sniper.
Guys, I don't know, man. The weirdness of like women wrestlers back then. I mean, you know, shit. I genuinely think it was just softcore, you know what? But yeah, goddamn. That's Ugh. It was just softcore. Ick.
It's another weird group, and boy howdy, in hindsight this was crazy. The Truth Commission, if you know, you know. You will instantly notice Bull Buchanan and Corrigan in there, who is also linked to the Oddities. So who is the third guy? Well, that's Sniper. Of course it is. Between 1997 and 1998, this was Bill's go-to partner of choice, and man, did that become a thing. Old Snipe only worked one singles WWF match the whole time he was there. This was against Ken Shamrock in February of 1998 on Raw. Somehow he lasted 5 minutes. By April, he was gone when he returned to his native Germany, although that wasn't the worst. He was CWA champion when he left, so I'm sure they were all very happy when he came back. Number 2, Key. Ah, boy. If you thought this was Gangrel at first, I get it, and yes, the name. Just think about it for a second. I bet you'd like a key of that. This is also Vic Grimes, for people with the knowledge, who debuted on Raw in July 1999 and had a grand total of 1 match after that on WWF Shotgun. Key teamed with Droz and Prince Albert to get a squash win. What a trio that is. Almost like we just pushed our hands together. He was going to work with the Godfather when an injury to the Pimp stopped that, which is when Grimes was sent to ECW. Management felt like he needed more experience. There really isn't much else to say about his Attitude Era run, as he was basically forgotten about, but again, he was called Key. I'm not sure what people were thinking. Number 1, Babu.
Yeah, for reals.
Or Abu. That was his name when he debuted in 1998 alongside Tiger Ali Singh, when magically he became Babu. Either way, this was the worst part of the Attitude Era. It's just offensive stuff. Babu had wrestled a lot for ECW, whereas the WWF just wanted him to be an on-screen character for the most part, although he was Pablo Marquez at one stage, fighting in the Cruiserweight division. He then got 2 matches on the B shows when he was tied to Tiger, which was an issue, because as soon as Singh was let go, he was too. Babu was gone. Wouldn't bother looking up this gimmick either. It's just the bad side of wrestling. Basically, one horrible stereotype. The Ruthless Aggression era is so...
Guys, Oh, those days were insane. Those days were actually insane. I don't know. Like, definitely, that is definitely a topic that I cannot get into on stream for obvious reasons, but god damn. Yikes. Yeah, no, I remember how badly the Japanese wrestlers were treated, so yikes. Just yikes.
So weird, because depending when you started watching wrestling, it totally changes your feelings. If you're an Attitude Era person, you do not like it, whereas if you did start in the early 2000s, it is the best thing ever. Either way, there are a bunch of characters who have vanished from existence, and it's time to give them their due. I am Simon Miller. Let's go. Pretend Casey James. So Casey James wasn't nobody. He trained alongside CM Punk and Adam Pearce.
Okay.
He was part of the class. He too made it to OVW before being called up in August 2006, where he teamed with Idol Stevens, who would go on to become Damien Sandow. They even had Michelle McCool as their manager. I think this was more a vehicle for Michelle, though, who got injured in 2007, because after that, this tag team went totally missing. WWE even moved him back to OVW, which is never great. His next role was an enhancement talent on WWE's version of ECW. Now look, that is still a cool role to have when you think about it.
I mean, I
but
guess
don't think
so,
it's what
but like,
James
yikes.
expected, considering what he'd already done. Yeah, soon after that, he got released. I do have to say, I feel like if we had been a decade prior, KC would have done great in WCW. Just look at the guy. Number 7, Marcus Corvon.
I've never heard of this person.
Is actually
Damn.
huge. Marcus Corvon was TNA's Monty Brown, and listen to me.
Okay.
TNA, that guy was crazy over. He made the Pounce famous, and maybe nobody has done it better since. And in 2006, WWE came a-calling. This was not a surprise. He had earned it. He was also thrown into ECW as part of the New Breed faction, and this was the first mistake.
Is that Punk?
Corvon was still great, but he was put in a bad spot. Vince McMahon didn't care about that promotion, so he never saw the power that was just waiting to be elevated. Come June 2007, Marcus took some time off for personal reasons, and clearly these were quite serious. Soon after, he retired from wrestling altogether.
Oh,
Number 8,
shit.
The Dicks. Well, here we go. It's the bad times. Because Todd and Chad Dick debuted on SmackDown in 2005, they were basically Chippendales. This is what was going to turn the business around. They were also drowning in baby oil and were called the Dicks. That wasn't meant to be deep either. WWE just wanted to name a team after some penises. Even Vince McMahon lost interest in this after a short while because they did get released, and their total time on the main roster lasted 4 months. Not sure why we decided to do this, especially because adult themes aside, this was straight out of the mid-90s. Their whole role was mostly to be scared of the boogeyman too. Wonder nobody remembers this.
What?
Number 7, the Heartthrobs. And speaking of the Dicks, this was basically the same damn thing. The major difference with Antonio and Romeo was they had a manager known as the Pocket Rocket. Oh, how I wish I was making this up. We have talked too much about groinal regions. They debuted in April 2005, so just before the Dicks, and then they got released on the same day. The WWE just went through their roster and released anything that was kinky. It's why tag team wrestling was just an afterthought during the Ruthless Aggression era, as there just was no plan. We threw things at the wall, we just waited to see what was going to happen. The Heartthrobs mostly appeared on Sunday Night Heat 2, so even when they did arrive, they were basically just hanging out in the background. In all of that training, and then you get this? Sheesh. Number 6.
Damn. Chat, I feel bad. I actually feel bad for some of them. Like this was like their job, and then they get like, you know, dealt a hand like this. Like, damn, I actually feel bad for them. Holy shit. The backstage locker room hazing was bad back then. Oh, I'm not even surprised. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure 140 wrestlers who swear you never existed. This is just a list of jobbers, but damn, bro, that's not very nice. Colin's the epitome of a twink glow up, by the way. Oh, I gotta Google this man now. Okay, what do you mean by this man is a twink glow up? I don't know if this is a glow up. He just grew a beard.
picks Colin Delaney. So here's a fun fact for you, my friends.
Okay.
I was part of the last match wrestling rock tour across the east side of the USA in 2024.
Damn.
One of the guest wrestlers was Colin Delaney. He's a very nice guy. He was brought in late 2007 for WWE's ECW brand. His biggest issue was he didn't look like a Vince McMahon wrestler. How ridiculous is that? Colin tried everything as he even turned heel, but again, because he couldn't bench press a car, in August 2008, Delaney was let go.
That's
Even got a
unfortunate.
proper chance, was just a name in the mist. It is cool that he's still going though, because it goes to show, if you do indeed want to be a wrestler, there is a life outside of WWE. Number 5, Luther Reigns.
Damn.
The older brother of Roman. That's, of course, a lie. It does connect to our last entry, however, because this was the total opposite.
Is that
Given
Kurt
that
Angle?
Luther Reigns was huge, he got a job. He ticked that box. Look at this photograph, though. That is indeed Reigns slamming Eddie Guerrero on a 2004 SmackDown. And don't pretend you remember this. Guerrero was a major star by this point, so Luther was being used. Sort of. He also debuted at the time as Kurt Angle's assistant because he was the GM, so he did have a platform. There, though, we just didn't do much of anything. With that said, come 2005, he did face The Undertaker at the No Way Out pay-per-view. I honestly don't remember that. I went and watched the match too. I felt like I'd been tricked. Bruce Pritchard on his podcast talked about Reigns and admitted they were desperate for him to click because of his look. But let's be honest, he did not.
Damn. Okay. So he had like a ton of matches against like really like or against really famous people, but he never just like had that charisma to keep it going, I guess. Damn. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I guess like I guess star power is like a big thing too, huh? His promo skill was trash, got the push but couldn't run. Yeah, I bet. Like, I'm not even surprised though, you know? That like, you kind of have to be the full package, huh? El Riz in D chat. Unfortunate. Stage star power and backstage influence. Though not so much anymore. Who has like bro? I can't. Okay. I'm such a hater. I'm actually such a hater, bro. But I genuinely feel like I don't know if I like Raquel that much. I don't know. I don't know if I like Raquel, but then again, I think like my iffiness about her kind of came from that like one outfit, like when she came back and she botched like right away. Who was it? She came back. It was the Liv versus like Rhea match, I think, and then she immediately botched. And her outfit was terrible. Who botched again? Raquel. Character work is way better, but her in-ring performance is solid. No, it is. It is. You know who I actually feel bad though? You know who I actually feel bad for? I mean, on like a certain level, I do feel bad, but then I think she just needs to like train a lot more. What's her name? Zoe something. She keeps getting injured. Like, I can't remember what's her name. Zoe something. But Zoe Stark, yeah. Zoe Starks or Stark. I don't remember. But like, bro, I genuinely think they need to like take her out and like give her like hella training or something. Cause she keeps like injuring herself. I don't think that's normal. Right? She has a back. Raquel's all about having a back. I just think that like I don't know. There's just something about her outfits that are so bad that it puts me off of her. That could be career ending. I don't know if she's gonna have much of a career if she keeps like, you know, being injured though. That's the thing. I think like Raquel needs to like get better outfits. Like there's something so like weirdly like I feel like picking the right look is like so important, right? Cause like Liv Morgan's look, signature, iconic. Tiffy Time, signature, iconic. Rhea Ripley, signature, iconic. Raquel's just kind of like, I don't know what that is, but like, you know, okay. Even like Chelsea Green, her outfits have so much like, you know, have so much like charisma to them. Like it has so much personality. I don't know how I feel about Raquel's old cowgirl outfit. I did see that, but like I don't know. I just wish that like, yeah, no, I am saying she's got no drip. I am saying that 100%. Like I don't know. Like I said, I'm a hater. I'm a hater. I genuinely think that like the look is like 90% of, not 90%, I'd say the look is like 60% of it. But like, how do you think she should be dressed to fit her gimmick? Honestly, I'd say Judgment Day Liv style. Yeah. Oh, Becky Lynch's outfits probably worked well on her too. You live and die by your gimmick. There has to be more to it than just being tall nowadays. Yeah, I agree. It's like, the thing about it is that I genuinely think that like the gimmick is like a big part of it, right? Like even like Gunther barely wears anything, but somehow Gunther wearing like basically nothing has so much aura. Like, and Raquel dresses like she's evil Bailey. And I'm like, and I don't know if I like it. She just looks like if Bailey were evil, you know? Gunther the Rope though, absolute cinema. Oh yeah. Like even like Damian Priest and his like okay, I hate Damian Priest's like his like wrestling like bodysuit that he wears. But I think it's so funny that every time he takes off the straps, it's like he powers up. Oh, the hugger gimmick was stupid. The hugger gimmick, I hated that. I don't know. I thought it was so goofy. Like, I get that Bailey's whole thing is that she's like a baby face. She's like a perma baby face, right? It's just goofy. Latino Undertaker? No, he's bisexual Undertaker. You know? Everyone knows the straps give you a buff. No, the straps are holding him back. He has, every time he takes them off, like he's fucking Rock Lee versus Gara, he powers up. Those are his, like, those are the weights for him. It's insane. It's so goofy. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love it. It's so funny. But every time he takes them off, like, it's almost as if it's a fucking Rock Lee, like, you know, like, Sensei, do I have permission to take them off? What makes him bisexual? I feel like Damian Priest is for the girls and the boys. He's for the girls and the boys. He is very much both genders. Man, when Taker took off the straps. Man's married, by the way. Wife law. Oh no, 100%. But there are definitely men who find Damian Priest attractive. Mm-hmm. You know, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Thank you.
For Amy Weber. So there is a lot more to this story, as after Amy Weber was released, she claimed Randy Orton and Edge bullied her backstage.
Ooh.
Now, we don't know the truth, but it's important to talk about, and it all sort of feels like it was reflected in her WWE run. She did arrive as part of the 2004 Diva search before joining JBL's cabinet as the image consultant, but yeah. In the locker room, apparent arguments were happening with Edge and Orton, as well as the fact that Weber was not happy with her pay. I suppose all of that meant she ran foul of management as she was gone in 2005 when, yep, Jillian Hall was brought in to replace her. That you likely do remember. For those who enjoy the trivia as well, Amy Weber wrestled one match on TV. Number 3, Sylvester Terkay.
Yikes.
This is another guy I actually do recall. And I
don't remember him.
Why. It could come down to the fact that WWE pushed Sylvester Terkay as the next Kurt Angle, and we gotta stop doing that.
Okay.
The truth is there isn't a next Kurt Angle. He was one of a kind. He also arrived on SmackDown alongside Elijah Burke, so yeah, there you go. It
no
was
one
just
can
another
replace
random
Kurt
tag team
Angle.
that we held together because why not? Now, Terkay was awesome on the mat and even faced Kurt in 1992 in an actual wrestling match where he lost. But that's fine. Angle won a gold medal with a broken frickin' neck. You can't just expect to be good at sports entertainment, though. And old Sly never really figured it out. It was worrying early on as he was moved from the Blue Brand to ECW. And while he did win a lot of matches in early 2007, he found himself on the chopping block. The truth was he was just another face in the crowd. Boy, how did we have enough of those. Number 2, Rebecca Di Pietro. WWE hired Rebecca Di Pietro as she was an ex-Playboy model, and they thought she could go from backstage interviewer to an in-ring performer. That was the deal. It was pretty obvious straight away too, because even though she was eliminated from the 2006 Diva search, WWE still hired her and sent her to Deep South Wrestling to start learning the ropes. As the company wanted to keep her on TV, she was moved to ECW as a behind-the-scenes presenter. Which brings us to Cyber Sunday 2006. Rebecca was used as an outside enforcer during the Lumberjill match between Mickie James and Lita, and then nothing. The thing is, it was Pietro who asked for her release in 2007, so take that for what it's worth. Maybe she knew something we didn't. Number 1, Sakoda. Well, at least he had an awesome name. Ryan Sakoda was seen on WWE TV at first as a judge when Triple H and Scott Steiner had that bodybuilding pose down.
No way.
Has to be one of the oddest wrestling debuts ever. He was then sent to developmental before arriving on SmackDown alongside Jimmy Wang Yang, who at the time was called Akio. They were also the henchmen for Tajiri. This went nowhere as Ryan was released in 2004, but he wasn't happy. He sued the WWE, saying they had medical records in relation to his brain health, which was subsequently ignored. And that is serious stuff. The court dismissed it as there was no evidence, and the sad news is Sakoda passed away in 2021 at just 48 years old. That is way too young.
That's
Wang Yang
unfortunate.
would become Wang Yang, and Tajiri is still busy today. I mean, all of this was such a strange time for WWE. They really didn't know what to do post the Attitude Era. I mean, at least they figured it out today.
So in case you don't know, Vince McMahon was never the biggest fan of tag team wrestling.
Okay.
He mostly put people together so he could split them up and get his commentators to ask, how are they going to coexist? It's also a good vehicle to throw superstars together when you just have nothing else to do with them. So yeah, strap yourself in, my friends, and hit subscribe.
Dude.
Here's the 10 most obscure WWE tag teams. Number 10, the Pitbulls. So such is my limited memory with these guys, I had to YouTube them. And even then I was like, no, it doesn't ring a bell. So it turned out it was Kid Cash and Jamie Noble who had been thrown together. And actually on paper, that don't sound like that bad of a deal. I mean, both guys could go.
Why are they wearing collars?
They were together for a grand total of 2 months. Born in May 2006 and then retired in July 2006, surely they must have taken inspiration from the ECW Pitbulls. I mean, they came out with like chains around their necks. They also barked. how else are you going to win a tag team title? The big reason they were disbanded is because Cash was released, and you can't have a tag team with a wrestler that doesn't work there. And actually, in 2023/2024, if you had these two guys in NXT, well, they would absolutely smash it. Number 9, Scotty 2 Hottie and Albert. You already know where we're going with this.
Wait.
Obviously, it happened a few years later. But Albert was going to become the hip-hop hippo. And it kind of started here. It was so transparent as well, because clearly WWE looked at Albert and they looked at Scotty 2 Hottie and they're like, we don't have plans for any of you. But we did like that Too Cool team when Scott was like mucking around with Rikishi. So listen, Albs, you go out there and do the same. As we know, this never worked.
Their facial hair is insane to me. Like, their facial hair is actually insane to me. What the heck is that? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know.
It's like when you put the word new in front of a tag team. Oh, here come the new rockers. I don't want the new rockers, I want the old ones. A-Train was also told to dance until he just turned on Scotty 2 Hottie and whipped his ass. But we didn't even get the feud. Mr. Hottie had to go and get surgery. He was properly injured. Awfully too in April 2002, we even called them the Zoo Crew, and nobody should be called the Zoo Crew. And soon after this, Albert would become the A-Train. I guess that was all right.
Okay.
Not much to say about it. Number 8, Lowdown. This was so bizarre. It all started rather innocently when D'Lo Brown and Chaz, or the dude from the Headbangers, were put together. And yeah, why not? They were decent workers. Let's see what they can do. Now, the original plans for this were all based on the fact that the fans loved D'Lo's head wiggle, so they would both wiggle their heads.
Okay.
But when, surprise, surprise, that didn't really help, WWE looked around the locker room, they saw Tiger Ali sing, they said, look,
shut the fuck up, they did not do that.
Is look at the image that is on the screen now. As you can see, this was in very poor taste, and it was basically offensive. You can't imagine Tiger was happy with this either, because he was meant to get a mega push. And as soon as it started, it was done, and we killed it. Because of course we did. What the flub was going to happen with that? Number 7, Techno Team 2000. In 1995,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I forgot about that. The fact that like a lot of the the fact that during those times a lot of the teams were very let's just say they were very not culturally sensitive. I don't know. Who's Eric Watts? Catching you live, are you excited for the Rumble? I am. I hope I'll be able to catch the Rumble. I'm not sure. Because we want to forget, yeah. I have no idea. I don't know what their deal is. I'm curious now.
People were already obsessed with the turn of the millennium because they thought within 5 years we were all going to be spacemen living on the moon. And look, the WWF thought this too because they introduced us to Techno Team 2000. It just meant that Travis and Troy walked to the ring wearing these like spacesuits as if they were in a really bad B movie. And just to make it worse, after a few weeks, Vince McMahon went, nah, they're not good enough. Send them back to the USWA for more training. I mean, good grief. And that definitely wasn't the problem, because even in the mid-90s, nobody was going to buy this. And we did try and give them a round 2. And do you know what the results were? They were exactly the same. Eric Watts, who was part of this, would later claim that they were promised a tag team title run. That's when my eyebrow goes up. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. 6, Kenzo Suzuki and Rene Dupree. Oh, good. Another team that kind of defies taste.
Brother, that was a choice. I don't know. Was like techno really that big of a thing back then? I don't know. It's one of the wrestlers he only got a job because his dad was a booker. Oh, that makes sense then. Guys, this video is gonna be demonetized.
Excellent. It was late 2004 though, and I think what the writers did is they got a hat and they pulled a bunch of names out of it, and they saw Rene Dupree and Kenzo Suzuki. They thought, well, why can't there be a tag team? We got to go get pizza. Now, of course, the gimmick was oh my gosh, one of them is from Canada and one of them is from far away lands, which does make you go, I don't want to do this anymore. And on SmackDown,
No.
they did the grand total of nothing. But even when you do watch some of their matches, even the commentators are going, man, who cares? Why do we have to sit through this? And it's not like they had any kind of bond, even behind the scenes. They're basically just co-workers. So we literally just threw them out there to see what would happen when somebody got bored. I mean, this was a waste of life. Number 5, Roddy Piper.
Okay.
And Sean O'Hare. No, don't adjust your YouTube devices. I did say that. In 2002/2003, we actually had a pairing of Sean O'Hare and Rowdy Roddy Piper. Now, of course, the idea originally was that the Rowdy one was going to be Sean's manager because O'Hare did have a lot of potential. But one day, they got challenged by Eddie Guerrero and Tajiri, which was another odd team. So they all just had a match. I think the WWF was a little bit worried that when people saw Sean, they just saw a WCW guy.
Okay,
Hence
wait.
why he was teamed with Roddy.
Do they just pair up like random people together? Because like, what? Yeah? Okay. Because like, what are these like combinations, bro? They really just said congrats, you guys, you're friends now. Vince loved that shit. Why? We don't know what to do if either of you try being a tag team. That's crazy. Look at AJ and Dragon Lee. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Dude. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Bro, what is up with these bookings, man? I'm just sat here like looking at this like, who thought this was a good idea? Like, dead ass, who thought that was a good idea? Thanks for the follows. Thank you. Ends up working sometimes. Okay, which of these like rando ass tag teams actually work though? Like, now I'm curious. Well, back then, Vince used to snatch up as much talent as possible to starve competition. Oh. It's like when you're playing a sim game and you hire all of the employee options so that like. Okay, I get it. The Miz and R-Truth. No, that's fair. The Miz and R-Truth was good though. Like, okay, yeah, that one makes sense.
The problem is that O'Hare had this amazing devil's advocate gimmick, and as soon as he was with Piper, well, it kind of took away from that a little bit. Ultimately, they had to drop this because Roddy's personality was so big, nobody was thinking about anything else. That's why I will never complain about today. I would much rather have stories that go too long than ones like this that just go poof and they're gone. I would highly recommend that you check out Sean O'Hare's work from this era too. My word, he had potential. The fact he passed away was pretty damn tragic. Number 4, Shoguns. Now, I like the show WWF Superstars from 1995.
Okay, I don't know what this is.
Just go, this is ridiculous. But I tell you, I do not remember the Shoguns. This was even more crazy because it was Hakushi and Kwang. And I even heard Vince McMahon telling me, like he gave me a reason, they have come together because they share a love of martial arts. Why not? It's also the ultimate proof of what we have discussed. It went like this. They didn't win any matches, then they fell out, then they had a feud, and all of this happened on Superstars, and all of this happened around about 8 weeks. Kwang would soon become Savio Vega, though, and Hakushi would go on to feud with Bret Hart. So really, when you look at the Shoguns, they actually did all right. They were on to bigger things. Number 3, the Shoguns. Oh no, it's got confusing. We can make it very clear very quickly, though, because in 2001, we had the Big Show, we had Billy Gunn. And once again, Creative was like, I don't know what we should do, so we just pushed our hands together. It was actually Paul White.
Shut up, that's so dumb.
He was trying to get something going for him, but you already know how this works out. It just meant instead of not pushing them as singles, nobody pushed them as a tag team. I mean, trying to do this in the Attitude Era as well was always going to be a failure.
Oh my god.
So fast. And Billy Gunn was kind of struggling at this point because the fun times around DX had died down. And as for the Big Show, Well, he's fallen into the bad old backstage politics. I think this topped out after around about 2.5 months. And amazingly, it would take Gunn 22 years before he did make a unit like this work. Because today he's in the acclaimed. The acclaimed are absolutely brilliant. Number 2, Matt Hardy and Tatanka.
What?
I mean, what on earth? And this actually starts quite nicely, because basically when Tatanka was a surprise opponent for Eugene in 2004 on Raw, everyone looked at him and like, oh man, Tatanka's still pretty good. We should keep him on. So we did. They then realised, oh wait, we don't have anything written down for him. And because it was the same for Matt Hardy, they did put them together. But here's the twist with this one. I actually thought this was a pretty decent team. I mean, not only did they challenge Eminem for the World Tag Team Championships, they actually beat them at No Way Out 2006. The real shame is we didn't capitalise on this. Again, I think something was here. Of course, it didn't go further than this, but when people see this picture, they think it's been photoshopped. But no, that is Matthew Hardy and Tatanka. Oh, I'm looking here.
I feel like it's photoshopped. What?
For about 10 minutes. Number 1, Jim Duggan and Super Crazy. So
I don't know who these people are.
I have zero recollection.
Oh, never mind, I do.
In 2007 and mostly happened on Sunday Night Heat, so maybe that's why. But here's another surprise for you. The fans, at least live, absolutely loved them. And this went all the way into 2008 as well. It's not like Jim Duggan wasn't working his ass off. He did 65 matches one year and 45 matches the next. He had his boots on. I mean, the split actually came from nowhere too, because someone just decided, oh, Hacksaw, we don't want you around anymore, and they fired him. This was doubly bad, because just before that, they had finally decided on their name, and it was Crazy Duggan. Man, I'm sad I missed this. There is really something joyous to this, though, because while they are an insane tag team, it's one of those things that would only work in professional wrestling.
The best and worst part
that feels so weird. That feels so random.
The obsession with wrestlers having jobs. We had a baseball player, a lawyer, a monk, repo man. I say bring it back. In amongst that, though, there were some characters who were even more nuts that they came and went so fast, nobody remembers them. So my name is Simon Miller, and let's change that today. Number 10, Von Kruse. Now, I definitely haven't pronounced that correctly, and nerds like me may see Von Kruse and go, that's Big Vito from WCW. You are correct, you have a very good eye. He also appeared in ECW and in WWE for a short while, post the company taking over wrestling in the 2000s. Von Kruse existed in 1991 to 1993, though, and clearly we were seeing what we had. He was mostly involved in enhancement matches, although he did fight and lose to The Undertaker. Not the worst. In 1993, he also appeared on Raw twice, so he must have thought the big contract was coming. Nope. Even though he faced Typhoon and Tatanka, clearly Vince McMahon didn't see what he wanted, and he got released. Did not let it stop him, though, because he would return. Number 9, Tank. So this was right on the cusp of the Attitude Era, but look at it this way. The Truth Commission came together when they were sort of feuding with Bret Hart. These were the dying embers of the new generation.
What's Bret Hart gonna do? Fight all 4 of them? What? Like, what is Bret Hart supposed to do? I'm gonna, like, 1v4 solo them? Shit. Yeah? Was that really the thing? No. What? No. What?
They would evolve. At first, we had this guy in a very Gimp-esque mask, who was also known as Tank.
Yeah, what is with Gimp mask,
no recollection is because he worked one match for Shotgun Saturday Night in June 1997, when Don Callis was brought into the group, and old Tank headed to WCW. The best part, though, is that this was Mantor. That's right. The reason we put him under the hood is because WWE was worried people would remember. And given this list, go back to 1995 and just look at Mantor. That's a real thing we did on TV. It was...
What? Bro, they were on some shit back then, huh? They were, like, actually on some shit back then. What the fuck? This is so insane. They were on coke. Bro, yeah, holy shit. Was he technically a furry? This is incredible. This is a real fucking conversation that we're having. Were they furries? Oh my god. Also, I recently learned that the ski moss is called a shiesty. I've recently learned that that is what it is called. I thought it was just a ski moss for a long time, but I guess not. You know, bad words at 200 words per minute. I keep forgetting that, like, things are, like, old, like, wrestling is, like, a landmine. Do you not use it? Is it not? Is that not what it's called? Wait. Huh? No. Am I learning bad words unintentionally? Fuck. That's the street name? What's a street name? Oh. Man. You know? Sometimes I question learning English on the internet. Because it feels like I question learning English on the internet because sometimes you learn words and then you find out, oh, that's not the right term for it. Man. Okay. This is unfortunate. Captain Jerry, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome to the internet. Brother, like, at this point, like, learning, what's it called? Like, learning slang on the internet is too hard. You know, learning slang on the internet is too hard. I will just be old and not use slang. I still don't understand what 6'7" is. You know? But then I heard somebody say rokunana when I was in Japan and I was like, oh my god. Brain rot has affected the Japanese too. Have you Googled it? No, because I don't want the CIA agent that's monitoring me to think I'm stupid. Big Yoshi, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Is that what 6'7" is? Yeah, rokunana. It's too late for that. The CIA agent probably thinks I'm stupid, bro. Shit. Wait, do they even give CIA agents to, like, foreigners? Probably not, right? Do they even have that many agents? Shit, who knows?
Never explained why Tank wore this mask, but you can see why. The truth was way better than anything the company could ever say. Number 8, Radford. Somebody must have been reading Marvel Comics at this time.
What a name.
Is the most Stan Lee name ever. Some fans may recognize this guy, however, as it was Louis Spicolli's first big break.
Okay.
He debuted in April 1995 as some sort of Nirvana Pearl Jam fan. There is no way Vince McMahon had heard of those bands. He liked wrestling and nothing else. Certainly Radford had some personal issues which saw him depart the promotion in 1996, but I tell you, given the music he was influenced by and the time period, this was actually okay, and dare I say it, it may have had legs. Rad did work the 95 Survivor Series, and if it weren't for these extracurricular activities, Lewis could have gone on from there. Sadly, he did not. Number 7, Well Done. With done being spelt D-U-N-N, so flubbing ridiculous. For some reason, Timothy Well and Stephen Dunn also wore thongs over their singlets.
No!
They were managed by Harvey Whippleman. This was 1993, and even fans from the period thought this sucked because it sucked. Amazingly, they were meant to be considered heartthrobs too, even though their ring attire did not convey this, but man, they really did hang on. Despite barely having any matches, they were with the then WWF for 2 years.
Bro.
The issue was the entire team was based on a bad joke, and yeah, it's never going to have much longevity. It's like the Ding Dongs. Actually, you know what? I don't want to talk about it. Number 6, Bob Cook. Now, Bob Cook is here because in the mid-90s, he was one of those WWF super enhancement talents.
Okay.
To everybody. He wasn't just some random dude, though. Throughout the mid-80s and early 90s, Cook was quite the regular with the NWA and WCW.
What's an enhancement talent? Now I need to know about the Ding Dongs. I don't know. All these weird tag teams. It's a jobber. Ah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's a nice term for jobber. Enhancement talent. I see. I see. Okay, I understand. I understand. I pick up what they're putting down. She's talking about ding dongs again? No, there's like apparently a tag team called the Ding Dongs. I didn't name them that, so like don't put that on me. Dude, one day I need to take a picture of like all of the little figures that I have on like my desk, because all of this is like inexplicable and like confusing. One day.
He really could go as well as his last match of me talking was April 2024. The real question is, how did Vince McMahon see the last name of Cook and not make this guy a wrestling chef?
True!
Never had one of those. How did he contain himself? Bob had quite the list of opponents too, as he fought the 1-2-3 Kid, Bam Bam Bigelow, Lex Luger and the British Bulldog, which is not too shabby at all. It's kind of weird that he didn't hang around. Number 5,
Damn.
Abe Knuckleball Swartz. Now look at this guy's face. Does he seem familiar? 'Cause
Shut
it should
up.
do. Once you get past the face paint, you will see the Brooklyn Brawler. The real life Steve Lombardi actually first played this character in 1993, but it never made it to TV.
Who looked at this and thought, yeah, this is a great gimmick. Paint a baseball on a guy's face. Who looked at this and went, oh yeah, perfect. That's what we're gonna do. Vince. At this point, I don't even know which Vince we're blaming. I think we just blame Vince in general, because apparently there's a bunch of Vinces that deserve the blame in wrestling. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. Brother, we're just gonna blame a Vince for it. Shit, dude. This is so insane.
When the MLB went on strike in 1994, Vince McMahon decided to take a shot and bring it back. While the
Okay.
strike would last till 1995, this persona did not. Doesn't take a genius. McMahon was bored of all this within weeks and told him to go back to being the Brawler. What an absolute waste of time. For some reason, Steve was then told to do this again as a one-off in 2007, mostly so Triple H could make a joke about it. That was weird. Only the hardest geeks would understand that one. And of course I did. I am a nerd. Number 4, Techno
Shut
Team
up, Techno
2000.
Team came
This is
back.
even more ludicrous now, as we are way past the year 2000, and the idea still doesn't work. Look at this picture, though. This is what WWF writers thought the future looked like at the turn of the millennium, as Travis and Troy arrived as Techno Team 2000. They also wore moon suits, I think, because space is always the answer. And let me make it clear, they were meant to be from the future. They had traveled back in time, and therefore had knowledge that was going to help them win wrestling matches. And that is actually amazing. Clearly the powers that be realized they'd taken this a step too far, because while they did have a few matches in 1995 and 1996, these were fleeting at best. I still believe if management had treated them with more fun, it could have clicked. But instead, we were serious. This was Back to the Future 4, made by a child. Number
F in the chat that we're not dressed like this. F in the chat that we're not dressed like this. Honestly, yeah. Random Vince in the chat while you say fuck me for. If we have any Vinces in the chat, if you go by Vince, Vincent, if you're any variation of the name Vince, I'm sorry. You will be blamed for weird bookings. Show, is that actually your name? What? Are you guys trolling? Don't remind me Techno Team 2000, the fact that that's a thing. Wow. See, the problem is that between like Show and Magic Johnson, you guys gaslight me a lot. I think I used that term correctly. So like, I don't know if I believe you guys when you say that your name is Vince. Do I look like a Vincent to you? I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Gaslighting isn't real. Oh my god, shut up. That's what everyone says. Dude, anyways, if your name is Vince, I'm sorry, you're getting blamed. You're getting blamed one way or another. Sorry, bestie.
3. Quang. In January 1994, the WWF signed Savio Vega, put him under this mask, and called him Quang. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? He was also pitched as the mysterious martial artist, and somehow this lasted to the summer of 1995.
They tried to pass him off as Asian?
Then did somebody decide to recast him as Savio, a hard-hitting dude from the streets. Surprise, that worked, as he was so good at this, he found himself feuding with Razor Ramon, and he got a push to the point we still remember him as a character today. Los Barricas were pretty badass. If nothing else, what came before did feel borderline offensive. This was another issue with the mid-90s. The WWF thought this was fine and just bought into every single stereotype imaginable.
Oh
Number
my
3,
god.
Santa Claus. That's right, Xanta, with an X. I've honestly no idea how I've stuck with wrestling for so long. This was future ECW star Paul
that's what I'm
Mahoney,
saying.
who was brought into the WWF thanks to Ted DiBiase. Why did he do this? To tell the kids of the world there was no such thing as Santa Claus, because Santa Claus had taken over. Look, don't worry. This was a bad guy being a bad guy. Of course, Santa is real. If you must see this, go to In Your House 5, where you can see Claus take on Savio Vega, which does tie into this list. Sort of. Maybe Savio told Balls, this sort of gimmick is no good. As soon as it was over, Mahoney was released. It is crazy, all things considered, however.
Bro.
What else this guy meant to do? He was literally told to be the bad version of Father Christmas. Number 1, the Black Phantom. Wait a minute, isn't that Tank? Apparently not. It also looks like WCW's Black Scorpion, which is the real shock here. That was one of the worst characters World Championship Wrestling ever did. When you just go and watch it, you will be stunned. In
I'm already stunned right now. What the hell?
Seemed to copy this, because look at the guy. But guess who was under the hood? It was the future Gangrel. What a world. He kept this up for 2 years too, which is very impressive, as he also took on the 1, 2, 3 Kid, Earthquake, Lex Luger, Razor Ramon, Tatanka, and the British Bulldog. It's a pretty good list. Do not forget this also means he left WWF for 3 years before coming back as the Vampire. But man, did he smash that. We still talk about him today, and Gangrel continues to make towns all over the place. That dude is a proper underrated worker. The PG era to some is the best time in WWE ever. You've always got to remember that the first wrestling you see is the best. So you stumbled across World Wrestling Entertainment in 2008. I bet you loved it. More power to you. The rotating cast of wrestlers was totally nuts, which means there's some right bizarre choices in there, though.
Okay.
So let's run down 10 of these who you totally forgot.
Okay.
Understandably. Number 10, Kenneth Cameron. Or TNA's Bram, or NWA's Thomas Latimer.
I don't know who that is.
Indeed have a run in WWE. Amazingly, Kenneth Cameron, as he was known, was one half of the Ascension in 2012, where he and partner Conor O'Brien got a proper push in NXT. They were going to be the new Road Warriors.
No.
So was the plan. It didn't take off in this guise, as Cameron was let go relatively soon for reasons outside of the ring, which is when Rick Victor was shifted into position instead. This is the version of the team you'll likely recall.
Okay, chat. This is a scary frame to remember. Be nice. Hi Minnie. Hi Vivi. I miss you. This is a very scary thing we paused on, but it's okay. If you close your eyes, he's not staring at you, chat. He's not staring at you. One more frame, please. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead, chat. This is scary.
Kenneth sort of felt like a modern Gangrel at times, and there was this vampire
This
quality
is going
to
on for
him,
too
but
long.
Again, never know if this worked or not. It was over before it began.
Sure. No, I'm gonna do direct eye contact. I was gonna say, like, what is with like wrestlers having the most like basic names? I don't know. Kenneth Cameron sounds like a guy who you would match with on Tinder, but he'd leave you on red after like 15 minutes of talking. You know, also, I just want to say, there's like something about guys with beards that look like that. I don't know. I don't know if I can do long beards. I genuinely, I think that's like my limit. I don't know if I could handle a guy with facial hair. But I don't know if I could handle a guy that has like a long beard. Right? Cause like I've seen like people with like long beards, and I don't think that they understand what beard care is. Are you more of stone cold goatee kind of person? I'm more of a tribal chief kind of beard. Like, I don't know, if it just doesn't look ugly. Number one, if it doesn't look ugly. Number two, if it's not CM Punk's fucking mutton chops. You know? Brady, I take good care of it. That's good then. There are people that I've seen that don't take care of their beards, and I actually like knew a guy who tried to have a beard, like a long beard, right? And he never took care of it, so that thing always looked like really ratty and really like dirty. But the gross thing was that this was like a friend of a friend, and we all went out for like ramen together, and he had like a single like ramen noodle, like it was a short one stuck in his beard, and he never took it out. Like we sat there, had conversation, he never took that thing out. It was just there. It's just there. It was so gross. It was like, oh god, okay, I can't do long beards, bro. Like this is it for me. This is it for me. I can't do it. It's for later. It's a midnight snack. Shut up, chat. Do not condone that behavior. And like someone pointed it out. Someone was like, oh, there's like a noodle in your beard. And he went, oh, okay. And never did anything about it. And it was like, if you're a messy eater with stuff like that, right? I'm pretty sure his like beard was also caked in like ramen soup, bro. Gross. Saving it for later. No. Yeah. I don't know. Like, people don't practice like beard care. That's primordial. I prefer clear face. I don't mind facial hair. Like, I don't mind a clear face. I don't mind facial hair. But like I said, it just can't be ugly. It just can't be ugly, man. Like, it can't be gross. It can't be gross. And it also cannot be mutton chops. I just can't do mutton chops. I don't know. Like, some people can make it work. I guess like Hugh Jackman as Wolverine kind of made it work. CM Punk couldn't make it work. For me, I was like, oh god, please, you're so hot, shave him off. But yeah, sorry, I'm on like another tangent about how much I don't like beards. Fuck.
Number 9, Lena Yada. The former diva worked one TV match on the main roster, and if you remember this, you're amazing. Quite the memory. Lena would indeed team with Beth Phoenix, Jillian Hall, Katie Lee, Layla, Maurice, Natalia, and Victoria to beat Brie Bella, Candice Michelle, Eve Torres, Kelly Kelly, Mae Young, Michelle McCool, Mickey James, and Tiffany on the 3rd November 2008 Raw. And yes, you can scream it with me, that is ridiculous. What makes it worse is despite all these bodies, the match only went 90 seconds, meaning Yada barely got involved. I mean, she didn't have any time. Yada still had quite the run as she was hired around 2005 and was doing backstage announcer work in 2007. But clearly, it was this 6-woman tag that was the end. For some reason, 1 week later, she got cut. The truth is, during this time, WWE just hired a lot of people before moving on. Wasn't really the best thing, but hopefully such folk at least earn some decent money. Number 8, Michael Carver.
Hopefully.
So this guy was way more memorable. He was part of the Nexus, or the guy that was in that group that wore the face mask. That is he. The issue was he was in a group that had so many people in it, Michael Tarver often faded into the background, even though he definitely had potential. WWE saw this too, and made sure he had a mic from time to time. He did more than fine. Okay. So it must be true. The only reason he vanished is because he got injured, and just as he was ready to return, he was released. This wasn't even his fault. The Nexus angle had been killed so hard, WWE didn't know what to do with any of them. We did see Tarver in the background on some episodes of Raw and SmackDown, and this felt like a mistake. He should have had at least one proper run to see what we could do. Again, that is not what the PG era was all about.
He's got like trainee tattoos.
One big revolving door. Number 7, Bam Neely. I mean, the name didn't help. Sounds like a child that's just banged its leg. Poor Bam also got compared to the default created character from the video game, which was also a death knell. But I do get it. WWE sent him out there in a black top and blue jeans. We went as generic as we could. He did debut as Chavo Guerrero's bodyguard, which was pretty cool in 2008. And given that relationship nearly got TV time alongside Edge and Vicky Guerrero.
Okay.
No bad thing. Bam's last match was in 2010. The crazy part is he was rarely seen again. He didn't even go to TNA. He did defeat current Raw GM Adam Pearce on the Indies later that year, but after that, who knows? Number 6, Ricky Ortiz.
Damn.
In July 2008, we saw Atlas Ortiz arrive in ECW. Then 1 week later, he was Ricky Ortiz, but it did help him get drafted to SmackDown in 2009. Officials definitely saw something in this guy as he was focused on a lot for 3 months. Then he got fired. What happened? I mean, it didn't look good to be fair.
What did happen?
Just before this, Great Khali totally murked him. He did a small indie run before retiring in 2013, which feels like a shame. But this was to spend more time with former WWE Divas champion Layla. I do believe the two are still married. The fall from grace needs to be revealed at some point, however. The sheer speed of the thing makes no sense. Really did feel like WWE had something when they just changed their minds. Really, if Ortiz was around now, he would
Never
be
mind
helped by
W
NXT,
for him.
But he wasn't. I don't know why I mentioned it. Number 5, Lucky Cannon. What a name. Imagine that guy headlining WrestleMania. Lucky Cannon had a solid start as he was a former FCW champion when
he's literally named himself like he's one of Nick Cannon's children, bro. Like straight up, this is how Nick Cannon names his kids. I think one of them was like Powerful Queen Cannon or something like that. I know Nick Cannon has like crazy ass names for his children. I don't know. If your name is Lucky Cannon and your dick doesn't shoot diamonds, that's not very lucky now, is it? Like, damn.
When he appeared as a rookie in NXT's second season in 2010. This is when that was a reality show.
What a
meaning
line to
Mark
rhyme
Henry
on,
was his
damn.
mentor. That's how it worked. It was a weird program at the time. It did help as Cannon seemed to have a pep in his step, and yet he could never get anywhere. I suppose no long-term booking didn't help. So when...
His shirt says, I got lucky. Oh, chat. That is the angle they were going for. Huh. Value through wrestling videos? Thank you. Man, that, I guess that is the angle they're going for. Bro, they need to stop like with this like hypersexualizing thing. It gets to a point where it's like kind of awkward. Now I feel awkward. Shit.
2011 rolled around and WWE wanted to make some cuts. He was gone.
Oof.
Lucky hadn't had a chance to do anything. Much like
He
others
wasn't
in
very
this
lucky,
list, he
huh?
worked a few indie shows before walking away for good, and this feels like a waste. I mean, go hunt him down right now. It could have been all right. He did call himself Mr. Steal Your Girl. That part wasn't great. It will lead you to this mad era of
Yikes.
NXT, and be careful with that. You'll have questions, but there are no answers. It was just strange. That's about the long and the short of it. Before Manu and Sim Snuka. I worked with Manu, now Afa and Hawaii Jr. on the Last Match musical in 2024. Very nice man. He helped me a lot. He was also in WWE from 2008 to 2010, as was Sim Snuka. And the only reason we put both of them here is because of their Samoan heritage.
Wait, was that like Cody Rhodes and like, oh, that was like totally Cody Rhodes and like Randy Orton, huh?
What's happening on TV right now? Could likely bring them back. You also have their connection of both being in Randy Orton's legacy group alongside Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase Jr.
Hell
but
yeah.
Man, was this done in fast forward. As soon as they got in there, they were out again. That meant we tried to turn them into a good guy tag team, but as we didn't invest enough time in that either, eventually they were let go. So it's not a case of booking wrestlers incorrectly and then deciding they can't be used. It's old WWE through and through. Number 3, Kalen Croft. So I put this picture up on the screen because look at the guy on the left. That is indeed AEW star Trent Beretta teaming with Kalen Croft as the Dude Busters. Let's face it, this rules.
Dude
They
Busters?
existed mainly on ECW, which was good for 2009, as this is not what Vince McMahon had wanted. And should he have seen them, he likely would have fired them earlier. There was just an edict going around that everybody had to be massive. While the Busters were in shape, they weren't giants. Eventually they were tried on SmackDown, but that was never going to happen due to the above, and come November 2010, Crost was gone. It's the same story over and over again. His last match was against Luke Gallows, so really this was wrong place and the wrong time. Today, I really think they'd be perfect. Not sure Kalen has done much of anything since. Maybe he realized that wrestling was really silly. Number 2, Eric Escobar. A former FCW champion and a former FCW tag team champion.
Okay.
Eric Escobar was built to be ready for the main roster. That was the whole idea. He got the nod in September 2009.
He looks like he'd be popular.
To stick to the plan. He was paired with Vicky Guerrero, who had just finished with Edge. That's an awesome place to be. It just didn't get the attention it's needed, so they were done by January 2010. And even though a babyface run would have made sense, said, WWE just released him, let's not go over it again. Even though Vince McMahon was well known for getting bored with talent, this one was way too fast for even that. Escobar beat some notable names such as Matt Hardy, and even had a tag team with Drew McIntyre for a while. But there was just no TLC.
Oh, damn.
I don't think Vince cared. Eric did exist on the indies for a few years, but since 2015, looks like he's done with wrestling too. I get it. Number 1, Jackson Andrews. Jackson Andrews was ready for the stereotypical heater role in WWE. In fact, he was perfect for it. He would protect Tyson Kidd as best he could, but that meant he didn't really have any matches. Then he got released. I mean, what was WWE expect him to do? He definitely had the look because he was all jacked, but if the issue here was that he wasn't ready to go, I have an idea for you. Don't call him up and keep him in FCW. That's the whole point of development to begin with. I would say Jackson was rushed to TV like so many before him, and when it was clear he wasn't at the level, McMahon got mad, cut him loose in May 2011.
Chat, okay, genuine question. Those like little like hair, you know when like guys would do the thing where they like have like a little like triangle on their hair? I don't know what it's called in English. But you know the little like triangle thing? Was that really like popular amongst like guys? Arm? It's not a widow's peak, right? It's like you know that like this guy like had it, right? Back in the day? Orm? Brother, Orm is not an answer. No. It's like, okay, hold up. I'm gonna go back a little. Do you see like this, right? And then he had one like this thing, this like little triangle thing. Okay. Was that like really like popular amongst guys? Also, thank you for all the follows. Thank you. Are they called spikes? Is that faux hawk? No, not the soul patch. The you see like the triangle thing on his head. A hawk. Somehow I like vaguely remember guys having it, but then like I don't know. It was just always like such a weird little like triangle on the head. It's popular to see David Beckham. David Beckham had one? Dude. Oh, wait. I think I vaguely remember that then. Shit. Okay. We've now skipped ahead. But yeah. So when you want a mohawk but can't commit to it. The half-eaten mango haircut. It's found gym bros for a man bun, I feel. Damn. What do you think's been like the ugliest male hair trend? Like, what do you think's the ugliest like male hair trend? Man buns? Do we hate man buns? Frosted tips. Have you seen that like one picture of like what's his name? Guy Fieri without the frosted tips? Apparently very recently he got rid of his like frosted tips. I don't know who that man is. Do you like man buns? I have no real opinion on men's hair. I have no real opinion when it comes to men's hair, honestly. Broccoli hair? Oh, okay, no, I have an opinion. Yeah, okay, the broccoli hair kind of hate it. The mullet? You know what's the thing? Korean men have kind of shown me that maybe the mullets are okay. Hold up. Korean man mullet. Here, chat. Okay, okay? Like, I don't know if this is... I don't know if we're thinking of the same mullet, right? But, like, this is what a mullet looks like here. Hmm? Like... Too short? This is what we call a mullet here. Mm-hmm. Is this not a mullet? Oh, this isn't a mullet. Then... Oh, okay, so this is a mullet. Okay, that I don't know what a mullet is. Look up Billy Ray Cyrus. Isn't that like Miley Cyrus's dad? Oh. People really had hair like this? Oh. I mean, I remembered him from like Hannah Montana, but like... Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. So my like idea of what a mullet is very different from what an American mullet is. Dom does have a mullet. Okay, yeah, no, I don't like it. Okay. Sorry. American mullets I don't like. I think Korean mullets I'm okay with. Mm-hmm. Dom, yeah. Dominic Mysterio is such a long name. I call him Dom. Yeah, it basically like looks like the character from Windbreaker, yeah. Mm-hmm, Gyaru. Okay. Okay. Maybe American mullets are not for me. Maybe American mullets are not for me. The Korean mullets are like where it's at. Like, maybe. Okay, I didn't expect that it looked like that, right?
The thinking is just mad. Mark Henry also ran through him in December 2010. That's pretty much all he did.
Mark Henry ran through him is a crazy fucking statement. What? What's a Korean mullet? Oh, it's hold up. It's this. Mark Henry ran through him. This is a Korean mullet. This is a Korean style mullet. Did you just say he can do that to me too? Mark Henry is a beast of a man, chat. That's insane. That's a Korean mullet, by the way.
So many talents doing their thing on AEW programming over the last 5 years. Insert jokes about Tony Khan hiring every single wrestler under the sun here. It was always going to be tough to remember each and every star who has ever ran the All Elite ropes or walked out the AEW tunnels. These are just a few of those long-forgotten names who once wrestled for AEW. I'm Gareth, this is What Culture, and here are 10 forgotten AEW wrestlers you totally don't remember. Number 10, Danny Limelight. I
don't know who that is.
Danny Limelight goes under the spotlight. Indie regular Danny joined the AEW train in 2021.
He has a tattoo that says "I am Groot." I mean, I guess he's a big like Marvel fan because he has a spider that I'm assuming is a Spider-Man spider. I am Groot as a tattoo is kind of insane to me. I don't know. Maybe he really likes Groot. Maybe he really, really likes Groot. Right? Groot over his heart also? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Groot's over his heart too. The man's tattoos are cool when someone covering his laptop in stickers. Maybe he is Groot. I don't know, chat. I don't know, man. Those tattoos are like a choice. I mean, I get the Spider-Man tattoo. It's just that I am Groot that I have a problem. I have trouble reconciling with. He just really likes Groot.
And immediately nailed down a spot for himself on lower-end programming like Dark and Dark Elevation. He wrestled 18 matches for the company that year. Then, poof, Limelight just vanished in a puff of smoke and returned to the independents. Some of Dan's opponents on Dark included now NXT man Ethan Page, Takeshita, and even Mox. Limelight also teamed with Matt and Mike Seidel versus Takeshita, Michael Nakazawa, and Kenny Omega on one edition. The guys shared the ring with some of All Elite's finest then. So at least he can brag about that. Here's the thing though, Danny just flies totally under the radar for all but the most hardcore of AEW fans. Like, you need to be the kind of fan who devours everything that Tony Khan produces to even know who Limelight is. Cool Spider-Man ink though. Or maybe it's just a homage to 2000's new metal is cold. I don't know. Number 9, Ray Jazz. Now if you ask me,
I don't know who that is.
Opportunity if this wrestler doesn't go and learn to play the sax and become the world's top wrestling saxophonist. I said what I said. Ray Jazz sounds like somebody who belts out tunes at your local jazz bar. If you have a local jazz bar, that is. I know I don't. Alright, enough stalling and nonsense and more chatter about Ray's AEW stint. Jazz worked 8 matches for the promotion between 2020 and 2022. Again though, like Danny Limelight, all of them happened exclusively on shows like Dark and Dark Elevation. Come on, Tony. Toss the guy a bone and stick him on Rampage or Ring of Honor every now and then, eh? But that just was not meant to be for old Mr. Jazz. His rivals during forays onto AEW programming included Daniel Garcia, Anthony Ogogo, Scorpio Sky, and Bryan Danielson. Well, it was technically Danielson, but more on that to come later. And while we're talking about Dark and Dark Elevation, I want to know right now, what do you think?
Oh, is that, what's her name? Willow. Is that Willow right there? Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess he kind of suffers from, like, the fact that, like... I'm sorry if you're a hardcore AEW fan, why the fuck would you watch Dark and Dark Elevation? You know, real. I don't know. You just really want to cheer for the rookies, I guess. Also, thank you for the follows. Thank you. Those per appearance deals with independent wrestlers is the point of Dark.
It's the best match that ever happened on one of those shows. You let me know in the comment section down below, baby. Number 8, Mel. Now, do you remember the Nightmare Collective, headed by Brandy Rhodes? The group could probably be considered one of AEW's worst ideas ever. Certainly in terms of how it was executed on television. Brandy and Awesome Kong were joined by Luther and then Mel as members. And pretty much everything that they did played before crickets. Mel was indie veteran Melanie Cruz. She worked just 5 matches for AEW in 2020, but debuted on Dynamite as an enforcer for the collective at the tail end of 2019. Fans relentlessly bashed the whole thing online, and it was clear to everyone watching shows that Brandy's stable just was not gonna fly. So Mel bowed out with a squash match win over Red Velvet on the 25th of August 2020 edition of Dark. She'd managed just 1 Dynamite bout in her AEW career, a tag team effort with Rhodes versus Hikaru Shida and Chris Statlander on the 15th of January. This was a non this script an unsatisfying flirt with the big time for Cruz, to say the least. And she now hasn't wrestled since 2022. Number 7, Trench. It's Big Hench Trench, baby. You know, it's actually challenging to find much info on any matches that Trench worked for AEW, despite being tied to a worker who was very recently the AEW World Champion. He was kind of just known as the Big Enforcer with all the face tattoos during a spell in the Mogul affiliate with Swerve Strickland. If you do know Trench, then it's probs as the face tattoo guy who hung around with Swerve and would-be Brock Lesnar impressionist Parker Boudreaux. But
that's who I thought it was. I was like, is that Swerve Strickland? Was that actually Cody's wife? Wait, I didn't realize that was her. Damn.
Let's spit some facts, people. Strickland is much better off on his own, away from hangers-on like this. The Mogul stuff just really did nothing for him, like at all, did it? Just keep him with Nana and let the good times roll. Trench was quietly let go in the summer of 2023, and barely anyone noticed. That's not meant to sound dismissive or cruel to the guy, it's just simply the fact. He didn't actually do much of anything during his years in All Elite, so no one watching the shows really asked what had happened to him when he just stopped showing up to stand around ringside looking mean. Number 6, John Schuyler. John Schuyler has gone on to receive some praise for his performances in TNA. And good for him, because wrestling under AEW's banner was a bit of a non-event experience for the poor dude. He first started showing up as just another warm body who could work some spots on episodes of Dark in 2020. And Schuyler never really progressed beyond that, really. In 14 matches for the group, John stared at the lights, 14 times. Ouch. Now look, wins and losses aren't necessarily everything when you're on the D and E shows like Dark and Dark Elevation. And at least Schuyler got to work with the likes of Billy Gunn, Orange Cassidy, Miro, Brian Cage, and many more. All those matches likely stood him in good stead.
I actually kind of like Orange Cassidy.
And Dynamite were still 1 million miles away. Here's hoping that somebody who checked out Dark content got a kick out of what John brought to the dance. His recent match in TNA versus Chris Sabin was definitely worth checking out. And if you haven't already, go and do it. It also looks like Schuyler will be booked regularly going forwards. Again, that's very nice to see, but he just wasn't all that memorable in AEW. On a little side note, AEW actually paid John for 7 months whilst he was injured, and gave him access to their own medical team despite the fact that he was never on a full-time contract. And that is a lovely gesture, one which Schuyler himself put over in interviews after the fact. Just
That's
lovely
nice
stuff
of him,
all
then.
around. Cheers for watching this What Culture Wrestling video today, you elite human being. And if you're enjoying what you're watching, then hit that subscribe button down below, and you're going to get more of these What Culture Wrestling videos in your life. Number 5, Ace Romero. AEW's fondness for battle royals is well known, and the amount of spots TK needs to fill does sometimes lead to some interesting names popping up. Ace Romero sits neatly in that category after this one-and-done showing at Double or Nothing 2019. He was part of the Casino Royale on the buy-in portion before the main pay-per-view started, and All Elite fans have not been treated to more Ace ever since. Romero was in the Hearts part of the draw, and managed one elimination before being ousted himself. For the record, Ace chucked Marco Stunt out of the match and ended his world title dreams. What a monster. Marco had the last laugh though when his then pal Jungle Boy eliminated Romero, and the big man then walked off into the sunset. Since then, Ace worked a few years in Impact/TNA and kept his career going on the indie scene too. He actually might be one of the only wrestlers that Tony Khan took a right good look at and decided not to sign/use a couple more times. I mean, there's always one. Number 4, Tiger Huas. Tiger Huas spent a full 6 years in WWE's system as Arturo Huas between 2015 and 2021. Now, you might remember him as one of the extras a super sweaty Shane McMahon talked over during those short-lived Raw Underground segments on the Monday Night flagship. Someone was clearly impressed, because Huas got drafted to Raw in the 2020 draft. WWE then quickly moved him back to NXT and then released him in June 2021. So much for that then. But then AEW came calling, and Tiger ended up trading 6 years in WWE for 6 matches in All Elite. You guessed it, all of them took place on Dark or Dark Elevation. His biggest showing was surely a decent back-and-forth scrap versus Pac on the 2nd of November 2021 episode. Other than that though, Huas mainly just worked tags. Suddenly being biffed by Dabba Kato and Braun Strowman on Raw Underground didn't actually seem so bad. AEW didn't take up the option to sign Huas full-time, and there's no record of him wrestling anywhere else since 2022. He just vanished. What a strange pro-career all in. Number 3,
I've been watching it back. Did anyone tell me that hey, it's on the deluxe or revealing real cover tomorrow? Yeah. No, I was told, but like I just still think it's goofy. That's it. Tony Khan greatly improved in handling talent settings, not renewing every single person he signs. I was just saying certain people. Yikes. Dude, I'm just here vibing because like I do enjoy AEW a lot. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I have any AEW shirts other than the one Forbidden Door one. Most of my shirts are from New Japan. You know? I think I'm okay with that.
Baron Black. Baron Black's worked more AEW matches than almost anyone else on this list. In total, his haul currently sits at 52. Not bad at all for somebody who wrestled as part of the Dark and Dark Elevation crew.
That's pretty good,
actually get to debut on the A Show, though. He lost to Sean Spears in a short bout on the 29th of April 2020 Dynamite, and it was then off to Dark after that. Baron has had more tag partners than anyone else on the old YouTube programs. Check this out for a list. Tony Donati, Frank Stone, D3, Nick Comarato, Frankie Thomas, VSK, Fuego del Sol, Mike Werner, Royal Money, Sean Dean, Aaron Solo, John Schuyler, Umbadu, Tamilian Vanish, and Ryzen. And that is just some of them, not all of them. We'll be here for a week. A lot of those names could have made it into this list themselves, but they either didn't get the early Dynamite or pay-per-view treatments, or just didn't work too many matches on the lower tier shows. Some of them were one-offs too. Now Black certainly wasn't, but he's still a bit tough to remember unless Dark was appointment viewing for you. Number 2, Infinito. Tony Khan is no stranger to a masked wrestler, but he clearly didn't see enough in Infantino following the Flyers' one and only AEW match versus Ray Jazz on the...
Guys, I'm sorry. His gimmick, his fit is so crazy to me. I mean, I get that that's like his like gimmick. I get that that's like his whole thing, but like, oh, what a fit. Which Forbidden Door did you go to? 2024. 2024. Yeah, he looks like a B-list superhero. That's what he looks like. He got that shit on though. I don't know, bro. He genuinely looks like he would be like a rando like hero. Was it the Kenny versus Osprey title match? No, it was the it was very specifically the one that had the match between fuck, who was the title match? It was Osprey. It wasn't Kenny. It was I think it was, yeah, I think it actually was Hangman Page. I know for a fact that it was Zack Sabre Jr. versus Orange Cassidy. That was one of the matches. Mina Shirakawa versus Tony Storm. Yeah, I don't remember though. It was like, okay, can I be honest with you guys? I don't think I actually understood like how tiring it would be, but when I go to wrestling events sometimes, for some reason, like even just going there and sitting there through a pre-show and everything, it's like 8 hours. It's like 8 to like 9 hours. And after a while it gets really tiring, you know, even though I'm just sitting there watching. I can't even explain, like as soon as the match was over, it was like 11 p.m. or something like that. Oh, it was Osprey versus Swerve. Yeah. Like as soon as I got back to my hotel, I just took off my makeup and crashed, dude. I was so tired. I actually didn't think it'd be that tiring. Yeah. Like it's genuinely so like draining. And it's not like you do anything, right? It's not like you actually do anything. But you're so tired by the end of it. I I do enjoy going to like to live like tapings from time to time. Like obviously I'm not gonna say which ones, but I honestly do enjoy going to like live tapings from time to time. And also like sometimes they're like double tapings and they get so tiring, dude. Yeah. They get so tiring. You know? I don't think people actually understand how much I like wrestling sometimes. Because, like, I really enjoy wrestling. Like, a good wrestling match is like a music concert. You don't do much physical stuff. It still drains you mentally. Pretty much, yeah. It's, like, insanely draining. And there's no real reason why it should be draining. But, man. Went to the Dynamite Rampage taping. Didn't get home until 1 a.m. They go so late. Yeah. I remember going to, like, a... Bro, I felt bad because that trip, I forgot to pack, like, I forgot to pack like a wrestling related t-shirt, so I was hoping I could just buy one there, but then the ones they had on sale were kind of ugly, so I didn't buy them in the end. But yeah, I just kind of wish I kind of wish like, okay, next time I'll be more prepared. But yeah. Literally by the time I was like, me and my friend, we were done with like the taping, yeah, we wanted to get food. Most food places weren't open. Yeah. Most like food places weren't open. Like as soon as I got back, I had to make myself, like, I didn't even have the energy to like cook. I just made myself like a bowl of cereal and then died. You know? But also I love Zack Sabre Jr. Bro, I went to like the CMLL event that I went to. Zack Sabre Jr. was like wrestling there because it was like a combination like CMLL New Japan like match, right? He was like so close to me. Like I saw so much of Zack Sabre Jr.'s ass that day. It was insane. Like, ZSJ is unreal. Oh, he's really good. I saw so much of his ass because I was like right up in the front row, and he was like constantly chilling in the corner where I was like sitting at. So most of my view was of him resting against the ropes like that. I was like, could you like, I don't know, move over like a skosh, just move over a little bit, you know? Yeah. Like, you know, just move over a little bit for me, thanks. I love him though, it was great. Is that a complaint or it's like a mild complaint? Cause it was very distracting. Cause the problem is that I think that match, right? Everyone in the ring was dressed like, you know, in black essentially, but he's just standing there in his like bright orange like trunks, dude. I was like, okay. Also like they threw him like when I say I was sitting like in the first row by like the ring side, right? I was like sitting like right in front of the what's it called? Like the barrier. And they threw like Mystico towards the barrier, and like he almost like slammed into me. Like the barrier thing almost like slammed into me, and I was like, oh fuck, dude. I was like, I can't find it, but I took a video of it because I was just like casually like filming a video, right? And then I see him being thrown towards the barrier, and I literally have to get up to be like, oh fuck. Or CML Luchadors, did you see? So it was definitely mystical. The match was between him, I think Bushi was there, Doki, fuck, I don't remember. Do you sit hard cam? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. All I know is that if the tickets aren't too crazy, then I choose to sit in as good of a seat as I can. Haha, welcome in, welcome in. Damn it, cosplaying Storm, Big Soul is playing Storm. Oh, same side as the main camera. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was, yeah, I was like very close to one of the cameras. Dude, I just have like a great time. I like going to events. I like going to wrestling events a lot. I wish I lived closer to them, but it is what it is, you know?
The 30th of November 2021, Dark. That's surprising, because Infantino showed a lot of potential and actually looked like someone who had been wrestling for 20 plus years. Well, that's probably because Bryan Danielson was actually the person under the hood, folks.
No
that's
way.
him. This must have been something that Bryan just fancied doing for a giggle. His jump from AEW has been hugely productive for Danielson, who has been having an absolute hoot since joining the company, and really seems to enjoy the freedom that Tony Khan gives him. And becoming Infinito and wrestling on Dark was seemingly, well, all Bryan. Ray Jazz must have been delighted to wrestle Danielson, hokey gimmick name or not. But the kicker is that a ton of fans actually wouldn't even see Bryan as Infantino. Dark was already a bit of a hardcore fan-only deal, but he started sliding down the pecking order even further once Rampage launched, so loads of people ended up missing the masked American Dragon. Number 1, Warhorse. Warhorse's quartet of AEW matches ranged from unbelievable opportunity to, oh, well, so much for that. He debuted on the 29th of July 2020 episode of Dynamite versus none other than Cody Rhodes. Cody was pretty giving to old Horsey as well. They went 10 minutes before Rhodes retained his TNT title following a hard-fought match. How did Tony Khan follow up on that? By waiting until November 2021 for Warhorse's next All-Elite match, of course. He'd lose to Andrade El Idolo on the 9th of November, Dark, then show up again for matches in June 2022. The indie veteran did not repeat his trick by showing up in 2023 though, and he hasn't been spotted on AEW TV in 2024 either. But it was fun for him while it lasted, I suppose. It's likely that nobody out there will ever look back on Cody's AEW career and name-check Warhorse as one of his key opponents. The match happened during the closed-door pandemic days mid-COVID-19, which only makes it even more of a curiosity. What a weird period that was, eh? 4 years ago. Oh man, time does fly. Let me tell you this.
Guys, I don't remember COVID very well, honestly. Fuck, dude. Hag tax, thank you for paying the hag tax, Morgoth. Yeah, am I hag status yet? I'm not 30 yet, so I don't know if I'm a hag, but damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, thanks for paying the hag tax. I don't know. There's taxes now? COVID ended? Well, not exactly. Maybe what, Unk era? Wait, I thought Unk didn't mean uncle. I thought Unk meant uncool. So are you calling me an uncool? Dude, I barely remember the pandemic, bro. I know for a fact that during the pandemic, all I did was work. All I did was work. I wasn't watching either during COVID. Like, at that point in time, I think my life was just revolved around like working. It's a male version of a hag. Oh, so you're calling me a hag. But guy, COVID's just like being 21. It doesn't end. It just gets more seasons. Brother, I'm on like 21 season what now? Fuck, dude. No. We cannot cope that hard, chat. I cannot be out here coping this hard. Oh my god, can you cook a good rack of ribs? Brother, I think you should have just stopped it at can you cook? I mean, being into Warhammer and wrestling is quite unk. Fuck. You're right. The only thing that beats it are trains. You know, let's pretend like we didn't have this conversation. Let's pretend like we didn't have this conversation, chat. Yeah. Bro, I just want you guys to know that the Tanahashi, I've decided where the Tanahashi picture is gonna go. It's gonna go on the wall right next to a baby picture of me. It's gonna confuse so many people. The only thing that beats trains are being into dinosaur love hotels. Okay, shut up. The dinosaur love hotel is sick as fuck, okay? It's sick as fuck. I have a legitimate reason to be a big fan of it. Man. If you didn't know, in Japan, there is a love hotel that is dinosaur themed. And apparently they play the Jurassic Park theme through the halls so loud that sometimes you can hear it in the rooms. I would like to go one day. I would like to go one day. Because I'm a sane adult woman with adult money. So that means I can go stay in a hotel that is dinosaur themed. Sure, they probably will give me a free condom or something, but I don't have to use it. I can just stay in the cool dinosaur room, you know? Have you been to Japan before? I just came back like last week. Where's my Love in Deep Space hotel? I don't want a Love in Deep Space hotel. What am I supposed to do? Don't love hotels have like creepy cameras planted and stuff in them? No? For the most part, no. Unless you go to like one of the really like dodgy ones, then maybe. But like if you go to like an established brand, they're mostly fine. You know? I mean, if you go to ones that like that look like they should be condemned, probably. Do you see any wrestling shows in Japan? I didn't. So unfortunately, when I was there, most of the shows, when I was there specifically in Tokyo, most of the shows that that were going on, right, they weren't exactly like super appealing. So I decided, no, I wouldn't go. I wasn't like crazy for it. Oh, speaking from experience? No, it's speaking from like common sense. You know? That's speaking from common sense. Like, for like, I know for a fact, for like, because most of my friends have told me that the general hotel chains are fine. But like, if you go to the really dodgy ones, then they're dodgy for like a reason, right? You go to a dinosaur themed love hotel, that sounds cool. It is so cool. It is so cool. I got to do Japan for wrestling. Long lasting. Yeah, no, the shows being long aren't what concerns me. It's just that if I'm going for like a match, right? If I'm going for like a match, I would at least like to know like some of the wrestlers. But when I was there, like during the week I was there, most of the wrestling events that were happening then were involved wrestlers that I didn't really know. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not really like, I don't know if I super want to go watch a match with like a bunch of like indies by myself, you know? So yeah. Or just, okay, hold up. I'll show you guys a picture of the Dinosaur Love Hotel before you guys think I'm actually crazy. Before you guys think I'm fucking mental. This is what it looks like. This is what the room looks like. Hold up. I'll open an image in the new tab, in a new tab here. There is this is low res as fuck because this is like someone's thumbnail. There is a water slide where you can slide into a hot tub. And there are dinosaurs around it. Okay? This room. Now, I'm not gonna lie. There's something a little off-putting about like, you know, doing the deed on a bed. But there's a dinosaur that's like kind of like staring at you. But also, can you imagine if you're you know, you're doing it with like someone, but then they don't look at you. Instead, they look at that sick as fuck dinosaur that's painted on the wall. Like, I get it, but like I get it, but you know. But I would feel a little cucked, I'm not gonna lie. Is Dinosaur NTR doing it in dino outfits? Okay, but does it not look sick though? Does this actually not look sick? The TV looks sick. The TV's like really big for what it is. I'm not gonna like, the TV looks really big for what it is. You're not expecting like miracles here. Like, this isn't gonna be like an insane, like, this isn't gonna be like an insane bedroom, but it is serviceable for its purpose, and that is, you know, that is to, you know, do it with your girlfriend or boyfriend. We don't judge. The problem is that the entire thing is essentially like super like dinosaur themed. So, yeah, the entire thing is like super dinosaur themed. So, if you can get past that hurdle, then party. Chat, I'm just saying, if I ever went to the Dinosaur Love Hotel with a guy, and let's say, like, you know, I'm gonna touch wood. Like, I'm touching wood right now. Not gonna. I hope this doesn't happen. But if I ever, like, if I got pregnant from, like, going to the Dinosaur Love Hotel, I'd name my kid Rex. I feel like that's the only way to do it, to do justice. I'll name my kid Rex. On fucking God. But also, I'm knocking on fucking wood right now. Like, and if it was a girl... WWF Attitude Era? I don't know if we can react to clips of it, unfortunately. There's a reason why we're like reliving this through like these like long form videos. That's because I don't think like you can actually legally watch the clips online, but yeah. You know? Wow, double down, what? Sarah, short for Triceratops. We all know you're really 3 short Discord mods in a trench coat and a voice mod, so an uncool. Damn, I'm just an unk to you guys, huh? Chat, imagine if I name my kid like Sarah, and it's just short for Triceratops. I think that if my kid were to become an adult, like as soon as my kid becomes an adult, they'd sue. Like, they fucking sue, bro. How are we spelling it? C-E-R-A. Would be totally off-brand. Okay, but anyways, we're not getting fucking pregnant at the Dinosaur Love Hotel. Therefore, it's not gonna happen. What do you mean, why not? What do you mean, why not? Okay, the goal isn't to come out here and like procreate, chat. I'm just a guy. I'm just a silly little guy. I'm literally just a silly little guy. I'm a VTuber who likes Yu-Gi-Oh, Warhammer, and wrestling. I'm just a silly little guy. It's gonna happen, you jinxed it. Fuck. No way. That's insane. Where did the dinosaurs come into play? Oh, the Dinosaur Love Hotel. Cause you know, this place looks sick as fuck. That's it. It's just a Dinosaur Love Hotel. Somehow we ended up here on this like topic again. Longtime viewers know that I'm absolutely infatuated with the fact that there is a Dinosaur Love Hotel. Like, it's the fact that it's dinosaur themed makes me so happy. But yeah. Man. There is something wrong with me. I'm not gonna be able to fix it. Need the name of the hotel? Hotel Artia. Artia. Come on, bring a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, bro. That would be me. My finisher would be throwing Exodia onto my opponent and being like, "You lose," and then you know, do the people's elbow. Duh. You need therapy? That's what my therapist says. But it's not Love Hotel. It's probably Theme Hotel, which is more normal. Oh no, it is a Love Hotel. So like the videos of the people who have like stayed here, right? Essentially, it's a very normal hotel. It's just that they give you like free condoms. That's basically it. Yeah, it's basically a regular hotel. It's just that they give you condoms for free. So it is a Love Hotel. Very loosely speaking. I mean, shit, I still stay there, like, you know, for the night, just because, like, I think that this is so goofy. This is so incredibly goofy. I enjoy goofy stuff, man. Okay, we're gonna lock in.
WCW content is a treasure trove for anyone hoping to say the words "Who the hell is that guy?" over and over again. The likes of Nitro and Thunder had all the big stars like Goldberg, the NWO, Sting, Ric Flair, and more, sure. But Eric Bischoff also packed in a ton of names you will not remember too. Like this interesting lot. I'm Gareth, this is What Culture Wrestling, and here are 10 forgotten WCW wrestlers you totally don't remember. Number 10, the Mod Squad. Here comes the Spike, and here comes the Basher. They're not Demolition, but they do have banter. That definitely was not the Mod Squad's entrance track during their short stay on WCW screens in 1990. The Motorcycle Cop pair were enhancement talents at best, but they'd actually been around the horn before showing up in the big time. WCW would be a last hurrah, though. Both guys ultimately retired from the ring in 1991. Spike was Jim Jefferson, and Basher was Mac Jefferson. They came together and debuted as a tag team in 1984. A whole 10 years before little Gareth was even born. Then worked a few shots here and there for the NWA before the big World Championship Wrestling rebrand. Sadly, the Mod Squad pair would not play a part in WCW's rise throughout the 90s. Again, they'd kiss goodbye to that wrestling noise long before Nitro was ever even a thing. One Reddit user describes Spike and Basher as Big Boss Man light, which is actually pretty accurate. Vince McMahon probably would have loved a biker tag like this, though. Just think of the merchandise opportunities. The Mod Squad were definitely money left on the table. Number 9, Jungle Jim Steele. Say hello to the love child of X-Pac and his 1-2-3 Kid days, and Jimmy Snuka. Jungle Jim Steele was one of the first products of WCW's Power Plant Training School. He made his debut for the company in 1993 and likely had hopes that his Snuka knockoff character would turn some heads and thrill fans. It was not to be, though. Steele was released from his contract just 1 year later. Ouch. The Tarzan-style gimmick had become a firm fave in pro wrestling circles for decades, and it seemed like an ideal fit for the still cartoony WCW of 93. But poor Jimbo just didn't quite reach the heights that Superfly did. He then had to settle for another short-lived stay in Paul Heyman's ECW after being shown the door. Incredibly, Steele did go on to enjoy a successful stint in All Japan between 1994 and 2002. Later, he also worked for New Japan before eventually hanging up his tights in 2008. WWE, though, would never come calling for this power plant graduate. Goldberg's small...
Was that guy rocking a mullet, chat? Also, good night, bestie. Good night, good night. But was that guy rocking a mullet? Yeah? We can identify mullets now. Let's go. He did steroids? I'm pretty sure just about everyone in this era did steroids. Oh my god, we can identify mullets now.
Won't somebody please think of Jimmy Steele? Feel the steel, baby. Number 8, Doc Dean. UK indie star Ian Dean.
Stop! This thing covering him like, oh god, this looks so dirty. They have done this man a disservice. What is this? What is this like nameplate thing? God.
Dean used the name Doc Dean for most of his pro career. He grabbed WCW's attention after working New Japan's Best of the Super Juniors tournament in 1997. And whilst there, Dean scored wins over both Jushin Thunder Liger and Chavo Guerrero Jr. Not bad at all. Befriending
Jushin Thunder Liger! I haven't heard that name in so long. Oh. Jushin Thunder Liger. Yes.
Chris Jericho over in Japan would prove to be a blessing too. WCW signed Doc later that year, and he became something of a stalwart on the lower tier shows like Worldwide, Saturday Night, and long-forgotten syndicated Hour Pro. Dean's biggest match came versus Stevie Ray on the 2nd of July 1998 episode of Thunder, but he was honestly less of a cruiserweight concern and more of a job guy by then. Dean was released in the summer of '98 and quickly retired from wrestling due to an accumulation of injuries, which sucks a bit. Undeterred, the dude went on to start his own plumbing company, and good for him. He then sadly passed away in 2018. Honestly, it'd be a shock if any wrestling fans watching this did remember his matches though, but some of them are immortalized on WWE's platform at least, so that's something. So the wrestlers on this list are the ones that people probably don't remember. But what about those WCW moments that people forget too? Which brings me to a question, my friends. What is your most underrated, forgotten moment in WCW history? You let me know in the comments section down below, you lovely person. Number 7, Chip Minton. Fun fact, you're looking at a 2-time Winter Olympian here. That is right. Chip Minton was part of the US bobsleigh team in 1994 and 1998, but he was also a WCW star in between training for the games. Chip worked his first matches for the company in 96, then took some time off the following year before returning in 98. That's when he made it to weeklies like Thunder. Oh yeah. Also, whilst Minton would never wrestle on flagship show Nitro, he did work on pay-per-view by playing his part in the bumper 60-man battle royal at World War III that same year. If only Chip could have won, he might have gone on to become a WCW World Champion. Look, even David Arquette won that belt, so nothing was impossible in Atlanta. You know it's true. Milton was another trainee coming out of the power plants who struggled to reach his full potential. Being honest though, his name just sucked, didn't it? And he was sacrificed to Pet Project Wrath near the end of his WCW run. Back to sledding for Chip then. Number 6, JW Storm. Promising prospect JW Storm was in the oft-forgotten Maximum Overdrive team.
Dude, JW Storm is like the fakest name I've heard in a while.
In 1990. After that, WCW decided to split the duo and attack a singles push for JW. And by attack, yours truly means that they turned him into a Steven Seagal from Hard to Kill clone. It was quite a look. WCW business immediately went through the roof too. Not really, obviously. Storm going Seagal wasn't as daft as it seems now though. You see, Hard to Kill was a box office smash around that same time, so JW rocking the same look made sense and gave him some instant marketability. Unfortunately though, it didn't pay dividends, and Storm was let go less than 1 full year into his singles run. He'd then go on to become an occasional enhancement worker for the WWF until 1992. Someone should have given JW a call for the dreaded Brawl for All too, because he actually had an impressive 22-2 record as a boxer. For anyone interested, all of his wins came by knockout. You don't mess with this Storm. Thank you for spending a bit of time with us here at What Culture Wrestling today, you incredible person. Now stick around and hit that subscribe button for more of these fascinating wrestling videos. Number 5, Galaxy. Now this is a strange one. Galaxy was working matches for WCW as Damien at the same time. So in short, he wrestled as 2 different characters on the promotion's programming, and there was never any crossover. Announcers didn't acknowledge that it was the same wrestler either. Galaxy and Damo were totally separate. Right.
Why does he look like a Power Rangers villain? He like actually looks like a Power Rangers villain. Jeez. Oh boy.
I mean, that'd be like Santos Escobar portraying a masked gimmick on Raw, whilst also playing himself on episodes of SmackDown in the same week. It'd be weird. Now, it is pretty quirky that WCW lets something like this happen, but Galaxy probably wasn't that fussed. He was getting a payoff regardless of which persona he was booked to play.
That's
It was
true.
quite fun playing two people for a bit, though. Galaxy was introduced in 1996, but vanished around 6 months later. Damien became the man's go-to role on WCW TV after that. He'd stick around on the roster until 1999, then returned home to Mexico and continued his career until hanging it up in... Wait, he's still wrestling? What a guy! Number 4, Roadblock.
Happy
Remember
for
when
him.
impressionist Jason Sensation took the mick out of Owen Hart's old ring attire by saying, "I look like a damn road sign"? Well, WCW's Roadblock was literally a damn road sign. No,
What?
seriously, the wrestler's gimmick was that he blocked roads. Opponents had hit a dead end, my friend. To hammer home the point, Block carried a literal roadblock with him to the ring for matches. Just as well that nobody thought to be quite so literal with Bobby Brain Heenan. All right, enough of the dad jokes for one list, maybe. Back to Roadblock and his bizarre WCW career.
But, like,
It ran 2
why?
years between 1996 and 1998, all this. Block faced stars like Lex Luger, The Giant, Chris Benoit, DDP, and more during his time in the promotion. He had impressive size, but was more of a jobber to the stars than somebody Eric Bischoff was ever going to seriously push. Tragically, he didn't even wallop anybody with that prop either. What a damn waste. Number 3, Little Genie. Women's wrestling was never something WCW did particularly well. Now, in fairness, women's wrestling was never something the wrestling industry in North America did well generally throughout the 1990s. If you wanted awesome female grappling, then Japan was the place to go, and the quality even varied there. That's why it will not be surprising if literally no one recalls Little Genie. She'd started training to wrestle in 1996, took her in-ring bow in 1998, then signed on for a few WCW appearances between 1999 and 2000. That inarguably was the worst possible time to join this company. Genie's one and only Nitro performance came versus Mona, aka Molly Holly, on the 9th of August 99. And after that, management relegated her to the less important shows. Boo! Genie did her best on Saturday night and worldwide before working a string of house shows in April 2000. But they would prove to be her final showings under contract. What was that about WCW never doing women's wrestling very well? Yeah, they absolutely did not get it. Number 2, the Minotaur. Steve DeSalvo could have probably passed as an Ultimate Warrior cosplay on various WWF tribute shows in the 90s. Honestly, just stick some face paint on that handsome mug pictured right here, and you'd have a bargain bin Jim Hellwig to be proud of. Instead, WCW restrained themselves from debuting Renegade early, and had DeSalvo call himself the Minotaur. If you're a fan of Greek mythology and hoping that name meant something, then, well, I'm sorry to disappoint, it was just a name, folks. Minotaur had absolutely nothing to do with some part bull, part man monster. That moniker was something Steve debuted in WCW too. So either they came up with it, or he came to the party with a half-baked idea. He'd faded into obscurity by 1991 anyway.
Really
Who knows why
called
Vince
himself
McMahon
that?
and the WWF passed on DeSalvo during various tryouts between 1987 and 1990. McMahon was absolutely obsessed with muscles and cracking physiques during that era, and the heat from feds about steroid use hadn't kicked in yet. I mean, just look at this guy. Minotaur had WWF Project written all over him. Number 1, Johnny
that's true.
Attitude. On the surface, Johnny Attitude sounds like WCW trying to belittle the WWF's Attitude movement in the late 90s. But it actually wasn't. In fact, Johnny here started using that kayfabe surname in 1996, which was a good while before Vince McMahon was smugly encouraging you to get it on Federation screens. Attitude resembled the discount Mr. T at first. He'd keep that look for all of his matches on WCW Saturday Night, Worldwide, and Pro heading into 1998. Then someone on the creative team had a bright idea. Johnny would shave his head and start rocking a decidedly Goldberg-esque aesthetic in time for a US title challenge versus the man himself on the 25th of May, 98 Nitro. That right there was Attitude's first and final Nitro bout, and also his biggest in the promotion overall. WCW had a few of these cheesy named workers in the late 90s, 80s. Remember Kenny Chaos? How about Bobby Blaze? Sound like terrible superheroes. It was a creator wrestler heaven in that locker room, for goodness sake. Johnny
that's
Attitude
weird.
would stick around a little while longer and work several Saturday night tapings in 1999 before then disappearing from WCW TV. We salute you, Mr. Attitude. You, like the rest of this list, are forgotten no longer. For a bit, the original ECW was vibrant. It offered something completely different, and it felt oddly dangerous for young teenagers to sit up and watch Heyman's carny cast of characters. Paulie also booked a lot of wrestlers that you've probably never heard of, though.
Oh, this is a new list already. Okay, guys, I'm really sorry to say. I think I'm gonna call the stream here. Am I tired? Probably a little, but also... Yeah, am I tired? Probably a little, but also I have a meeting. Thanks for streaming. Hi, Gage, were you here? Oh, hi, bestie. Hi, bestie. Okay, I'm gonna look for somebody to raid into. Let me see. Let me see. Who is currently live? Which one of my goats or my friends is currently live? Okay, gents. Looks like Arisa is live. I'm gonna go for my meeting and then I'm gonna go take a nap, dude. I'm glad you guys had fun. We'll do this again like next week. I'll figure it out. We got demonetized, like hella demonetized, but it's okay because, you know, bet. So anyways, I'm gonna send YouTube chat off first. Good night, YouTube, and I'll see you guys. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm doing something tomorrow, but it'll be on Twitch. So anyways, good night, guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye! Goodbye, YouTube! I'm gonna send you guys off first. Bam! Wait. Oh, that didn't work out the way I thought it would.